stars?
Yes.
No.
Was it a stick, bro?
No. What I'm saying, what he used in the sky.
Distant stars in the night sky would appear at different positions to observers at different latitudes.
No, it was the sun.
The sun is a star.
No, I know, but I know what you guys are gonna insert here, but like the fact that he's using the sun is different from the stars.
No,
of what her explanation.
It's the same thing.
The sun is a star.
Okay, so I'll ask you a simple question. What star looks like exactly like the sun does?
All of them.
Every star.
All of them.
Okay, so when you look at the sun, during the day, does it look like any of the stars? Be honest.
No.
Because it's closer.
Okay. No, that's not the point, though. The point is we're talking about what they look like.
Right.
And this is the information they've given you, me, and everybody else. They've told us this. If the sun is a star, the stars are the sun. Yeah, that's fine. But do they look like each other? No. That's the honest answer.
It's not actually the same thing, is it?
But no, we're not going to get into the minutia. It's going to derail where I'm going right now. So, basically, what we're doing is just getting everybody to be honest with what we're saying. Mm-hmm. And if the observation matches, then we'll say it does. If not, then we'll be honest. It doesn't match. But they're telling us a story, is what I'm saying. That the stars are the sun, and you're basically just advocating for it. So. In the realm of observation, we don't see them looking like the same. The sun doesn't look like a star, and the stars don't look like the sun. So that's that for now. I want to table that because it's not the importance. So we're getting to the idea that the curvature of the Earth has been measured by this guy, and then we're going to say that supposedly you started to explain that it was dealt with the angles to the stars and constellations. This is not what he was doing with what he was actually trying to do with Alexander and Cyrene. So he's using the sun and also the thing that he's looking at, right? His observation was of shadows, okay? And the angles to those shadows in the different locations. So it varied from the answer you were giving me. So once again, you didn't know this until you started maybe reading the mainstream rhetoric, and now it makes it a little bit more apparent that you were saying something different. And so what I'm pointing out here is that you didn't know this information, not even just the information, but how it was done. So the demonstration is kind of the bit where you're starting to fumble around, and that's fine. You don't know, nobody does, I would say. But if you want to continue down this path, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult for everyone. So I would just rather take the concession that you don't know, because I'll ask more leading questions, and it's gonna get, like I said, a bit more harder to answer. And it's just basically your information, so I'd rather hear you say you don't know versus me actually expose all the reasons why you don't know. It's easier that way for everybody. So would you want to continue and use him as an example? Because I can continue to show you why it's not the correct way. Up to you.
Yeah, what's the next question?
Okay, so the concession from Alice Ness saying that she doesn't know in the first one, who has measured the curvature of the Earth in any time in history? I'll take that. Gonzo, how about you? Do you concede or do you want to continue?
No, I'll continue. We march on.
Okay. Fauda, how about you? Do you want to concede or do you want to continue?
No, but I'm with the gang. We keep going.
Well, yeah, so concede means that you're going to give up the position that you know. That's what it means. Okay, Gonzo, do you... No, Kenzo doesn't concede, so he's in opposition to Alishness and Fauda.
Wait, I concede.
Okay, so he concedes too. All right, that's fine. Well, we'll save for the first question. That's fine. The second question is pretty simple, right? The spin of the Earth, or axial rotation. So we're going to get to the bit where how we understand that the Earth is spinning on its axis. Now, in any time in history, I'll ask the same requirements. Let me just go through the spiel. So any time in history, who has measured the axial rotation happening on the Earth? Anyone. Just remember, primary source, citation, and the demonstration of how we understand that the Earth is spinning on its axis, because the Earth is said to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So people know this information. So there's a bit of more information that you could probably look into. But as I'm saying this, you can look it up. You phone a friend, talk to each other in the DMs, but see who's figured it out, right? Who has measured the spin of the Earth, or axial rotation, any time in history? And then let's go through how it's been done that we figured that out. The spin of the Earth. Go ahead.
That would be what I mentioned earlier, the Foucault pendulum.
Okay. Ganso, would you agree?
Yeah.
Or would you have a different answer?
No, it's the pendulum. Yeah.
Oda.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody agrees a pendulum's what's the apparatus or the device that's used.
Mhm.
So how does a pendulum provide evidence? So I need primary source, citation, and then demonstration.
Okay.
Very first person. Where did it originate from?
Oh, the very first person. Okay. Well, I'll get the
Primary source.
demonstration.
Well, the first
for you.
person would be Foucault, of course, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I didn't want to say anything, Helio. Thank you for ruining the.
Well, I mean, I said Foucault's pendulum. Who did you think?
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. I don't know. I'm asking you the question. You got to respond to me.
I
But
was
if
gonna
you're not,
provide you the evidence.
if you're not the,
I
if
mean,
you're not the Glover, please
do you
put
think
yourself on mute
Foucault
because
is
I know
the name for it.
I'm asking you the questions. You have to provide the answer. People don't
Yeah.
know this, Alishness. So Helio just gave you a free one. That's fine.
There you go.
Okay, sure. I didn't just go on a huge. I didn't just
I'm telling
talk about
you.
it for like the past 20 minutes.
I'm
as if
telling
I
you,
didn't know.
people don't understand. Well, okay, that's fine. Okay, so you would. I need the citation. Also, go ahead, put the citation. Please resist the temptation, flat earthers, for jumping in. Like I know it's feels like you guys are chomping at the bit. Like you want. I know. Just let me go walk these guys through this.
They wouldn't let me do it earlier, but
All right. Don't see a citation. Ganso and Fauda?
Somebody else posted a citation yet? Okay.
No, they're waiting for you to do it, Alishness. So I guess you're doing the heavy lifting tonight. Yeah. Guys? Come on.
I'll
Can't let one person
post
take it.
another. I'll post
Fauda and Ganso, we're not getting much from you, are we?
Isn't this how group projects go in college? One
I
person
want this to be a group project. to be
Yeah,
honest.
bro. Yeah. There you go. Sites, sources.
Yeah. There you go. Citations are popping up. Okay, so primary source, citation. Let's see what we got. Fauda, you got a Britannica. Alishness, do you agree with their citations? I need to know if you're agreeing. If you guys are in agreement, we're gonna use something that you guys are putting up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so citation and now the demonstration part.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the demonstration? What are we looking at here? Are we
There's
looking-
a video. It's a time lapse. There's a time lapse
but-
video.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you watching the video?
No, I meant go ahead and explain. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's a video here, but what I'd like you to do, because you've seen it, right, and it supports what you're saying, go ahead and tell us why. Go into detail, please, as much as you can, as to why this apparatus is going to tell us about the Earth's rotation.
So, as you can see in the video, if you're watching it, the pendulum is slowly swinging back and forth, but it's moving in accordance to how the Earth would rotate. So you can see behind it that there is a globe that is rotating similarly to how the pendulum is swinging. It's knocking over, looks like, I don't know what those are. They're like little pieces of metal, showing that it is changing its direction as it's swinging. So the explanation for that would be that it's rotating. That the Earth is rotating and changing the direction of the pendulum.
Okay, so that's the explanation. You guys agree? Cancel, Fauda?
Yeah.
All right. Now, my question to you guys. Is Earth spin the only thing that could be influencing the Foucault pendulum? I need your answers, all three of you.
Yes.
Fauda?
Yeah.
Alishness?
You're asking if anything else could cause that to happen.
Yeah, the influencing that apparatus. Is anything else influencing that apparatus to move?
No.
I have to say,
You have to be sure.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yes.
hold you to your answer.
yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that
Well, there
nothing
could
is
be something
I said yes.
influencing it.
I said
Yeah,
yes.
you said yes, Alishness.
Okay.
No, I meant like no. Other than this.
Yeah, I agree with Owl, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm out.
So nothing else other than the Earth spin is influencing that pendulum.
No, I said
You all-
there
Yes,
is.
we agree. Yes, we agree. There is
Yeah.
something.
There is something else other than Earth spin.
Yeah.
Okay, what else could be influencing the Foucault pendulum other than Earth spin?
Gravity.
So,
Alishness, do you agree? You guys don't. You gotta stay lockstep because I'm gonna hold you guys to what you're saying.
so
So-
the pendulum is, as I was discussing earlier,
Mhm.
it is not going to swing perpetually. So there is a motor that is attached to it in the ceiling that allows it to continue swinging for a, I guess, I'm not sure if it's a predetermined time or what could happen to make it, or how the motor actually affects the way it swings, but it does have to be started by somebody pushing it,
Mhm.
and then it continues to swing. I can't say it swings under its own power because that would
Well,
be
did-
completely false.
Did Foucault, when he
So-
originated the design, did he have a electronic motor that swung the pendulum?
Yes,
I don't know.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
you don't
yes,
know
it did.
that. I don't-
It did, but it was in the exact direction of its natural swing, so it did not sway it to any other direction
Alright.
except where it's
So
supposed to.
guys, let me take them like because I have to keep it kind of concise. I don't want to like waffle on too long with this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I get you. Go ahead.
All right. So then, what we're understanding is that it's something else other than Earth spin is influencing the Foucault pendulum. Do you guys all agree?
Yeah,
It's not just Earth spin. We got other influences, and
Yeah,
I think
you have,
Alice.
earthquakes could affect it also. That would definitely affect whether or not it starts or stops swinging. It could affect, it can throw it off kilter. Like I mentioned, the motor does assist in the swinging of it, since obviously the energy, it can't swing under its own power, so.
Okay, so we don't see something in nature actually showing us the precession of a pendulum, like the actual motion of something that's. Is the pendulum attached to the Earth or is it detached from the Earth? As in, does it have a separate reference frame?
It is attached to the Earth.
Okay, so it's like pretty much like combined to like connected to the Earth. Okay.
It is connected to the ceiling of the building, which is attached to the Earth. It is not free floating.
Okay, so if we had something free floating, because the pendulum is precessing, right? It's moving around. If something was free floating that was not attached to the Earth, would that show precession too? Would that be moving around? Do you think? Because we're using a pendulum as the example. So obviously the Earth's motion is influencing the pendulum's direction, correct? All right, so if this is true, then anything else that's separate from the Earth would be experiencing this particular movement. Like it would be influenced because the Earth is moving.
Wouldn't
Would
it
that
be
also
going-
would that also logically follow because the pendulum's affected by it, right?
So you're saying it's just kind of floating in free space?
No. What I'm saying is the pendulum is affected by the Earth's spin,
Yeah.
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
We're all in agreement with that. You guys are showing me. Okay, so anything else that can lift off from the Earth is also going to be influenced by the Earth's spin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is that
'cause-
correct?
Yeah.
because it's on Earth.
Okay.
Mhm.
So what else can we do? Can we fly a drone? Can we fly a helicopter? Can we get in a balloon? Can we anything that leaves the detached from the Earth, let's say a football, soccer ball, flies in the air, anything that goes that way, can it be influenced by the spin of the Earth?
No, because it's still on Earth.
Yeah, you'd have to go like very, very high up.
You would have to leave
Like, yeah.
Earth.
Okay,
Everything
are
that is
you
on Earth is still affected by Earth. It doesn't matter if it's attached
It's
to
like
Earth
if
or
you
not
throw a
attached.
ball, it's still within the same frame of reference as the Earth, so it doesn't.
Is
It
the
doesn't affect-
pendulum
hang on, Helio.
attached to Earth?
Hang on, Helio. Hang on. Are you guys sure of this?
Am I sure that anything on Earth is affected by the spin of Earth? Yes.
Yes. What else?
Yeah.
Yes. I am sure
Nothing-
that any.
Nothing else is affected. Only the pendulum.
No, everything is affected by the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so before you said that the pendulum is the only thing, and your friends were chiming in saying that like nothing else is affected because they're all attached to the Earth.
I
you-
must
you-
have
What? No, everything is affected by the spin of the Earth because it's within the same frame of reference as the Earth.
Okay, so what else is affected other than the pendulum? Because the pendulum was one example.
Everything on Earth, bro.
Okay, so everything on Earth is affected by the Earth spin. Take another example, because obviously the pendulum is one example of something being affected by the spin of the Earth, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What else is affected by the spin of the Earth?
everything.
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 I know. That's a vague answer. Now I need the specifics.
You need
Specifically what?
specific.
Yeah, give me
I
another
don't know
specific.
anything. I don't know anything else that's demonstrable at this time.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
That would show the curve.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That would show the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so a couple of things, right? As I'm going through this, I asked a question.
Yeah,
I asked the question. What else could be influencing the Foucault's pendulum? Is it only the spin of the Earth? The answer is no. We have a motor. You could push it. I could throw another earthquakes. There's other things that could influence it. So now we have other answers, right? Other answers could then support the fact that something else is making the pendulum do what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not just the Earth spin that could influence the pendulum. There's other things that could influence it, giving you the vision of when you're making an observation that it's Earth spin when it could be something else.
That's why I posted a time lapse. You can see.
Okay. Right, but what I'm saying is it's not 100% locked down that it's only the Earth spin and that's it. There is nothing else that can influence this. It's only Earth spin.
Could I interrupt quickly?
Are you getting the emphasis now of what I'm trying to do? Go ahead,
Yeah. So if you put the pendulum on the equator where would be the axis of rotation, the pendulum does not rotate like it does in the other axis, like other lines or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what you're asserting. Yes, your assumption.
So it's like you're removing the variable.
Yeah, that's
and
your
it changes-
assumption.
No,
And
it's been done.
Yes, I know it's been done, but it's an assumption. The assumption is that because we're moving in a different location and we see the pendulum do something else, it's still the Earth spin. What I'm telling you guys,
an assumption if it's
it's an assumption, right? You're observing a device, you're observing a man-made contraption, and that observation is saying, well, I see this pendulum moving. This is called affirming the consequent. I see the pendulum moving, therefore the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum is moving. That's when it could be something else. And I'm giving you the example of other things that it can be, and you've adequately supported that it can be other influencing things that are making the pendulum do something. So with your own admission, you're finding out that something else could influence a pendulum to make it process the way it does. So now we understand.
No, I don't think.
Not just the Earth's rotation idea. It could be something else. So we cannot say with
we're not saying
assurance that it's the Earth's spin. You understand?
No, but she's saying it assists it in moving because it can't move on its own for too long. So they have motors that assist it to move.
Yeah, but what we're getting to, Fauda, is that it's not just only the Earth spin. So if it's something else, then it throws off the idea that it's only the Earth spin. I'm putting an emphasis on only, as you might hear. So this is what you guys are being sold. You're told that it's only the Earth spin. There is nothing else that's influencing that. And as you correctly stated, there's other things that could influence the pendulum.
You have
influence it in what form? Like influence it in a way that it changes its direction or its motion, or influence it that it assists it to keep going.
Anything. It doesn't matter if it starts up, if it moves in a different direction. There's other influencing things that could cause it to do such a thing. You've just named a few.
Right.
You've just named a few.
I
don't have to say. You stated it already.
When you observe the flatness of Earth, right?
Yeah, but we're not getting to ask me questions. We're finding out if you
I'm
know.
not asking questions. I'm making a
Well,
statement.
but still, even if it's
You
rhetorical,
observe
what we're
flat
getting to.
Earth.
Hollisness.
You use your eyes. You also
We're not-
use
yeah,
a laser.
hang on.
So you are also
let's
using.
Let's not detract. Let's not detract because
Okay.
we're not gonna go. Well, I will suffice answer any questions, but like this has to be correctly stated. So we're understanding this from all three of you guys, and you all stated that other things could influence the pendulum other than the Earth spin. So now we don't know if it's only the Earth spin.
Yes, we
There's
do.
other influences. No.
Yes, we do. As I said
No, we don't.
before. So it says here. Look.
I know what it says, but go ahead and read.
No. What?
No, it's
Okay,
fine.
so
We'll just give him the dub on this one.
No.
Yeah,
No.
no.
The
Don't give up if you don't want to.
No.
Continue.
The precession or whatever you say, I don't know, like the fancy word you use, of the pendulum depends on the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal for the Earth, right? So this was like our theory, you could say, whatever. You can't prove it, whatever. So then the way that they proved that it was the rotations, because if you put it at the equator, it'll be 0 at the equator. So therefore, the pendulum would just move straight forward, straight backwards, straight forward, straight backward. And if you move it anywhere else, it'll start spinning in circles. So the force that is causing it is one force that is the rotational of the rotational spin of the Earth.
Could it be another force?
No, because you removed the one variable. You removed one variable.
But you're okay. So what you're doing here is you're saying the only thing that it can be is this one thing that I'm saying.
Yes, because it's the only variable that changed.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
Experiments.
Did you create the Earth?
No.
Okay, so do you know? Listen, hang on a second, Bung. If you can't pinpoint what exactly is the cause of the effect, then you're going to make an assumption as to what you think it is. And we don't want to hear assumptions. We need to know the exact cause of the effect.
But does that not prove the exact cause, since you removed removed the cause and it changed the effect? Does that not?
No, it doesn't. Because you're making an assumption as what you think it is, giving the cause to the effect. When the cause could be something else, another force or another influence. And I'm telling you, there could be variables that you're not thinking of. And so what you're doing is you're making a logical fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent. Once again, I go over this. So now I could say it in a logical statement. I moved the pendulum to the equator.
Mm-hmm.
The pendulum is showing a different precession. Therefore, the different precession will show that the Earth is spinning, when it could be something else influencing the pendulum.
Did you really move it to the equator?
Did you understand what I just said in the logical statement? This is called affirming the consequent. It's a logical fallacy. And the reason why you guys don't know this is because when I asked you the question, is it something else influencing the pendulum? And you correctly stated, yes. There's a motor, there's somebody pushing it, there's an earthquake, these are your answers, not mine.
Okay, they're just minute changes or like effects to the.
I know, but it's still an influence. It's still an influence on the pendulum. And so if something else can influence it, what we're understanding from this is that you're not correctly stating that it's only the Earth spin.
Has anyone done it though? I mean, demonstration.
I need their concession. Either you're going to concede that you don't know what the cause to the effect is, or we're going to continue to spiral into a place where you're going to continue to give me your assumptions as what you think is the cause of the effect. I can keep going. Trust me.
Okay, but
a lot of gas in this tank.
But these assumptions are what we believe in.
By moving through like the different parts of the Earth, it'll change. It'll be the same.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But is the cause of the effect the Earth spinning or another influence? Do you actually know that to be 100% sure?
Because it won't be the same. It's been demonstrated many times.
Listen, guys. Listen, I know, but I need them to be there. Listen, if you're going to be honest, then you're going to tell me the cause of the effect, and we're going to investigate the cause of that effect. So continue if you think you know. So now we went to a different location, as you said, the equator. And we see a different.
Removed the one variable that you said was supposed to, like that's the one variable that we removed. That would be the.
No, it wasn't one variable. It wasn't.
Yes.
No, Gonzo. Didn't you hear what Alishna said?
That other things affect it or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but like they take those things into consideration when they're building it. They're not stupid. They're not just gonna build it.
They're still okay.
They're not gonna like watch it as an earthquake is taking place and be like, look at the motion.
Well, I don't know why you made them to be Jamaicans, but like, listen, like the thing about this is the information that we're getting from what they're telling us is an assumption. So you're believing a story of what they're telling you that the cause of the effect is.
No, because every other variable is still in place.
What variable?
Like these other forces that are affecting it is still in place. It's, people are pushing it. There's the electromagnetic thing, whatever, the magnet pushing it. It's the same thing as there, right?
Yeah.
So it shouldn't change.
Other things.
So if it wasn't the spin of the Earth, it shouldn't change, right?
No,
yeah, but you're only stating. Yeah, you're only stating that it's only the spin of the Earth influencing it, Ganto. And this information, you don't know this. You don't know the cause of the effect. The assumption has been made. When the contraption is moving, they say, the Earth is spinning, therefore the contraption is moving. The contraption is moving, therefore the Earth is spinning. That's a logical fallacy. I've been telling you this. Now, you're saying that because you move it to a different location and it spins differently or it processes differently, then we start to see that the cause of the effect is actually the Earth spin, and it's not something else. But I'm telling you, even when you move it to a different location, is anything else a possible influence on that device?
No, but he's saying those possible influences
are the same thing
carried on to the different locations.
I know that.
That means
it should act the exact same way.
The same.
No. No, it doesn't mean that.
If conditions are the same, bro. Like it's gonna.
No. I'm not talking about the conditions of being the same. I'm saying like if you're saying that other things can still influence it, this is what you're not getting. If other stuff can still influence the contraption, then you still have the same variables that could influence a contraption. It's gonna be other things.
The one that we removed, and that changed everything.
What did you remove?
We removed the rotational axis and the horizontal from the Earth because that's what made the difference.
You didn't remove that.
Yes, we did. We moved it by moving to the equator.
How did you remove the axial rotation? You didn't remove anything.
It's not it's the rotation axis and the horizontal that makes the
but you didn't remove it.
Yes, we did by going to the equator.
Okay, put it into because you're thinking. No, I'm not.
You need to listen. You need to listen.
No. You guys are getting this incorrect. So the part of this is that you're trying to say that this is something scientific, and it's not. You can't say that the variables that you're removing are not variables that are controlled. You cannot control.
They are controlled.
Can you control the spin of the Earth if it's actually a globe and it's spinning? Can you control that?
You can.
By moving to other places.
No, dude.
That's falsifiable.
You're not. It's not an independent variable. How did you manipulate Earth spin? How did you manipulate it?
No, it's not Earth spin. It's not the Earth spin.
Spin of the Earth. He made it spin backwards.
Hang on. I'm trying to figure out. So you guys are trying to say that you moved to a different location, therefore you manipulated the variable. You did not do such a thing. If indeed the Earth was a globe and it was spinning, then you'd have to manipulate the independent variable to understand, like slow it down, speed it up. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do any of that. The idea is that it's processing differently, so then you're asserting that it's your assumed cause of the effect. This is your fallacy. You're thinking that because it's doing something else, then therefore it's the Earth spinning. It's like you didn't manipulate the Earth spin. And in a controlled scientific experiment, you'd have to manipulate the independent variable, which would be the thing that you're trying to figure out if it's causing the effect that you're seeing. Do you guys understand? Because the natural phenomena that you're seeing the Earth spinning has not been done. You're looking at a contraption man-made that's built.
Hold on, Miggy. Was he saying that you can put? Hold on, please. Can I say something, please, Miggy?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Like, I just don't want them to detract from what we're saying because we're going to fall off the rails here.
What I was hearing is that he was saying that you could put these contraptions on different parts of the Earth and experience the same phenomenon.
No, different phenomena is what he's saying.
Different phenomena.
Yes, different. They're saying different phenomena
because of the latitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
so where is this observed? You guys have been talking about it. Where do we
At
observe
the equator. They're saying the equator, Helio. That's what they're talking about.
No. Where?
That's what they're saying. I'm not saying.
Where did Foucault do it?
What?
Where did Foucault create?
No, bro, Foucault started it, bro, and then other people experimented.
Okay,
Like,
where?
They're using the word experiment wrong. Yeah, I'm getting to it, Helio. That's the reason why I didn't want to detract. Like, that's
go for it. I'm listening.
It doesn't
All right,
matter
so, yeah.
where he started.
It does matter. It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
All right,
He's just
Helio, like,
he
guys,
just
please,
introduced-
let me continue down the path. So what we're figuring out is the independent variable is the Earth spinning. We can't slow it, speed it up, or stop it. There's nothing that we can do.
The independent variable is the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal. It's an angle that you can change by moving locations. It has nothing to do with the rotational axis of the Earth. You do not change
Oh,
it.
it has everything to do with the rotational axis of the Earth.
Yeah, but that is constant. We're not changing it. You guys are acting like I'm
we're trying to find. Listen, no, you're trying to find out what the cause of the effect is. The cause is the Earth is spinning. The effect is we are processing within the Earth, like things on the Earth are we're seeing contraptions move and all kinds of stuff. So the independent variable would be that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. Now you need to manipulate that to slow it down, to stop it, to actually know if it's the Earth spin influencing the device or not. You're not doing that. You're just going to a different location.
The device.
So you don't understand.
The device. Okay.
Yes.
The device is not only like the rotational axis is not the only thing that affects it. It literally says
I know that.
Yeah, it's the
Angle, idea behind it.
It's the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal lines.
You're missing it, right? So when I asked you the question, how many things can influence this device, and you stated correctly how many other things are possible because of the motor, and you didn't answer this, but I'm going to insert it because it's another part of it. The air turbulence. There's other things that could possibly be an influence to the thing that you're seeing.
Yeah,
but
in an enclosed room, there's not really much.
There's no turbulence in a room.
Yeah,
it's not enough.
I'm giving you.
Close the doors, you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's no wind happening where they
no.
pendulum.
No, have you been in a room before?
Not wind.
Is there wind in your room right now? Are you being blown away right now?
Do you feel anything? Do you feel anything to be able to move a pendulum?
Okay, so the air. No, listen. The air is not moving around in anywhere you're at. Don't be a straight up liar, dude. Like air turbulence is everywhere. It's breathing air.
Yeah, it's not strong enough.
Yeah?
It's not strong enough to move.
That's the point.
Air.
That's not the point. The point is what we're doing is showing all the variables that could influence it. If it were possible that there was a nice little current, or the air condition turned on, or something else happened where the air changes its current, it could influence it. So what we're saying here,
bro,
a lot of things that you don't understand.
But you don't think they're going to think of turning the AC off so it doesn't influence
That's not the point, Fauda. The point is that
that is the point.
That's the point that you brought up.
Other things can influence the pendulum. Other things, I'll say it again. How many times do you want me to say this? Other things can influence a pendulum. Other things can influence a pendulum. And you've already stated that other things can influence it. So the cause of the effect is not just only the Earth's spin. It is other variables.
Only.
Because
Sir,
you guys don't seem to get this.
No. Listen, you just keep repeating yourself and harping upon these singular things. So you're just nitpicking. You're picking things out of the argument.
Exactly.
You told me that.
No, I know what I told you. You don't have to tell me again. Listen, you don't have to tell me again. I know what I told you. You've listed it.
So why is it difficult for you guys to understand it? So why is it difficult for you to understand that there's other things influencing the pendulum?
Okay, hear me out.
Because you're nitpicking.
Okay, wait. Okay. So let's say we have the pendulum up north, and it's in a room. It's the same air. It's a room. It's a closed room. It feels the same everywhere, right? Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
You can keep the variables the same within a room.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. So all these external variables you're talking about are the same up north and the equator. If you're in a room, the same thing. The exact same.
All right.
thing.
So let's go over. You're going to a different location. Let's go over the other things that could influence the pendulum.
Okay, perfect.
What other things other than the Earth?
No, he's saying that same chamber that you had.
I know what he's saying, Fauda.
Okay,
but what I'm telling you is, I need you to state what other things can influence a pendulum, and I need you guys to hear yourselves when you say it.
Okay,
what other things can influence? What other things can influence the pendulum's movement?
Okay, for right now we have air friction. And the magnets, the thing is on, right? Because it's not.
That wasn't it. There was more.
My goodness, dude.
What was it?
I have heard myself say many times.
Okay, wait. Let's hear it. Miggy, what are they?
Guys, no. I don't want him to list it because he wants to hear me say it, right?
Okay, say it.
Yeah.
So he wants me to say the motor, right? That is assisting in the swinging of it because there is no such thing as perpetual motion.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
what else?
Somebody has to get it going, right? So
there you go.
We have to give it a little push to get her going.
Okay, but you can give it a push, then you could wait maybe 2 hours and wait for it to see the motion because it's gonna go in the motion that it's like it's gonna go in the motion that it like it's.
She just finished telling you there's no perpetual motion, so there's gonna have to be an assistance from a motor.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. It pushes it in its natural path, anyways. Like the straight up and straight back. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. No, right? You could push it. You could push it
anyway. It still starts fucking spinning in circles.
Also, interesting.
You could push it, and then it'll take its natural path eventually, right? You just need to get it started.
Yes. I don't know. You guys are telling me.
He said, you
push on a device.
Yeah.
I know what it is. Listen, but what you're doing is you're influencing the pendulum straight away.
Beginning,
Okay, yeah. But then you give it some time to take its natural path, and
it'll give you the results. Yeah.
Okay, so your influence on the pendulum is not just watching a natural phenomena. You're actually making something happen by influencing it.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah, but it's going to take its natural path. Like I was saying, if you
how is that like not influencing? Because when you push on it, you automatically start to say, "I pushed on the device, therefore the Earth is spinning."
Yeah, but if it was taking its natural path,
I'm never going to get the apparatus interrupted.
Okay, no, but if you push
the apparatus and it's 90 degrees plumb, if the Earth is spinning, then it will start moving by itself. You don't have to push it.
Yeah.
No. What? No, because it's in the same frame of reference.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is you're influencing the device. The device isn't a natural phenomena. So you're not watching Earth spin. You're not doing that. That would be the observation of a natural phenomena. And in the scientific method, that's what you'd have to do. The observation of a natural phenomenon to see what the cause of the effect is. And then manipulate the variable and then see if the cause isn't what your hypothesis is. So you're doing a hypothesis test. You're not doing that when you're looking at a contraption because it's a man-made contraption that you're influencing at the very beginning, and then it starts to process and doesn't continue perpetually, like Owlishness says correctly. You'd have to put a motor to make it continuously do something. So that's another influence.
Okay,
so you are influencing the pendulum all the time, even to get it going, and then also to keep it going. So you're not isolating the cause of the effect. You're just making an assumption that it's doing something, therefore the Earth is spinning. Okay. Your assumption and everybody else's is that it's the Earth spinning. And I've already told you it doesn't matter where you go because this type of device will have to be started by a person.
Everything starts with a hypothesis or theory. Like the computer you're sitting on was hypothesized to be possible, and then it was made.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the pendulum.
Okay, but listen. If you were to push a swing, it would go back and forth, right? But the pendulum that you're seeing is not going back and forth. It's going back and forth, but it's also spinning. If you were to push the pendulum, say north, it's going to swing north, south.
Who cares?
South, right?
Listen,
it's not going to rotate.
You're the one that influenced the pendulum. Yes or no, Fauda?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
the Earth didn't influence it. You did.
Okay, but if you push it straight, it's going to come straight back at you, and then it's going to go straight forward, and then right back at you.
Did you influence the pendulum?
Back at you.
Did you influence the pendulum?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but then you give it 2 hours, and then the Earth is going to start influencing the pendulum.
So you're asserting that there's no other influence, only the Earth spin. Only. And I just finished saying, you correctly stated, you started the influence on that pendulum, and you also added that since it doesn't keep perpetual motion, you have to put a motor to make it keep going. So there's another influence. And on top of that, there's other influences that could keep it going. But you guys don't realize that.
So how come the same influences happen at two different places with different results?
Hey, you tell me. You're the one asserting things. I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not making a cause of the
Yes,
effect.
because we removed.
That's what we're getting at.
We removed the one thing that we
No,
thought
you
would make a difference. Yes,
No,
we
you didn't.
changed. We changed the
You
angle.
didn't remove it.
We changed. We changed
How did
the
you
angle
remove
between.
Earth spin?
No,
Okay,
no,
listen,
we
listen,
changed.
listen,
We changed the angle between the rotational axis and the latitude line that we are on.
Okay,
That's
you know
what we
what?
changed.
Like, let me take you back to the. You know the reason why I asked the first question, and the very first question was, who measures the curvature of the Earth? So now you don't. You've all conceded that you don't know. Let me put you on the spotlight here. So you didn't know if the Earth is curving or not. Right now, at this current moment, you don't know if the Earth is a globe or no. And now the second question, the reason why I have layered it this way, is because of the fact that the Earth, being a globe, has to be doing something, right, in the vacuum of space. We haven't even got to the third question yet, but the second one is that it's doing something. The Earth is a globe, now it's doing something with this second question. But we don't even know if it's a globe or not. Concession by you guys, happily. So now we're in the second question, asserting and assuming that it's processing because the Earth is spinning on its axis. And you guys don't realize that you didn't prove the Earth to be a globe in the first place. Now you're asserting that it's doing something, and it's an assumption even. And so what we're getting to is that you want to stand by your assertions because that's the only thing that it can be. And then I went ahead and said, what else is influencing it? And you correctly stated, well, I pushed it to get it going, and also the motor keeps it going. So there is influence on it all the time. It is not just only the Earth spin, guys. This is what's happening here.
No, but listen. They had
we agree.
They had
Okay.
smart engineers build it so that
I
the
don't give a shit
machine
who
that it's
built it.
on, so that the engine that it's on doesn't affect the way it rotates. It just assists it in the motion. It
Hold
doesn't,
up,
it
man.
doesn't change its motion.
I know you're not watching the chat. I know
you're divining. You're divining somebody's thoughts. Like, you don't know that's what they thought when they made this thing up. You're just assuming. You're going off. You're making up a story right now. How do you know what they thought? You don't know what they thought.
Well, then no one would be building the pendulum, right? Why would they waste so much money on building the pendulum?
I don't know. Like, but listen, I don't know, but you're the one divining their thoughts, like as if you knew what they were thinking at the time they were thinking it. Hey, wow, that's pretty, like, psychic of you to know that. Like, how do you know that's what they said and what they thought? You don't know that. You're just asserting this because you want this to be the key to give you the answer that the Earth is actually doing something.
It's consistent.
It's not.
Every experiment they do. Everyone, yes, like different people make different pendulums and it had the same result happen.
Who cares? The thing that we're trying to look. The reason why I say who cares is because I am only trying to figure out if the Earth is moving or no. And what we haven't figured out is, for number one, that the Earth has any curvature. Number two, that we're assuming the cause of the effect is the Earth spinning on its axis due to the fact that we see a contraption moving. When, right? Let me tell it to you this way. When you pushed it to get it going, and the motor is keeping it going. So there's so much influence on the device that it's not just isolated that the Earth is spinning on its axis due to the fact that that's what we're watching. Like, we can't take a step back from the Earth and say, oh, look, I see the Earth spinning on its axis. No, we're looking at a device that we have to man-make and also influence on every angle and direction.
Okay, but if we're influencing it so much, if we're pushing the pendulum straight, why is it rotating?
But you're telling me a question that should be sufficiently answered by this contraption. Why are you doing that?
What? No, I'm telling you, like I'm asking you, why is it that
I know, why are you asking me? Because it should be self-evident, shouldn't it? You shouldn't be able to ask me that, because you should say, look, this covers the information for you to sufficiently know that this is the only thing you need to know, that the Earth is spinning on its axis. And it's not sufficient, and I'm telling you that. And you're asking me the question, what else can it be? And having me try to explain to you, I don't have to, because I can sufficiently tell you that there isn't enough information here to give us the understanding that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. When what we're doing is watching a man-made contraption that we pushed, and now that we have to keep moving with the motor. So now we're saying, Eureka! It is the Earth spinning. And no, because we're influencing the device all the time. So now we're giving our assumptions. We haven't isolated the cause of the effect. We're only telling people that because the pendulum is doing something, now we're saying that the Earth is spinning. Voila. Well done. You just affirmed the consequence.
No, well, it would show the same. What's it called? It would show the same like motion If you moved it from
You don't understand, Pato, what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what you do to the device. It doesn't matter where you go. The only thing that matters is that the influence put on it is you, sir. That's it.
Okay, well, if the same influence is the same... Like
I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you.
So what would be enough evidence for you? Like a picture from outer space, or like maybe a live stream that NASA does on YouTube?
No. Okay, so what I would need is an observation of the natural phenomena of Earth spin.
Yeah, we have satellites, we have images.
That's not what I'm talking about, man.
So
I'm talking about when has in any time in history a person ever seen the Earth spinning on its axis?
Now.
Go ahead.
Now we have videos of it.
No.
Yes.
Okay, wait. If you were to take a flight,
that's the third question. We'll get to that. But so the Foucault's pendulum didn't sufficiently answer because now there's a whole bunch of questions, right? Asking me, well, what is the cause of the effect? And don't ask me. This thing should sufficiently answer the question if the Earth is spinning on its axis or not, and it doesn't do such a thing because of all the influence that it gets on other ways that people can actually have this thing moving around. And so we can't use this to isolate the fact that the cause is actually Earth spinning on its axis all by itself. We have to make a contraption, put influence on it, and then say, oh, yeah, that's great. Now the Earth's spinning. Voila. No, you just made a contraption up and then did something to it and then made your assertion and assumption. That's all you did. That's it.
Okay, question three.
All right, so I need a concession from all three of you. If not, we're going to keep going.
Yeah, we give up.
Fauda?
What happened?
We give up.
Do you concede or do you want to continue? Because we can. Because trust me, this gets juicier as the questions keep rolling.
Nah, bro. I tap out, bro. I should go to bed, man.
What say you, Allison?
Go ahead.
I need a concession.
Just tap out.
Yeah, sure. You can have your concession. Yeah.
Okay, but don't give it to me just because I want to hear that. You have to do it because you actually don't know what the cause of the effect of the pendulum is. If you actually know, then we have to stay here until we figure this out. We don't leave. That's what we don't do. We have to stick with this.
Listen. Mm-hmm. We've given you the cause of the effect. You just...
No, you didn't. You're assuming.
Okay. No, I have no idea.
Okay,
no, you stumped us, bro. You stumped us. Way to go.
No, you got
it. I didn't stump you. What happens is
I was able to answer your question.
I'm presenting the information that is not sufficient to give us the information that the Earth is spinning on its axis. It's a man-made assumption, contraption, and influence on this thing that we're saying that, we're just going to say that it's the Earth spinning. Because there's other variables. Anyway.
Okay, I'm really excited to hear question 3.
Yeah, we give up.
All right, question 3. Question 3 is that the Earth is said to reside in a medium called the vacuum of space. Now, let me just finish with my spiel so you guys can get the gist of this. So the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space is the thing that's surrounding the Earth, right? According to the heliocentric notion, the Earth is said to reside in this vacuum of space. So now we have a differential pressure. So what we have is a very super low pressure, right? We can put it in a mathematical term, 10 to the negative 17 or whatever, if you'd like. But it just means that it's really close to zero. Not all the way at zero, but it's really close when you get to the furthest parts of the atmosphere. So what is happening here is that we have gas pressure here on Earth. You and I, and everyone in this room are breathing at like 14 psi here on the Earth, like at ground level. So as you go up in elevation, you can see a differential in pressure. It gets thinner, it gets harder to breathe, and so on. So what we get, though, is a gradient air pressure. Now, we still have pressure in the first instance. So gas pressure is here on Earth. So the question is, the Earth is said to be an open system where rockets and satellites and other things can leave the Earth, right? Matter and energy can transfer back and forward from the Earth to, space and whatnot. So we have matter and energy transfer in this open system. So what we have to understand is that if it's an open system like they say it is, how does gas pressure here on Earth stay here without a container?
Gravity.
Okay, Ganso?
Gravity.
Oh, Fauda?
Gravity.
Alderson?
Gravity.
Okay. Now, primary source, citation, demonstration.
It just could drop an apple on the floor.
No. I mean, you gotta actually give me the.
Second.
Yeah. We gotta walk through.
Oh, don't look at that.
What the heck?
Oh, look at that.
That looks like your homework.
No, it was a HTML code instead of an image.
Are you a hacker?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway. Alright, gravity. Go on. Primary source. You guys need to help Alice. I mean, she's doing the heavy lifting tonight, bro.
Right, so
Seriously, step it up.
here's the periodic table of elements, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the periodic table of elements, this one actually, no, it does. Every element has a weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means compounds, they also have weight. So when you combine the elements together, they have a weight. The gravitational pull in each element... Oh, these are some nice reactions. We got a clown and a little nail care one. That's cool.
But continue. Don't get distracted. I want to hear your answer to this.
So when the compounds also have their own weight, they're pulled down by the gravitational pull of the Earth. So as you go up higher, obviously it's thinner because, the air gets thinner. The gravity is not pulling as hard. So once you keep going up, it can't go up any higher. The end.
The end. Damn. All right. So Ganzo.
Wait, what was the question? How gas stays on the Earth?
Yeah.
The question is, how does gas contain gas?
Yeah.
That's the question. It's a very common question. How does gas contain gas?
Well, gas pressure right. Without a container. That's the question. How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Gravity, bro. It holds everything in.
I know that, but you can't say one word answers and then get away with it, because I got to hold you guys to the same standard I'm holding. Now, without owlishness holding your guys' hands, go ahead and give me the primary source, citation, and demonstration. I'm going to see if you can do better without owlishness. You guys just can't be followers. You can have your own critical thinking to this too.
I'll follow her to the ends of the earth.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have an answer to this?
No, it's just... There's a force pulling everything towards the earth.
Okay.
Therefore, nothing is...
That's basically what you just told me earlier. You drop something and it falls. That's not what she's saying. Okay, she went a little.
That is what I'm saying.
No, that is what she's saying.
That is what I'm saying because the.
Yeah. Did you talk about elements, Ganzo?
It doesn't matter what.
Everything is elements.
Everything is
I
can say elements and atoms and.
All right. So Fauda, let me go to Fauda now.
Compounds.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Do you want to just say exactly what they said verbatim, or do you have something else to explain?
Yeah, bro. Whatever Alice said, bro, word for word, I take it.
Seriously, dude. Nobody. You guys don't share a community brain, man. You have your own critical thinking mind. You could say however you want. This is your own. This is your time to shine.
On a speaker mind. Inshallah, speaker mind.
No, maybe so.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, because bro, you know how as you go up, there's less pressure. That means gravity, because there's less gravity acting on wherever you are, right? So if you're close to the Earth, there's higher pressure, correct? Because there's more gravity, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, that's all there is to say, bro.
I'm only listening to your guys tell me. All right,
that is all there is to say, bro. I don't know.
So there's the idea. There's the idea that gravity is holding everything down.
Yeah.
All right. So remember, the demonstration of gas pressure without a container is due to the fact of gravity, and that was Owlishness's answer. So now we're going to need to see the citation. We got the primary source. What was the primary source to that? Who first discovered this?
See, that's a tough question.
Who first discovered?
Not really.
Newton.
Yeah, Newton.
I don't know. You guys need to tell me.
Yeah,
you guys have
Newton, bro.
Okay, so Newton, bro. Owlishness, what do you say?
Well, yeah, that's who it, bro.
Newton, bro? Okay, so we're going with Newton, bro. Alright, so Newton is a primary source. Now, citation, please. I said this wasn't going to be easy, and I meant it.
No,
So
somebody already
citation.
posted it for
Who
us.
did?
Proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915. Actually, no. Gravity is most
No.
accurately described by the general theory of relativity, proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. That's that one.
I know, but you guys said Newton, bro. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the first to find it, and then Einstein made the theory.
yeah, but what did Newton do? Tell me how he discovered gravity.
An apple found his head, bro.
Oh God, dude! I hope you don't say that. Yes.
All I gotta do is let an apple fall in my head.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah.
Don't.
That's all you have to
No,
do.
no,
If you go to the
Apple,
Apple
dude.
store,
Seriously.
in fact, they'll
Yeah,
throw a lot
that's
in
how
your head.
that's how you found out. Okay.
You went to the Apple store?
He just beat you to it, bro.
Okay.
No, that's not how
At
we
least it
found
wasn't a
out.
coconut. At least it wasn't a coconut.
How did he find out?
I don't know. You guys tell me.
I told
know
you
the answer.
an apple. Okay, move on. Confirmed. Everyone confirmed?
No, it's not
Yep.
confirmed. No. All right,
Yes.
so
Wait,
you're saying
how
apple?
gravity was discovered?
Yes. How was it discovered?
Yeah.
Primary source. So Newton had an apple fall on his head. Okay, now the citation where it says Newton had an apple fall on his head, and that's how he figured out gravity was a force.
I just posted it.
Okay, so Alex just posted it. All right, primary source citation. Now let's go to the demonstration. This is the fun part.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the fun part is how are we gonna get gravity to hold anything? Let's figure this out. Gravity's holding the gas down, the air that you and I are breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so demonstration. How are we going to figure that out? Go ahead. Demonstrate gravity. Demonstrate gravity being a container.
The mere fact that we are alive and I'm speaking to you and we
A
have
mere
not been soaked.
fact. I don't know. It's not a mere fact. Which you that don't ever start. The mere fact that you just got to be alive. That's the way. No, you're not going to get away with that. So how can I control the variable of gravity to then contain the air anywhere? Go ahead.
You go up in elevation.
I'm not containing air. So like if I'm able to contain a gas, right? Just like I can do in any.
Well, the
if I
gas is
put air-
contained in the atmosphere.
Let me give you an example, right? When I have a high pressure next to a low pressure,
Yeah.
what happens to the gas that's inside of a container when I open up the container?
It reaches equilibrium
Why?
because that's just what they do. That's just their nature.
Right. It's a natural law. So you correctly said what would happen. It reaches a state of equilibrium. And so if let's say we can do a little controlled experiment here. If I blow air into a balloon, what happens to the balloon? It expands, right?
Mhm.
And so now I create a high pressure inside of that balloon. Outside of it, however, is a lower pressure.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a container. The container is the balloon. What happens when I open up the nozzle? What happens when I open up the nozzle of that balloon?
That
Air
is-
has
somebody
open
describe-
up gravity, though. I mean, how can we
Yeah.
open up gravity?
Yeah. So listen, guys. What happens when I open up the nozzle of that balloon?
It reaches equilibrium again.
I know, but what happens to the air inside of the balloon?
The air escapes.
Where does it go to?
Atmosphere.
With the other air.
Well, I know that, but I mean, like, in what direction does it go?
However
Which
you-
direction does the air go?
Out, yeah.
Yeah,
The air.
it sounds like a silly question, but like, if I open up the nozzle of that balloon, where does the air rush out to? Up, down, sideways? Where does it go?
Everywhere.
It depends on
It
which
goes
direction.
out.
Please don't answer, guys. If you're not these guys, please don't answer. I don't want any help from them. They have to give us the. Put yourself on mute. Like, please resist the temptation to help them. Like, they have to tell me what direction does the air go.
It
Out.
depends on what direction you have the balloon pointed.
Okay, let's say I have it pointed down. Which direction does the air go?
Up.
What happens if I have it pointed up?
Goes
Goes up.
down.
The air goes down. Okay, so the air only goes down? Is that
No.
the only direction?
No,
No.
'cause
Which?
it depends on what direction you have the balloon. So if
no,
you're
I'm saying
holding
the air coming out.
No. Listen. If you are holding the balloon
Mhm.
by the stem, right? You have it blown up. You're holding the stem of the balloon,
Mhm.
right? If you're holding it with the stem parallel to you and you release it, the balloon is going to go in the direction.
No, not the balloon. No, I'm not talking about the balloon.
The air is the air is yes. The air is pushing against the air, which pushes the balloon parallel to you, parallel to the ground. Okay. So it'll fly off in that direction. Yes, it'll fly off in that direction, parallel to you. The air will be pushed in the opposite direction. You hold the stem of the balloon.
Yes, you're telling me the most obvious thing. I know.
Right. So what you asked me, so I'm telling you the obvious thing you asked.
The air that's leaving the balloon.
Right.
In what direction is it going?
I just answered you. Did you not listen?
Okay, you can just tell me right now. What direction is the air rushing out of the balloon going?
I asked you what direction are you holding the balloon because it matters.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
it really doesn't.
Because the air is under pressure.
You want to know why it doesn't matter? I can tell you.
Sure,
now I will. Trust me, I will. I have done this many times. So the direction isn't like up, down, sideways, or any direction. It goes into any and all directions.
Okay.
Okay, what? That's the answer.
Okay, Miggy.
It wasn't just the direction you're talking about because you have it sideways or up and down. You're trying to insert like a position like where the air is going to rush out into. What I'm saying is that when the air rushes out, it goes everywhere.
Yeah.
In all directions.
However,
that is the correct answer.
Okay.
And you either understand this or you don't.
The correct answer, but
no, it's okay,
sure.
It's okay. Okay, Miggy, can I ask you a question? So
not really, because it's just information.
No, just to clarify what you said.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you're gonna clarify. Go ahead.
So you're talking like you said like the air pressure difference between whatever is outside the Earth would
inside of the balloon and outside of the balloon, or were you using a different?
I'm talking about the Earth because that's what you start with, right?
No, you don't start with the Earth because you're making an assumption of what gravity is and also an assumption of what the Earth is. So we don't start with an assumption.
The reason the air moves out of the balloon is because of air pressure.
Yeah. But why is there air pressure?
Because there's different pressures of air in the atmosphere.
No. We're talking about the balloon example, Gonzo. Don't leave the example.
Because there's a lot of pressure in the balloon and it comes out to low pressure.
But why is there pressure in the first place?
Because you move a lot of air into a confined space.
All right, so now we have air in a confined space.
Mm-hmm.
So air in a confined space is going to be more pressure than air outside of that confined space, right?
Agreed, 100%.
Okay, so when we see entropy happening, entropy meaning that high pressure will move to low, and cold or hot will move to cold.
Mm-hmm.
This is the natural law that happens always.
Yeah.
But here's the issue, right? We're having an issue. The issue is gravity is being a container. When is gravity a container? I'm sounding a bit facetious when I'm saying this, but because of the fact that we're making a statement here that gravity is holding the elements in some place.
Okay, not necessarily. Gravity.
Do you want me to help you out here?
Okay, not necessarily. Only gravity is holding the air in the Earth. Okay, listen. So, in space, is there air pressure in space?
We don't know. We haven't even examined that yet.
But you said it was you told me specifically it was a vacuum. So is there air in space?
That's what they're telling us.
Okay. You told me it was a vacuum. No, you told me it was a vacuum.
No,
so,
this is the main.
No, you told me. No, you told me it was a vacuum.
You're not that thick, are you?
Bro,
you're not.
What? You told me.
I'm telling you that this is the mainstream rhetoric. This is what they're telling you, me, and everybody, Gonzo. I'm not saying I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you this is what they're claiming, Gonzo. Listen when I'm telling you. Okay. The very first thing is that the rhetoric is that it's called the vacuum of space for a reason. And so they're telling us that the medium that the Earth resides in is a vacuum. Yes. I didn't make that up. That is what they're telling us.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so they're telling us it's a vacuum, right? Yes. Is there air pressure in vacuum? No.
They say it's super low.
Low pressure. No, there is no pressure in the vacuum.
Yes, they are.
What?
Yes, they are. Yeah, dude, trust me. You don't know the rhetoric. I've been doing this for years, bro. I know the thing inside and out. You don't realize this, but you're actually coming up against somebody who actually knows all the ins and outs of this. So if you don't know, I'm going to have you go look it up. It doesn't say that there is no gas pressure. It says that it's super, super, super low. It has a number to it, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any gas pressure. It just means it's super low. You didn't know this, and I'm informing you. Go look it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So.
Okay. Wait. Go on. I'll switch it up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I interject something really quick?
Go ahead.
So you know dry ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have dry ice, here I'll post an image.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Dry ice, as you know, will stay along the ground. You can see it pouring out of the bowl along the ground, right?
Yeah, sure.
That is air containing air. That is gas containing gas.
No,
why is it going along the ground?
Okay, so what I would ask you here in this instance, what direction is the gas going in?
Down.
Huh?
Down.
Is it going down only?
Yes. You can tell in the picture that it's going down, and
it's not just going down. It's not just going down.
So you're going to use some sort of
magic trick? No, I'm not.
No, not magic trick. You're taking my speech and you're manipulating it.
No, I'm actually exposing what your ignorance is on the subject.
What is my ignorance on this subject?
When I asked you where is the gas going to?
It is going down and it is moving across the floor, like I said when I mentioned it.
What direction? What direction is it moving?
I just said that it's yes, like Sheepdog Legend said, it is spreading along the floor.
Directions.
Like I said. When
I didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
You said it's going down.
I posted an image that obviously showed it going along the floor, down out of the bowl. I know that. What I said. I said
okay, down out of the bowl.
Okay.
So once it reaches its state of down out of the bowl, do you think it remains there?
On the ground, yeah, you can see it. But
does it remain there?
Does it remain where? On the ground?
On the ground, yeah, on the ground.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, it does not. It does not remain on the ground. It dissipates
Why is it on the ground?
Listen,
Why is it on the ground?
It dissipates back. I'm trying to answer your question, if you're listening. It dissipates into the air. It actually loses its structure, and it actually starts to dissipate within the air that it's in. So it starts to just...
breaks down.
What do you mean, right? Yeah, and so it goes everywhere, into like the air itself. Up, down, sideways.
Your point, right, was that air cannot contain air. Gas cannot contain gas.
Yeah. The air that you and I breathe.
Right. This is an example of gas containing gas.
No, that's not.
Yes,
it's not. It's not containing.
Can you not talk over me?
Go ahead, but it's not gas containing gas.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
How is a gas contained if it's going everywhere?
You would fail physics. If you answered that in a test, you'd fail. Okay? There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Look it up. It's very scientific.
It's very scientific.
Yeah, it is. Like, you gotta have to look.
It's very scientific. The reason why gravity is affecting.
No, not gravity. Not gravity. Not gravity.
Search out. Why does dry ice or why does cold air go down dry ice? Look that up. You'll find the answer.
Why does cold air go down dry ice?
Yeah, search that.
Wow.
Yeah, you'll find the answer.
That was your answer.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Heat rises.
Yeah, but we can't help you here.
It's convection.
Like the reason why we're telling you that's incorrect is because we have already looked into this. I'll
give you another example. So if you were to inhale carbon dioxide into your lungs, instead of exhaling it, if you were to inhale it, you would eventually die. Why would you die?
Okay, we're not answering the question though.
Carbon.
It would replace or displace the oxygen.
Why are we going to this example? We're trying to figure out how gravity...
I'm telling you that carbon dioxide displaces oxygen because it's heavier than it. Right?
Denser.
It's denser.
It's denser. That is the definition of what heavier is. Denser.
It's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
This is why I posted. Why I started off conversation with posting the periodic table of elements demonstrate that each element has its own weight. So when they're compounds, they are more dense, they are heavier. So therefore, sorry, I was reading the chat. So therefore, when it displaces oxygen, that oxygen is containing, in other words, that carbon dioxide, because it is on the ground.
Yeah, so but your example was dry ice, though.
Listen,
right?
Yeah, that's carbon dioxide.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was your example for showing that gravity is containing the gas. So yeah, I know, but what we're showing you also is that gravity isn't containing it because it's going in all directions.
Okay.
Gravity's not holding it back.
Okay. Yeah, once
but
it breaks down.
you either agree or disagree, and if you disagree, then you have to support the disagreement with a way that gas is having a directional of down only.
But I think
that means
what she's talking about, Yuki, I think what she's talking about is how the gases layer themselves by density. Yes. I think that's what she's confusing as like gas
gravity
containing gas.
The layers. The Earth
it's the layers of gases.
Right. So that's what's happening with the Earth.
Right, but it's not, right? This is called equilibrium.
It's not. It's right.
Yeah, it's the same reason why
how is that
rock sinks in the water. It's the same reason why a rock sinks in the water and a piece of wood or an apple floats. It's the density of things. It's seeking equilibrium.
The example that you use, right? An example that you like to put for the equilibrium, is that picture of bromine, right? You like to use that to demonstrate the equilibrium of gas pressure equalizing.
I don't know what you're talking about now. What
I know exactly. Yeah, there's a GIF. I don't know what the meme is, but it's a beaker of bromine that shows the equalization of the two chambers. I think it's
I know what you mean. I think it's like two beakers that are put together. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's bromine.
So you know how two hydrogen is a gas, oxygen is a gas. What happens when two hydrogens meet one oxygen? Remember, gas is mixing all the time and trying to find equilibrium. They run into other gases and mix, and then water forms. So when Mickey says that it goes everywhere, it's getting pushed and influenced by all these other gases and forces that. The wind, you know what I mean? That's what it means. So it goes everywhere, and they're trying to go to where they belong. Like heating shuttle up runs into. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Okay. Yeah, so to further demonstrate gravity having an effect on Earth is to continue to go deeper into the ocean where the pressure increases. So the closer you get to the bottom of the Earth.
We're not breathing ocean water, though. We're talking about the air that you and I breathe.
Right, I'm demonstrating gravity. I'm not demonstrating air.
Gravity needs to be demonstrated by the way air is not floating off into the vacuum of space.
It needs to be. I'm demonstrating.
It's a bad analogy, though.
How is it a bad analogy?
Because we're not breathing ocean water. We're breathing air.
That. I'm not saying we're breathing ocean water. I'm demonstrating.
Well, you're using ocean water. You're using ocean water, and it's not.
You're not listening again.
It's a bad demonstration. It's a bad demonstration.
No, you're just not listening. Listen. I'm trying to show that there is such a thing as gravity.
Yeah, holding the gas. How is it holding the gas?
No, you don't cut me off, because if you continue to go down
in water,
sorry,
you're demonstrating. No. Listen, this demonstrates that when pressure increases.
It's not gas.
Iggy, my man.
It's not gas, Alishness. It's not gas. You have to use it. If you know, then why are you using it as an example?
My dude. You have to listen.
No, I'm not.
Innuendo is going crazy.
You're using water when we're talking about gas.
I understand that. I'm not talking about gas right now.
We need to be talking about gas.
No. Listen, you like to you want demonstratable things.
Of gas.
Want demonstration
of gas.
Gravity.
Of gas. Holding gas.
Okay, I already did
Gravity
that.
Holding gas. No, you didn't.
I did that.
No, you didn't. You're using ocean water. You're using ocean water. You're not using gas.
You obviously don't want to
stick to gas. I obviously want to stick to gas. Obviously.
Okay.
So let's stick to gas.
Okay. Well, you don't want to hear. Okay.
Ocean water? No, I don't, because that's ocean water. It's going to get difficult because you're not using gas, and so gravity influencing gas needs to be what we're talking about.
You're not listening to me.
I am.
When I tell you about pressure being more...
No, it's not pressure. It's gas pressure, my good lady.
What kind of pressure are you
gas pressure.
About? Gas pressure?
Yes, ma'am. Gas pressure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So, as I have already shown...
What have you shown?
I've shown that the dry ice...
Yeah, right? Went everywhere. Yeah.
It went everywhere. However, it is not going up.
Yeah, because it's denser than the air that it surrounds it. But it's that's the point. Also, yeah.
So
the point is
showed
this.
That the density of certain objects, density of certain elements, of certain compounds, are contained within themselves.
No. They have a direction.
And this brings it back to gravity. And this brings it back to gravity, right?
No, it doesn't bring it back to gravity. It brings it back to the assumption that you think gravity is influencing this, and it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an assumption because here's the thing, right? So when 1 second. So what you're saying is the dry ice is going down, right? But we're telling you that it's going in any and all directions, even after some time goes by. So you're thinking that the dry ice will just remain on the floor, and it does not, Owlishness.
Yeah.
So it actually goes everywhere, even up, Owlishness, even up. So gravity does not.
Down, right.
Right. So then gravity loses.
However, that's
the idea.
Everything.
The idea that gravity is holding a vector of down is incorrect in this instance.
Okay.
Okay. So now that you agree. So what else can we have to provide evidence of gravity? Because I've just shown you, even dry ice, it still has a vector of all directions. It doesn't only have a vector of down, which is your claim that gravity is influencing the gas.
Does the sun also affect or influence the gas? I think it would warm up. It might warm up the air, the cold air, and then up it goes, right? Running into stuff again.
Changes the direction.
Does the sun affect the air?
The dry ice. We're sticking to the dry ice for just a moment because that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
What do you mean the sun affecting the dry ice?
Like it would warm up it would warm the
other elements.
No, I mean what I'm saying is the cold air that's on the ground is going to warm up, whether it's by the sun or whatever. The room temperature is going to warm it, and then it's going to rise because warm air rises, cold air. Yep, it's denser, so it's being
additional influences to that. You're adding UV rays,
and that's how we get hurricanes. This is how we get hurricanes.
Gas pressure changes.
Yeah.
Gas pressure, it's a dynamic. So the Earth has a dynamic gas pressure. It's always moving around. It's very dynamic. High and to low pressure is always being swirled around on this Earth. So we have different difference in pressures, differential pressure, I should say. That's a better way to say it. Differential pressure you're going to have on the different weather patterns that we have. So we're always going to have a differential in pressure. It's always continuously in fluctuation. This is always going to be the case. There isn't a vector of down influencing the gases that are containing the gases. That in that instance, you're proven incorrect to say that that's the way the element charts are working. So everything's going to go to its equilibrium and be held down by gravity. That is your idea. But the influence on gravity, on the elements from gravity, doesn't have any effect in the instance of gas. Because when we show you gas is moving in every and all directions, that is true. That's a true statement. You can look it up. We're not making this up to win an argument. This is just a natural law of things. We make our observations. We see gas do what it does. And it doesn't matter if it's CO2 or helium. What is it? Superfluoride helium. It doesn't matter what man-made gas you invoke. It's still going to dissipate.
Superfluoride?
That could be the one.
Hexachlorofluoride.
Hexafluoride. Yeah, that's the one.
Hexachlorofluoride.
But what I'm saying, these are man-made gases. And even if we invoke those, they're still going to be like in a state of more.
My bad. Hexafluoride. Sulfur hexafluoride.
Sulfur hexafluoride. Yeah, that's correct. But they're going to be in a more dense state than the air that you and I are breathing. So therefore, you can put them in a in a fish tank, or things can float on them and whatnot. And you can, it's just you can do different things with them. But the same way that the CO2, right, is going to dissipate, the sulfur hexafluoride will dissipate also. So it doesn't matter. Over time, the idea that gravity is going to continuously layer these things and hold them into a place is incorrect. Because gases move into any and all directions dependent on the ambient air temperature and also the direction in which they are influenced by other gases, like Bong was saying. So we are looking at the natural observation of this. So what your idea of gravity holding gases down would be incorrect. It's an assumption being drawn out by these globalist agenda that are you now trying to repackage and taught to us or told to us in a way that makes sense to you, but it does not suffice or is not sufficient for the answer if gravity is actually containing the gas, because it doesn't do such a thing. It doesn't contain gases. So the demonstration of gravity containing the gas has not been given to anyone.
Okay.
That's just an assertion that you're making.
Okay.
But if it was, then everything would be held down completely. Nothing would go up. It would be a vector of down with everything. And that's just not the case.
Why does the helium balloon go up and an apple goes down, would fall off a tree?
It's an object and medium relationship, owlishness. That's what we have here.
Sorry, are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
You're asking me why. You're asking me why helium goes up and an apple falls down.
Yeah, like if gravity isn't isn't a thing, like we're told, like what would describe, help us understand, like why then? You know what I mean? Like how are we going to replace this? Yeah. What's the cause? What do you think?
Helium is lighter than air. If you look back at the elements, the elemental table, we can see that.
Why isn't gravity holding the balloon down when you drop it? You drop a helium balloon, it goes up every time. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but where's gravity?
Than air.
Yeah, but what happened to gravity?
Still there.
Where?
It's lighter than air.
Doesn't appear to be there.
Okay.
Gravity loses its influence on helium.
Yeah. It does.
Okay then. All right then. So there's not a vector of down. Well, I know that. So do you. But gravity loses its effect on things that seem to be going in opposition to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to just remove gravity and understand the real thing. Like what is taught in school. You know what I mean? Like Archimedes' principle. That we are displacing, right, water, the medium, right, with our mass. Yeah, and heavy things sink down, right, and light things go up because the density differences. You know what I mean? Difference in densities. That's why the cold air from the dry ice went down, because it's super dense, and then as the heat and hot air goes up, right? Because that's the way things have been configured. You know what I mean?
So the law of nature is what he's talking about, owlishness.
You mean configured?
Yeah. The law of nature. I'm stating it again. He's talking about the law of nature. So the things, the way that things find their equilibrium, that's just the way it is with nature. Things are gonna find its rest at its at their equilibrium state. Like whatever gases you're using, within the medium of air, let's say, or whatever control variable you have, but they're gonna find their equilibrium state.
Yeah, well, but what I really wanted to get us to is that there are 4 fundamental forces that are taught in school, right? And gravity is one, the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, that's 3, and then the last one, electromagnetism. So out of these 4, only electromagnetism is what we really work with on this scale. Everything, all the other 3, those are all theoretical. You know what I mean? But strong and weak nuclear force, That's something else. But they're theoretical. So we know that the real force is electromagnetic.
All right, so let me just get to the end of the 3 points. These are our 3 questions, right? We still haven't figured out what's holding the gas pressure. Gravity wasn't sufficient because gases go in all directions. So going into this, the idea or the answer between you, Gonzo, and Fauda was gravity. And so what we're learning right now is that these gases go into any and all directions. They're very dynamic, so they operate within the air that you and I breathe, and so they're going to have a representation of equilibrium due to the fact that they're more dense in the air, and also after some time they dissipate within the air, so they're going to have a direction or a vector of up, not just down, and sideways in all kinds of directions. They're going to go in all directions. So gravity doesn't have the influence as previously thought to contain anything. So gases cannot be contained by the notion that gravity is containing them. So gravity is insufficient to contain the gases of Earth, holding itself within the vacuum of space, according to the mainstream rhetoric. However, that's going to be restated once again as what gravity is. You might have a thought process behind what gravity is, but even the mainstream science communicators don't have that information. When they're asked the question, what is gravity? They respond with, gravity, what it is? I don't know. That is their answer. When your answer is, well, this is gravity, and you have no knowledge on this subject. And it sounds like, because you're holding on to this story, I'm going to go ahead and conclude towards the end, but I have to hear the conclusion from you guys. You concede that you understand the vacuum of space being the medium that the Earth resides in cannot be proven by the way that you say with just gravity, because you can't provide evidence that gravity is holding the gases in the Earth, because there is no such demonstration of gravity containing a gas.
Can I add something too about gravity?
So yeah, but real quick, I just want to hear the concession before we move anywhere, Bong. And then once I wrap it up, I'm gonna just give it to everyone else. Gonzo, Fauda, did you guys fall asleep on this? Or did you give up? One of the two.
Yeah, man, they're dead.
You guys are dead?
No, hello?
Yeah, so
I'm here, my bad.
last point.
What?
The last
Oh yeah.
this is Custard's last stand. So
Okay.
either the globe is gonna be propped up with your guys' understanding that gravity's holding everything down, or the gases that we understand can go into any and all directions. That gravity has no influence on them. The idea of it, anyways. If you want to continue, we can. We'll keep going.
I would like to have an open discussion.
Let's go.
There is no, yeah, but we're waiting for the concession right now. If there's no concession, then we'll continue to move forward. Gonzo, Fauda, and Alishness. What
Roger.
say you?
But I agree, bro. Gravity doesn't exist.
I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. What I'm telling you is that the information given to you about what gravity is, the theory of it, anyways.
How's it going?
Hanging in there.
Soul inside the machine.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you, man.
You wanted to chat a bit?
Yeah, I wanted to just interject something, but I didn't want to be rude. And you guys have. She has some very good points, and so do you guys. And yeah, I'm just listening in and being patient. So I didn't want to be rude. So.
Well,
yeah, you guys are awesome, though. It's a good debate.
Yeah, a lot of times we play the bot when there's some dead air and nobody's really talking. We put that on so that it keeps the stream going. We can play it again if you'd like to finish hearing it, though.
It's interesting to hear. Yeah.
Yeah. All I did was pause it so we can continue.
But yeah, you continue on. Yeah, I'll mute myself here. I'll do a hard mute.
And I'll check how long's left on it, too.
Cool.
Yeah, this actually has about an hour left, to be honest. So if you want to chat, we can chat, or I can just go back to playing it for the next hour.
Yeah, we can
put it on to fill up dead air.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, if it's okay, if we don't want to record what I have to say, it's all right. But yeah, I've just gathered up some information from another server, and it's pretty mind-boggling and mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I could probably DM it to you. It's pretty. Mars, but we were borrowing something from a dead planet called our moon, and it's really shocking that we're living here, but yet sharing. But yeah, I'd rather DM it, because it's a lot to take in at one time. That makes sense.
What are you saying, that the planet Earth is being fed by another dead planet or something?
Yes, the planet Earth is being fed by a dead moon, a dead core, and it's a dead core that's at a tidal position. And what's going on is our what we know as Earth, its core is slowing down. And what's happening is, it's just like shaking me to the core, dude. Talking about this is really got my heart rate. Because I wonder how much time we have left. Yeah, I don't want to say too much, because a lot of it could be, debunked, or a lot of it can come back and bite me in the ass if I say too much.
Not really, but the thing is that you gotta take the fear factor out of the equation if you want to talk about a topic.
I'm sorry, man.
I mean, and the thing is, in this server we speak about measurements and what is questions, and when you talk about, hey, the planet is doing this and doing that, you may be talking about the lights in the sky as planets, but if you're referring to the ground as being a planet, then you might be having some erroneous conclusions based on false information,
pretense,
and logic based on that.
Yeah, false pretense, and like what I'm trying to do is trying to visualize this as each planet dies off or flattens out or kind of goes to the next realm that we're transitioning.
The thing is that when we observe what we call the planets from the ground that we're standing on, you see a cyclical movement of those luminaries, like clockwork. Right. So they have a cyclical way of operating in the sky above. How that is, we don't know, because we haven't been up there. We can just leave the system and check that's clockwork, how exactly it works, but we can see that those luminaries operate with the cycles of the sky, the cycles of the we have cycles on the ground, because the summer, winter, fall, all that kind of stuff, right?
We're on a flat, like we could be on a flat sun style, and it just pancaking outward or pancaking inward. But
well, when you do measurements in the ground that we're standing, we can see the luminaries doing things. But then when we start thinking about the level that we operate at, the ground that we're standing on, and how we operate and do things and accomplish what we have to do, like, I don't know, building a structure or navigating, that planet that you might be having in the background, that image, that when you think about the ground that you're standing on in your mind as a whole, you start thinking about you picture a cartoon spinning globe. That is where your logic is being taken over, away from your immediate experience, what you can sense, observe, experience, demonstrate. Okay?
Right.
And then the fear kicks in, because it's something that you don't know, you never experienced, but some people are telling you things that you don't know about, and it sounds scary, and you're taking the fear bait, and that's triggering your emotions, and kind of feels good sometimes to be triggered like that.
Yeah, it does. It can, but at the same time, it's frightening.
Well, let me tell you something. What is your immediate experience like? Let's go to our senses. Like, do you feel the ground that you're standing on? Do you feel that ground is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour?
I feel it shaking. I feel it. I feel it
right now
converging. I feel it converging, like convergence.
Yes, you can feel a vibration now. I will say that there is frequency around us. There is a tonality of even, let's say, the earth, the ground, the sky. There is a tone of things. But when you have a frequency, let's say you have an audio device like a speaker, you could put tones you could make tones with the speaker, and that will have a resonance, a vibration, right? But that doesn't mean it's in motion.
Right.
The device itself, right? Is it in motion?
That's hard to tell. If it's in motion, then it would resonate inward or outward. It would pull back, or it would push you. It's like gravity is a push and pull effect. So it just depends on if you're talking about a speaker cone.
Yeah, you can have that. You can have that system doing that in and out of the system. You can have that flow into the system, right? You have the speaker. There's you producing a resonance or a sound by utilizing electricity and amplifying it with certain materials and devices, right?
You can.
And you have a flow in and out of the system. But what I'm saying, just like your vestibular system, your sensory system inside your ear, and the water inside of the liquid in your ear, right? It's there to tell you that if the ground starts moving, you're gonna feel it. But if it's not moving in motion, you know it's not. Because when it starts moving, you will know.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and it's liberating at the same time. It's really, are we stuck here? And that's if we're stuck here, then it feels more like a prison.
Well,
if that makes
sense. You know what?
Sorry.
I get that.
In the bigger scale, you might feel that way, but think about how big this system might be. That how much do you need to traverse to find out that really go to the wall and touch it? Oh my God, I cannot pass this wall. But you could go so many far places that you wouldn't even ever worry or need to worry about, hey, there's a wall if I walk for the rest of my life and I find it somewhere.
Right. I've traveled quite a distance, a long distance myself, and to feel that there's a set of lag, a set of latency from point to point, that that, you know, I've went from Australia to LAX to the center of the United States, and then traveled to Europe and Greenland, Iceland, and around Europe. And to know it's a very tiring procedure. It's, you know, I just don't want this like recorded, but this is just my observation that it's a long, exhausting travel, and yet I've not seen the edge. You know, I've been around the world or within the atmosphere of this world, and
and that's amazing, right? I travel myself many places, right? And the thing is that you see how you took your experience of reality and things that you can practically do, and I've done myself, and many people in here have done just like you did. You in the background, you have this edge idea. There, I haven't seen the edge. But remember, this edge stuff was implanted into your mind to try to make out how it actually means, right? But correct. You never seen it, you never experienced it. Nobody has a recording of it, so it's probably just another implanted programming thought that is inside of your mind, making you think away from your actual experience and things you can demonstrate and the things that you actually are dependent on. Like
that's the beautiful thing.
Exactly.
That's the beautiful thing about it.
Your senses, right? And all that stuff that you have utilized to accomplish everything you have done, and everybody does the same thing of you doing in the real East level. You don't need the edge. The edge. Oh, where is the edge? You don't have to be thinking, where is the edge of the sea? It's at the beach, right? I mean, you start walking on the ground. Where's the edge? You walk to the beach, and that's the edge from the ground to the water. And then you get on a boat, and you reach another edge. What is that edge? Another beach. And then you do the same thing. I mean, what is the edge?
Yeah,
a lot of these people with the edge thing. Well, bro, they tend to try and shove the Pizza Planet disc into their heliocentric cosmology, so they need an edge to that thing, because instead, they don't see it for what it is. This is the foundation of the universe. This is the ground. You're standing on the ground. The edge would be the edge of the universe, however far away that is. You might die of old age before you get there. I don't know. I've been there. But that's what it would be.
I fully support that theory. It's a scary thing because, for one, how do we traverse from one end to the other, or around, or through and through? But is it a mirroring, a cupping, a convectional? Is it concave?
East to west is relative to north, right?
Right.
If you're facing north, no matter if north is in the center of a circle, then your east and west is just you sidestepping around that circle. And south is everything behind you.
Right. Have you guys ever noticed the compass flipping around?
If certain things in the environment can affect them, especially if you get like a magnet near it or you're near certain environmental factors, can make it kind of bug out a little bit. Magnetism. But overall, it has a tend to.
Yeah.
So check this out. I know somebody that was in Vietnam, and they would try, like, because they're in the jungle basically, and it rains all the time. They have to navigate by compass.
Yeah.
And he said they'd get lost constantly because the compass would be wrong. Like whoever was like navigating, they'd whip out their compass and like it would be pointed the wrong way. Then everybody else would whip out their compass, and other compasses would be pointed in different directions. And we're talking like in the jungle. There ain't no magnetic anything.
There's it's just all bare and rain and it's trees, and it's not even trees. It's like just straight jungle. Yeah. And
he told me he stepped on ground that no human being has ever stepped on before. You know what I mean? The jungle's so thick, like you're just in the middle of like nowhere. Like you're standing on stuff that no one's ever been there.
Right. and you're seeing living things that you don't see everywhere else.
Yeah, he told me you can only see like about, I don't know, 25 yards tops. Like, you know, it's thick, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He also told me they would run across like monuments and stuff, like little like stone statues and like altars and just like weird shit randomly.
Yeah. Like, those H altars they'd run across. Yeah. Those H altars are something to do with kami, meaning when your dead ancestors or when your dead parents die, that they look like upside down samurai swords or right side up cupping. Those are supposed to be shrines or altars to your dead ancestors that are supposed to come down and guide you. And they're the most sacred, supreme beings. But yet,
they got like, there's also like
Harry.
Yeah, there's also like indigenous Vietnamese that are, they're called the Hmong.
Yeah, the Mongols, yeah.
So they're like a little bit different. They're like mountain people, and they kind of, I mean, they participate. They didn't formally participate in the war because they weren't really on the side.
Yep.
But they were prosecuted, kind of persecuted as a minority anyway. So
yeah, they were.
So they kind of
I have indigenous
the mountains and hid from everybody.
Yeah, I have indigenous in that side of the in that side of the world, and it's pretty weird when you look at it all. So
one thing he told me though was that he was a radio operator, right? He actually had like cryptographic clearance, like back when it actually meant something.
Yeah,
I don't know if like most people don't realize this or even remember this. Cryptography used to be like illegal in the United States.
No, it was, yeah. Still,
if you got caught with cryptographic material, see you the fuck later. You're going to prison.
Pretty much, yeah. And I had cryptographic clearance, but it's more along the lines of whatever the machine can do, and that I don't want to go to prison talking about it. You know?
Yeah. But, like, I mean, they had to like because this is during Vietnam, so like they would have to like to change the cryptography. You'd have to like rewire the machine, and like they had like they had like what the hell?
I was just gonna say, so the
thermite grenade, so that like in case that they were overrun, they have to melt the machine basically. So what he told me though was
cryptographic when you change the cipherings, you basically have to gauss and go on from there. But I heard through the grapevine that when you go through these processes that everybody has to change over to a root ciphering and everybody has to be synchronized, and those systems that are not synchronized basically get kicked off or they have to be eliminated until the next ciphering order starts. This is all kind of classified stuff still is, but
yeah, he said most of the stuff he read anyway was just bullshit. It was like fucking some colonel talking to his wife or something. Be just
pretty much, and a lot of it's changeover of DEF CON, because I've cracked DEF CON channels, and they're pretty easy. You just realize that you should have just read the memorandum as soon as it kicked over. You know. So,
well, the important part
that I bring it up is that please don't record me because I'll end up. Yeah, shoot.
Yeah, well, I mean, he told me one time he talked to his mother, and this is in Boston, from Vietnam over what's called the Mars Auxiliary Radio, the military auxiliary radio system, and he told me that there was a 9-second delay both ways. Right, so like you talk, and then 9 seconds later they hear it, and then they reply, and then 9 seconds later you hear what they said. So this is like 1967 he was there. So when you think about that, then you think about how they talk to each other, like to the moon, right?
Yeah, the medical channels, the medical transcript channels. It's basically like IRC.
Yeah.
And I was talking to some guys in ARPA and DARPA that were technicians in nuclear facilities that, if I can just say this out loud, that please nobody record this at all, because
too late. It's already this is live streams. Then we live stream on YouTube. So
okay. So with that, I yield back, and I really don't. I look at it this way. The CIA, the Charlie Indigo asshole got me by the big straps.
Anyway, so two things.
Yeah.
One thing is that when they talk, if you listen to the phone call of like Neil Armstrong talking to Nixon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, there's like no delay. There's literally no delay talking to him, which is, not possible, because the way they said they did it was, there's an antenna in Australia called Goldstone, and it came down to that antenna, and then, it's a big parabolic dish, and then it went across the Pacific Ocean, then across the United States, provided by AT&T, because AT&T recorded it too. If you go on the AT&T archive, they have it. So, and then, but there's no, so you got to think this system is basically the equivalent distance of the Mars radio system plus the distance to the moon, right? So two-way. And they have less delay than, than Vietnam to Boston, which to me, that to me was like, because he told me that, like, he doesn't, like, I've never even talked about, like, flat Earth or anything. He just told me this story. Like, I called my mother home, and it was like a freaking 18-second delay, like, because I guess they got to make, like, a couple-minute phone call once every, like, 6 months or something.
Right.
So I'm like, man, that doesn't make any sense, because, the Richard Nixon phone call, which is like a dead giveaway that happened. Call it on a phone line. But
the
other thing is like I've had globe earthers. I had one in a YouTube chat. So there's this thing about thrust in a vacuum, right? So according to Newton's laws of physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if we propel particles out the back of a rocket, even in a vacuum, it'll propel forward. Great, fine, okay, that's the claim. So going on like 4 or 5 years, like it was a challenge, a mod here put out to like Globers a long time ago, 5 years ago. Demonstrate thrust in a vacuum. Just demonstrate it. Thrust in a vacuum.
Reminds me of a vacuum tube, like a rectifier tube.
Yeah, thrust, like thrust, like demonstrate thrust, like with a rocket. They have some videos on YouTube, but it always ends up, they end up pressurizing the chamber. So with the rocket exhaust, so that doesn't work. So this guy on YouTube comment said, "Oh, I've seen it. I got all the data." I said, "Okay, show it to me. Give it to me." "Oh, I can't show that because it would be a violation of the International Trafficking of Arms Act."
Yeah, it could be labeled as that, like nuclear arms.
Yeah, like thrust in a vacuum needs to be classified. Come on, man.
I could see if it's atomic weapons if it's a if it's something to do with a neutron.
And then there's the other thing.
I'm just things up.
Well, there's this other thing that they're not allowed to show. Have you ever noticed that no bait rocket launch videos show any video past the first stage?
Right.
You're not allowed to show second stage video. Right. You only ever see up to the first stage of the rocket. You can it's against federal law to show the second stage.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's because when the Department of Commerce started letting private rocket launches, that is one of the regulations, is that they can't, and all the video that they have has to be watched or I can't remember how
control.
Yeah, control.
Yes.
So it goes through some governmental freaking pipeline first before it goes off to anywhere. So basically, they can pull the plug, edit the video, say no, you can't show this.
Oh, good, yeah. Especially the ISS, they pulled the plug on a lot of that stuff, and they pulled the plug on a lot of things that even channel feeds. Yeah.
So the only rationalization for that is what are you going to use it for? Targeting information? Right. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that would even be semi-plausible.
Right.
I mean, even that's a stretch, right? Because according to them, the other guys have satellites anyway. So, why would it? Why would it matter? Right? They're already in space, according to you guys. So,
yeah, if you have access to SATCOM, you just know to keep your dick in your pants, and you don't show the world your goods. And
so, are you
just happy hunting and happy trolling. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Collins Radio?
I'm familiar with a lot of different radio.
Okay, so Collins Radio,
so to speak,
provided
Collins Radio, yes.
Yeah, yes. Collins Radio provided military radio equipment for the U.S. military for decades, and they were able to talk basically across the world.
It's cool, isn't it? It's
but no satellites. There's no satellites going on.
It's like shortwave bounce, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, skywave bounce. Yeah, shortwave. Shortwave bounce. I grew up listening to shortwave radio. I remember fucking listening to fucking Russian during the Soviet era back in 1981 or 82 era. So yeah, that was shortwave used to be a thing, but. The thing is, that's only supposed to bounce a couple hundred miles during the day.
Yeah, with the repeater whip.
Yeah.
And I knew a couple of guys that did this.
That, according to them, has the far bounce. It's the nighttime.
Mm-hmm. It does because of the less. What's the deal with the impedance of the sunlight and the radioactive or the electromagnetic spectrum?
Well, it would be
supposed to dampen or swell. Yeah.
Well, I mean, their thing is that there's multiple layers of ionosphere, and during the nighttime, which is that during the nighttime, the layers of the ionosphere go up. Basically, they get further away from the surface. Therefore, you can bounce farther. I mean, I don't know what that would look like from so-called outer space. Right, so because you'd have one half of the planet, what would it be, an egg-shaped ionosphere? That would make no sense. Right. Some of the ionosphere sticking out higher than the other part. That makes no sense. But anyway, it was shown back in 1918 that well, let's put it this way: they were doing radio transmissions back in the early 1900s. That were too far for the globe. Okay, so Marconi. So there was a guy in Australia. He was a radio amateur operator. He started picking up signals out of Berlin because this is during World War I. So he's picking up radio traffic out of Berlin in Australia. So they were like, "What the hell's going on here?" Right? So because that's supposed to be happening. We're 10,000 miles away. We're antipode from freaking Germany. So So they set up a radio system and they communicated UK to Australia in 1918. This is pre-ionosphere theory or hypothesis or whatever you want to call it. So the ionosphere hypothesis is basically like an ad hoc hypothesis added on to the fact we can communicate too far than is predicted.
Right.
And they have to use weird concepts like negative refraction, right? That there's the ionosphere is supposed to be a plasma layer, and that there's some negative refraction thing. But like, what's the evidence for any of this?
Well, I think what it is the ad hoc theory is anything within its proximity. Am I correct? Where you take any machine or local device and you put it together, and it's a form of recovery for any system that's. This is kind of babbling on.
No, ad hoc is like
me.
It's like, okay, like you have a prediction, and then like you have a theory or a hypothesis, right? And you make a prediction, and then you get a result that does not match your hypothesis, and then you change or add on some other part, right? To stop it from being falsified.
Right.
So
that way,
like
that way you correct it before it.
Yeah, so like refraction is like an ad hoc theory. So you can take any model of terrestrial refraction and do the calculations and do observations, and no model matches observation. But if you make any observation of, I see too far, then the globe predicts, they'll say that was caused by refraction after the fact, as opposed to
it's just kind of like damage control.
Yeah. So dark matter, dark energy, these are all ad hoc theories. These are ad hoc theories to stop
I see what you mean. Like satellite theories that slowly correct themselves, but don't fully explain themselves. Sort of like how I'm here and how we're here, and people are like laughing at us behind closed doors, and they just don't want to say too much. And that's where I can get myself into deep shit. Just sitting here bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting,
in light of the fact,
just going on.
Just in light of the fact that we know that we can communicate 10,000 miles without a satellite, why would you ever develop satellites in the first place? There's no point.
Exactly. For them to crash land or to fall out of
there's
orbit.
The expense, right? And then, like, I mean, there's a little history here. So, like, supposedly the first thing they orbited was a Mylar balloon. It was called Project Echo. So they sent it up as a giant, like, inflatable balloon, but it's Mylar, right? So their idea was to reflect signals off of this, orbiting balloon that's in outer space, and do radio communication this way. Then there was another one they set up, and like the funny thing about this is that, like, if you actually look like how these got funded, like the characters are involved. In case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of space stuff in Texas. Yeah, like who's from Texas during that era? Who was from Texas? Think about it.
There's quite a few.
Well, I mean, as like a politician that would help get that shit funded.
Oh, God. Texas politician. I'm trying to think of trivia now.
Lyndon Baines Johnson. I'm dead serious. He was on the committees. He was on the committees to get all these projects funded. He was like the committee chairman. But this is before Kennedy was like elected and shit. Before he was the vice president, he was getting all this stuff like funded and stuff, and then Kennedy did his thing, and then like he kept it going, and like all that stuff is going, all that like government largesse is all going to Texas to fund this stuff, and they're supposed to be making like communication satellites, and this was that was their sell back then. We'll be able to have better communications across the world if we put this satellite in orbit and
fiber optics as well. The fiber optic scheme, where they buried a lot of things before the Vietnam War and post-Vietnam War, and we're tapping into it now, and it's new old technology, and we're sucking it up like it's hotcakes. But they've had this tech since the 60s and the 50s.
Oh,
but you want to know,
without a doubt,
you want to know where it comes from. Yeah. And then people start chirping about Roswell and crashes. It's like, well, do I really believe in all that? Because then you believe in reincarnation.
Well, I mean, like a lot of people don't realize that we're still using technologies that were invented or discovered, if you will, in the late 1800s.
Yeah.
We've just what we got better at was material science and chemistry and manufacturing processes. So now we can miniaturize the same old shit, but it's just the same old stuff, man. I mean, Tesla invented wireless communication like in 1883, right? So, but we have a cell phone, and people are like, "Oh my god, my iPhone, dude, that is like 150-year-old technology."
It really is. It's so old, but yet everybody's using it, and they think it's new.
Yeah, they think it's some high-tech craziness.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the NSA has all the cryptographic codes to get into it. If you've ever seen, D-band, if you've ever seen how you're able to see a hard drive or an SSD from an NSA level, and it can be scrambled. It's just a user device. And it looks like a MAC address, depending on how you want to translate it.
Well,
I'm just spitting out shit. So
listen, I remember, back in, I think it was like 2005, some Canadian guy, he bought a laptop, and he wanted to upgrade it with so it was a brand new laptop, straight from the factory. He wanted to throw more memory in it, so he opens it up, and there was a connection straight from his network card into a little teeny circuit board that was wired right into his keyboard. It was a bypass, dude. He took pictures of it. It was unbelievable. What the hell is that? You're typing right into the network. What the fuck is going on with this thing?
Yeah, it's crazy.
All the all the cryptography is it's broken before it's released.
Right. In military spec terms, it's never fully functional. It needs upgraded, needs beat around, and it's never to its fullest potential. And by the time you figure it out, it's broken, and then you have to fix it.
Does this add up to the Raytheon news that I posted that the engineer running
tell him about that. Yeah, Chemsy, tell him about that. That was pretty interesting.
Well, probably not the best explaining it, but this engineer was running he was in charge of other 31 engineers, and they were the ground soft. They were running the ground system for the satellites in space. But then he was saying that the software and the software wasn't adding up to the hardware. So So he was saying that he wanted to tell the company, Raytheon, and the government that, people are using this. We got the soldiers, and we need locations correctly, and we need but the software that they were using had nothing to do with it wasn't working with the satellite in space or whatever. So he pointed this out, and he was demoted, ignored, and then we had to sue them. And in the court, what they were worried about, it was about the money. He's asking for too much money, and the project was $1 billion over budget. India pointed that out.
Yeah, so $1 million over budget, man. So who knows what the original budget was, right? If it's $1 billion over, and it was something it had something to do with GPS. It didn't go into the details, but they asked him to falsify records to make it look like it worked.
Yeah.
Makes complete sense.
Just ignore it. Just sit down, do your job. Don't worry that the satellite's software doesn't add up to the hardware, doesn't add up to the software. Don't worry about that. Just take your paycheck. He was like, no, lives are dependent on this. We have our soldiers. They need information and correct location and all this stuff. I said, no, don't worry about it. You're gonna keep bothering us. You're gonna get demoted. He got demoted.
Well, these types of discussions I really enjoy because I feel like you guys are really to your full potential, and with all BS aside, it's really fucking stimulating to feel, that you guys understand this, and this really, really just changes how I feel about humanity, and the fact that you guys just chime right in. And I fucking love that about this group. Even though I'm scared to death of being recorded, I still love the shit out of this group. And every one of you are the most interesting. It's like the movie Nobody, when you're sitting in the basement and the vinyl's about to burn. And you're talking to a guy on shortwave radio. And he's got all the dead guys in the basement from the Russian mob, and he's, you ever seen that movie?
Yeah,
it brings tears to your eyes. He's the guy from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's at sleep deprivation. Yeah, it really makes me think about all you guys, and if this was the end of days, that I'd be able to speak with you guys and go kick ass on one last hurrah. And we'd all meet up at a rendezvous point and to spray ammo.
So they have
contract
procurement officers, right? So there's people that oversee the execution of a contract in the DoD.
Correct. He was an auditor.
No, not him. I mean, just generally, right? So I'm thinking about this Raytheon thing. Like they had to execute a contract. That means there was probably some DoD guy overseeing that particular contract on whether it's fulfilled.
Right.
Think those guys could be on the take, man, or taking bribes, or?
Oh yeah, they're taking bribes, and a lot of them are lost in the shuffle. But for the most part, yeah, these guys are taking bribes for Hollywood hit movies.
I mean, Jesus Christ, because you got to think the bribe potential there is so enormous, right? If you have $1 billion contracts, we're just throw this guy $100 million. That's nothing. It's literally nothing
compared to our investments. Yeah, our investment nest egg is nothing compared to like these guys. These guys.
The thing is, you can bribe him, you can bribe his superior, you can bribe the superior. Like, you just pay a little more to each guy. Like
exactly. And it trickles up or trickles down or falls up the steps or falls down the steps, depending on, who's in power.
And if they get wise, you just smash a plane into that part of the Pentagon and just move on.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it is. And I met the lady that was putting the insulation in that side of the Pentagon after it was smashed out. She was working at a supermarket, very short lady, and she told me everything about it while I was checking my groceries out. And her pay grade was so ridiculously high, putting in this fireproof insulation that it was already ex post facto, if you want to call it that. It's pretty much like damage control, and she didn't realize how much her clearance level was. And here she's waiting on me and my father in line, and I was so shocked that she wasn't getting like tapped on the shoulder by a manager telling her to shut her mouth, or that her employment was about to end. And I'm like, wow, this is pretty crazy. This is a small world, and just
yeah, but
encourage
the average blue pill would just write her off as a nutter, right?
It's just wild. Yeah, right. Pretty much. But then you take it for a grain of salt, and it's breathtaking, dude. It's like, holy shit!
Smash the alleged plane. So I'll just call it an alleged plane.
Yeah.
So
we'll go to that.
Yeah, I'll just say that, the alleged plane.
It's sad how many people
that folded itself in half and frickin' just went into a tiny little hole.
Little hole, yeah, like a little crab at the bottom of the ocean, sucking into a pipe. Yeah, But what happens is that
I don't know how they got like fucking 20 tons of luggage, 250 seats, and like you got to think just like the pile of junk that an airplane would be. Like how did you get that all in that hole?
Imagine what was planted in that luggage.
Like you could just rent a fucking little teeny U-Haul and move a whole house. Like if you're that good.
Oh yeah. Especially with all those suitcases full of whatever it was, and they hit the building or whatever, and they just melt in with the P3 and.
Oh, they got to Ring 5 or something, according to like the official story. Like just total horseshit. But what I'm bringing up is that part of the Pentagon, was just like refurbed, right? It was made to be like bomb-proof, supposedly at that time.
That's the project it was on.
Construction trailer in front of it and a bunch of other junk, right, to kind of like muddy the make the crime scene
muddy the waters, make it look all busy, like with the G-men, and as soon as the plane crashes with the rare rotary hub, it
the
you see that it
of like
falls
random
right in,
like people carrying like pieces of aluminum off the lawn. Have you like seen some of them? They're just so funny. They're just like comical. Like who's gonna let's not try to save the people. Let me grab this piece of aluminum off this big freaking green grass.
Thermite material just blew out, and I didn't know there was aluminum pipes in this. Well, yeah, there is now. It's blown everywhere, and it's God. It's terrible to say this because so many people, got injured, and it just blows my mind how many people lost their jobs that day, or how many people. It's horrible. It's just horrible to see. All the trillions of dollars that went the day before. This is like money we'll never ever be able to get back.
I mean, like when you realize, but they just print the money anyway, so it's just it's just like a tax basically on every human being in the world.
Which is insurance policy on everybody, and
because you got to think the U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency. Well, it was
back then. Yeah.
So like them printing dollars, it doesn't just affect the United States; it affects like the whole world. So it's like a tax on everybody. But it got to the point where, like, I don't even know. It's like even the whole world couldn't sustain our rate of money printing.
Right now,
it's like we spread the inflation across the whole world. That's a hit.
Let's just spread the wealth.
They still couldn't maintain a cap on inflation. Still. With like a couple billion users. Now imagine they were like, we're not going to recognize any offshore dollars. Only the people in the United States. Our inflation, like the prices of everything would go so freaking high. Like $100 for freaking a Snickers bar.
Well, in Argentina, they have like 110% inflation. Like nationally, that's what they're saying, because and now they're gonna start using other currencies because they can't be using the dollar. The inflation is too much.
Right.
Look, the world currency anyway is just a bad idea. I think just generally, regardless of who has it, it's a bad idea.
It really is.
I'm for national currencies. I'm for local currencies. The more local, the better.
Yeah. I think if it's centralized, it could get more or less. How do I say this? The decentralized banking, it was only good for so long until servers started getting hit overseas, and then now we have a centralized system that's kind of covertly becoming decentralized.
Well, what you need is bridges where that there is not a toll man in each bridge to do
a troll under the bridge. It's true.
You need bridges. You need the money to flow and allow people to do business without this toll man in the middle. Say, hey, you gotta pay me to do business.
Right. That's correct.
Well, I mean, I remember back in the 90s, they were like, they should put stickers on everything that says middle managed in the United States.
Yeah.
Instead of made in the USA, it says middle managed.
Middle management. Oh fuck. That's terrible. That's
because all the products are coming from overseas, right? And then now it's not even at that level, right? In the 90s and the early 2000s, come from overseas, and we'd assemble it here, right? We didn't manufacture; we just assembled it in the United States. Now we're not even assembling it anymore. We're
laughing it off.
Now we're putting it in the bag. That's what we're doing.
Put the Kremisem in the bag, and that's the end of it.
We're like the price taggers at the grocery store. We're just putting a sticker on it.
Right. And that's the fucked up thing about it. Oh boy.
I don't know.
So I have that in where I just I don't want to say too much. I was going to
bring up the deindustrialization of America.
Oh yeah.
So I think the Russia-Ukraine conflict is showing that
it's bad.
Deindustrialization has consequences.
Yeah.
So what are we going to order our shells, our 155 millimeter shells from fucking China over at fucking Amazon?
Exactly. Our 155 howitzer, our what is that? The Raspberry Pi that guides the anti-tank munitions.
Yeah.
And where are we going to get all that now? And we're just giving it all away to another country that dyingly wants our help, but at the same time doesn't want our boots on the ground, which doesn't make sense. And here we are, billions of dollars later, they still don't love us.
Ukraine is full of grifters, dude.
It is. It really is.
To me, basically, you know how they were basically using Afghanistan as basically a money laundering operation? Mm-hmm. This is like the money laundering operation on steroids, man.
It really is. And these guys are fucking huge. They're like
Afghanistan was a test run.
Mm-hmm. Now we're in a whole new shade of war, and it's like the Fifth Reich, Sixth Reich, and we have to embrace it, even though if it's a complete opposite end of the spectrum from west to east, Ukraine. I'm really scared.
I don't think this has.
They don't know any better of who they're. Okay.
I just think Western Europe wants Ukraine.
I believe so too.
I don't think it has anything to do with Russia or anything. I think the purpose is to kill the Ukrainians. That's it. And because when it's all the men are dead, right? So it's well known that Ukrainian women are incredibly beautiful, and if they have no men to marry, there'll be a lot of available Ukrainian women.
It's a lot of available
farmland and a lot of available because they do have resources. They're they were the largest energy provider in Europe. They had a pipeline that came out of Russia.
Right. Now it's all gone, but I really feel bad for.
It's gone for now.
Yeah.
But when they rebuild, right? So you got to think, okay, it's going to end eventually. Okay, then what?
Right.
Then what's going to happen? Okay, so what do you have left? Well, we still got the farmland. We still have we still have our nuclear power plants, and we still have a bunch of women. Right? We have to rebuild the country, right? So now we have to import a bunch of foreigners because you can't rebuild the country with a bunch of women. You have to rebuild it with men. So we'll have to import men.
Exactly. And then it's human traffic with Joe Biden Sr. And it's a swap. It's a meat swap. And nobody wants to admit that. But
I mean, there's a dark underbelly to that stuff. There's a dark underbelly. Kiev.
It's a good YouTuber. Yeah.
People visit Kiev because it's a degenerate place.
Oh, it is.
It's like sexual degeneracy, really perversion, freaking.
Oh, God. Yeah. It's fucked up.
Yeah, that's the claim to fame. This is all of dude.
We should honestly run a podcast together, and we'd be a successful hit.
Oh, I'm sure.
Honestly, I think all of us together. You guys have lights, camera, action, and I think we could make a really good fucking pod hit. And nobody sees their face. And
that's
I love you guys, man.
The war, man. It's like what's going to happen afterwards, man? Because like all the men, like if you look at the numbers now, it's somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 dead. They were down to 11 million people because most of the people freaking fled because the country was so corrupt. And then people fled because of the war. And now you're down to like a handful of people. And now those guys that are left, right, the plumbers, the electricians, all the people that like do stuff, they're all dead.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you have? You have a country of farmland loaded with women.
Yeah. And what good is what good is a nation if there are no there's no infrastructure, and what good is a nation?
Well, it has to be rebuilt. That's where the money is. The money's in the rebuilding, man.
Oh, you're so right on this.
And now you have a change of administration. You have people holding the keys because property we have to develop, and then you get contracts, and eventually you get a modernized version of what you had before.
And Ukraine's in hock, dude. They're not being given this stuff. This stuff is being lent, dude. This is just being financed. They're like so far in debt it ain't even funny.
Yeah, they are.
They got IMF loans, World Bank loans. They got the freaking, the credit freaking from the United States through the what do they call it? The fucking Lend-Lease program. Yeah, it's Lend-Lease. It isn't like just gave it to you, right? When they say, we just gave $150 billion to Ukraine. No, you lent $150 billion to Ukraine. Now now Ukraine is so far in hock, dude. You can dictate the terms.
Bingo.
Right? But you have to assume.
You don't know what Lend-Lease out is. Like you and me both know what this is, and you might want to clarify it to Jim's. That the Lend-Lease Out program was established, and that nobody can afford it, but yet we're using it on a daily basis to keep our money tree growing, but nobody can really afford the checks and balances of it, and it's scary.
Well, I'm waiting when is the Ukrainian local currency going to get displaced? Like when that's the one thing they did in Afghanistan and Iraq is they flooded it with dollar bills.
Right.
When is Ukraine going to get the flood of freaking printed dollar bills? I'm waiting because that's the sign for me. When the C4 with the freaking pallet of $100 million freaking lands in the airport.
Oh God.
That's when I know it's a wrap, right?
Yeah, who's that guy that robbed the bank and? He didn't just rob a bank. He jumped out of an airplane with a bunch of money.
Oh, D.B. Cooper.
D.B. Cooper. This is what it's starting to remind me of.
His bones are hanging in a tree 75 feet off the ground somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got his double donger hanging out of his suitcase with a dollar bill wrapped around a rubberized dinghy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good old douchebag Cooper, old Delta Bravo Cooper. Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't think they never found. I don't think he ever hit the ground, man. I think he got hung. Yeah. He jumped out there and with the parachute, and he got hung up in a tree and freaking starved to death 100 feet off the ground.
I agree. I think he did. He was just grabbing onto that fucking Twix bar, and or that Snickers bar. It said, not going anywhere for a while.
There's a
grab a Snickers.
Yeah, exactly.
Grab an Interracial Deluxe. On sale now. It's so sad. It's like we really have
He might have had no experience jumping out of an airplane. Just thought I could just grab a parachute
at that speed, at that velocity, dude. You're basically
a prop airplane. So
yeah.
They might have been going 250, 300 maybe. But even that would still fuck you up.
Even then. Oh, you basically freeze to death when you escape the cabin. If you're at altitude, at your high enough altitude, you freeze to death. But then by the time you come down, you're everybody knows this, that you basically hit a tree branch, you shatter, or you're. It just depends on your velocity, and it is what it is.
Yeah, but that it's also what your velocity is.
Hurt you.
How experienced of a jumper you are.
It also depends on which way the Earth is spinning.
If you Coriolis.
If you go
jump in the right direction, you got to calculate your azimuth and your latitude before you jump out the plane.
Oh God!
You might end up in Timbuktu.
Yeah. Oh my God, Timbuktu. Yeah. Oh shit. Fuck. You guys are onto something here. This is really making my mind tick in a good way.
I did the wrong Coriolis in Albuquerque.
Yeah, I did the wrong common core. Guys, I think I'm going to be very, very sick, and I think I'm hitting the ground, and I have not pooped yet. And it's like eating all the preservatives in the airplane food. You think about it. Yeah. Sorry.
No,
I'm going off the tangent here.
I would probably start before I eat airplane food.
Oh, dude, it's so terrible. It binds you up. I swear it binds you up until you hit the ground.
I think that's
then once you hit the fucking... Yeah, it is. And then, dude, I've actually clogged latrines, at the airport and flooded the fucking bathroom from eating airplane food, like solid 4 meals on board. And it's so fucking painful that yet...
Basically,
you should see the look on the guy's eyes. Oh yeah, basically. And what happens is the toilet's overflowing, and this fucking dude comes into the latrine waiting for me to come out of the stall. And he's so fucking salty, and he has to vacuum that shit up off the floor. And you keep wiping and wiping and wiping, and then you have to bring toilet paper and paper towels in with you. Just pray to God that there's somebody nice enough to get the toilet or the paper towel dispenser. And it's like a black market here. And the guy's looking at you when you're wiping your ass and still stuffing the paper towel down the toilet, down the latrine. And by that time you exit, your fucking pants are soaked, or you're, you just get up out of there like you own the place, and the guy's like fucking salty because you left a nice cork.
This one took a dark, deep
underground.
The Spanish lady, she's gonna go to the toilet, she's gonna clean it, no problem, bro. It's gonna be something. And as long as she gets her paycheck, she's not worried about that shit.
Yeah, she's like, oh, no worry.
I clean, don't worry.
I clean. I no quit, I no fire. I leave. Oh, yeah. And that's when you're on the East Coast,
I've seen this way too many times.
I have two sons. They make poopy lot. And it's like, oh man, I'm sorry. I really had to go. But yeah, guys. What was I gonna say here? These are all really harsh, true stories about airport to airport, and yeah.
Hey man, I just want to let you know that you can feel safe again. Yeah. Now that you know that the ground is not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, that would be a disaster for any airplane if the ground was moving that fast. I mean, I don't know, maybe we can make it work, but there will be a disaster almost every minute.
You wonder about that. Yeah, it's scary, especially when you're landing in O'Hare Airport. And I'm gonna go down another rabbit hole here, but when it's like middle of January and you land on the frozen runway, and the Earth is spinning at the wrong Coriolis, and the plane goes sideways, and they have to correct it. Yeah, it's a true story. But yeah, sorry guys.
Hey, at least now you know that there's no rocks of the size of Texas that might fall on your head.
Oh, this is true.
Don't worry about that anymore.
That's true.
You can sleep sound. I used to go to sleep. Hey, hopefully, no asteroid falls while I'm sleeping, and it's the end of the world, and I was sleeping. So I don't want to. Yeah, you know, these dinosaur extinguishing events. I don't want to be asleep when that happens.
Yeah, I don't either. I really don't want to be asleep at all. If it comes down to me sleeping beyond, God.
We can sleep sound. Is that the ground is not turning at 1,000 miles per hour, and there's no asteroids falling on your head like they're saying. Don't worry.
True. All right. But yeah, don't worry about a thing, I guess. Yeah.
Well, we have to worry about things, but things that are practical. If we have an issue that we have to solve, we have to worry about it to find the solution. Yeah. We have this problem. Let's concentrate. Let's all together worry about this issue. Fix it, then we move on to the next one. But why worry about things that are a billion trillion miles away from you?
Yeah, out of our pay grade. That's it. But yeah, the old transcripts. Got to worry about this.
Hey, the Spanish lady at the toilet at McDonald's cleaning the toilet, she's not worried about what the CEO is thinking, right?
All right, exactly. The only thing she's worried about is getting her fucking pay to send back to her country and everything.
America. She's in America. Working in America.
Mm-hmm. And everything is alles gut in Deutsch.
Hey, everything is good. If you wake up early, the especially the cleaning days, the tow truck, you're not gonna get a ticket. You're not gonna get your car towed. Just wake up early and take care of that. No. You know, if you don't wake up early and then you leave the car there, you get a ticket and a tow.
Yeah. That's great. It reminds me of the Expendables. Not the Expendables. Yeah, the Expendables with what's his name? Antonio Banderas.
Antonio Banderas.
He was all eager to, Antonio Banderas. But he was all eager to like jump aboard and be the last guy from his unit, and he was all trying to woo everybody up and trying to show off that he was the best, but he ended up just waltzing through the whole procedure, hitting on Ronda Rousey. That was the whole premise of it. You ever seen the movie Expendables? Was that Hollywood? Yeah, it was definitely Hollywood. Ended up on like some Tubi channel, and watched the marathons of that. And you definitely got to watch it. It's sort of laughable, but you get what I mean.
For some reason, that remind me we used to play baseball when I was pretty young, and then games before that we did pretty good. I was decent at the bat, and I was like, we beat that team before, so I was confident that we were gonna beat them again.
No.
I was like, once I'm at the bat, I'm just gonna do like last game, bro. I striked out like 3 times.
Oh shit! Yeah. They're probably pretty good at baseball.
Until I'm like the 3rd strike, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that good this time.
Yeah.
I was pretty young. I thought everything was gonna go as planned.
Holy hell! But yeah, dude, I have a question about this is off topic. I have a question about a computer that needs the BIOS flashed. It was given to me by my old workplace, and it's like one of those all-in-one type deal. You take the top cover off and you access the BIOS chipset from the bottom, but yet you take all the bottom screws out. It's like, and the top screws. And I'm trying to figure out where this BIOS is at, but there was a battery that plugs into the motherboard, and it doesn't matter when you unplug it. It doesn't reset the password on the BIOS lock. So they just gave me the damn computer, and was going to make it a mean Linux system. But yeah, might have to send it out for, I might have to send it out for refurb.
Okay, there's some pretty technical people in here about that, but I wouldn't be able to answer the question because I know what you're talking about, but technically, I wouldn't be able to give you an answer.
Yeah. You're a pretty intelligent guy. From last time I was in here, and I didn't say as much, but I was just kind of feeling it all out. And that I admire. You guys really helped me through and through. But
this is
But I think I added you as a friend on here.
Yeah, I added you. I accepted your friend request. Thank you.
Nice. You're welcome. Thank you, man. I could probably message you here like throughout the week, but I'm usually pretty busy with the chemotherapy and the other kind of shit that I'm going through at the moment.
You going through chemo?
Guy. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why I kind of needed you guys' help and guidance and strength to pull through.
A super supplement that you can use while going through chemo, and a good option that will supplement your body is called the first meal. It's called the colostrum. It's the original Happy Meal. It's the first meal that we get from our mothers. And you can actually buy powder milk of colostrum, and it's a super food for you, especially while going through chemo.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. That really that helps because, I mean, for once, it's like a probiotic. Secondly, you got a lot of omegas, and I have the omega vitamins.
Like an acid of the mother that has everything that you need for kind of like have a good start. Like the body has everything it needs to operate. And especially when there's deficiencies, colostrum is it's pretty good. It's amazing for people that are in need of nutrition and basic nutrition that is actually agreeable with the body, because the body is designed to take that stuff in.
Oh yeah, it takes it in, and it's just you wonder where it goes, but it's.
The thing is that the supplementation of something like colostrum and even other stuff that the body needs, when the body is deficient and is in excess, is being bombarded by chemicals. So the body will take what it. Okay, so if the body needs something and it's not available, it might take something else. And if the body is being bombarded by chemicals and there's something that the body needs, it might take that chemical to replace what it needs, and that can cause problems. So that's why you gotta give the body what it needs, so it can take from what it needs it.
Right.
Instead of replacing it from something that might cause problems. But yeah, that's an interesting topic that I like talking about. Obviously, this is not like a medical advice channel or anything, but
yeah.
another thing. Anyway, yeah, I have you as a friend, so I'll send you some information because I also like since I'm a child, I've been like going through medical stuff, type 1 diabetes and that kind of stuff. So I've been.
Oh, yeah.
I've been through the medical rabbit hole and how I kind of found like a middle ground that is actually in the shadows. A lot of people don't talk about. It's actually infections and parasites and stuff that is actually in the body causing disease. It goes through like you can talk about cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, mental diseases. Many of the problems that are very common today that are labeled diseases are actually infections, very deep infections.
They are. They're even cancer is a deep fungal infection. They found out that
exactly, and you can address that if you know about infection, fungal. You use antifungal medication, it will help you. And this has been well known, but since the diseases are being labeled something else, like, oh, you have this problem. Oh, let's give you something that will attend the symptoms, or it might help you. And you feel better, you feel okay, but it's not addressing the root cause, which in many cases are infections.
Right.
Yeah.
And it helps out whenever you have a good balance. It helps when you have a good routine, making your bed in the morning, making your making your rack, making your bunk, whatever you want to call it. But that's where it all starts, is when you start getting the first metabolic burn. And go on from there. I've noticed a big repeat, a recycle of how the body works in conjunction with, you get yourself balanced out. I hate to go into detail about the bodily functions, but it's pretty graphic. Like you guys said, it's not the place to to talk about medical stuff, but
the medical channel
really helps off the cuff get it out. No pun.
Talking about
give the medical.
Talk about things on the surface. Sometimes here, I mean, we hear from each other, and some people have experienced what you're going through. So I haven't, but I have family members that went through that. And there is things that we can learn from each other and share with each other that there's nothing bad about it. I tell you something, hey, let me consider that, and it's all good. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm saying, hey, this might be an option. This might be that. You make your own decision.
Yeah. Gotcha. I appreciate you. But I'm gonna pop off here, and I'll message you here. And I'm supposed to go in for work here, by 12:01 PM. I'm supposed to get a hold of my boss and go in from there. But
you have a good one, man.
I still kind of
talk to you in the
you as well. I will do, brother.
Do well.
Thank you. You as well. You guys be easy. And thank you very much. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Stay blessed.
The guy's going through chemotherapy. That's for a lot of people, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing. Oh, jeez. Read the live stream. What some gorgeous post. What gorgeous posted. You're hot mic in a bitch, MC. What's up? You're hot micing, bro. Coughing and stuff. Just to let you know your mic's on.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rubber. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
I'm gonna bust out an audio clip. I'm not hanging around. I'm going out. Got shit to do.
All right, man.
You don't mind, do you? You guys talking or anything?
Right. Nah, it's just quiet, dead air. I'm trying to find stuff to fill it with too.
Beatbox, man.
Start busting out some beats and let somebody start,
yeah, that's right, man. Just start beatboxing. Yeah, freestyle. Freestyle rap.
Trying to find that clip where I've got Rick telling people to get VC verified. I know I'll put it somewhere here.
We're going to start off with a good old MG42 pillbox rant.
There you go.
The Earth is flat. Yeah, thanks for giving me the intro. Yeah, it's 10:05 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just north of Mexico. Man, what a great time to be alive in this wonderful deception we live in, where people think they live on a cartoon ball and literally think their friends are Gumby, and then call everybody people crazy needs for to accepting wake up. reality. So other than the little lag that I'm having, I'm sure I'm lagging a little bit. We got a special guest in the chat right now. Let's go there right quick so we can see the intelligence of people raised by cartoons. This particular individual, I think, is named Ahmed. Let's go check the name real quick in the chat. There we go. Yeah, Ahmed, the is. Buddy, I know this is hard for you. The topic is flat Earth, not there's an ice wall on the edge of the Earth that's 150 feet high. Your question is, how do flat earthers know the ice wall? It's 150 feet tall or whatever. Do you have a video from the edge? Okay, have you stopped beating your wife yet and eating your children? Have you stopped doing that? So I'd like to know if this Glober has stopped eating his children, the Soylent Green children of the world that the Globers apparently eat now. That's normal part of Globe World, because I see that there's cannibals that are Globers like Jeffrey Dahmer. So apparently I'm just going to blanketly paint a brush over all Globers now. You're all cannibals. So why are all Globers cannibals? As soon as I get this answer, I'll tell you why all flat earthers supposedly claim there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. So let me know when you have that. Other than that, in the meantime, shout out to Triple for the Truth, 1006. Thanks for playing. Here he is. Triple for the Truth. He is wrenched up. He's ready to go. It is game day. This is Sunday, the first day of the week. I know that's confusing. And here we are. So back to you, Ahmed. Yes, Ahmed, I don't know where you got your information, but nobody in this chat for the last, I don't know, about 9 months that I've been listening to, I haven't heard one credible flat earther, any flat earthers say that they saw that there was a 150-foot ice wall. So when you're ready to back your claim about somebody else's claim, let us know. However, we do know that you claim you live on a magical spinning water paroid ball in a magical vacuum that's going in a helix formation because there's magical gravity things that go on in outer space. That's your claim, which you have no evidence for. I haven't claimed a 150-foot ice wall. I claim that I know the Earth is a stationary plane of existence because not only have I proven it, but the entire military-industrial complex admits they depend on it. That's my claim. Would you like to prove me wrong? Best of luck. Thanks for playing. That was wonderful. Hey man, all in a day's work. The hard part is finding, and don't get me wrong, listen to me very carefully. If you just found a Glober that wasn't scared to death, and I say he, of his own model, his own belief system, that would be a miracle. For the last 5.5 years, all I have seen is desperate religious cartoon zealots mock people because they don't believe in their cartoon atheism belief system. Whether they claim they're Christian or Muslim or a Buddhist, does not matter. You are literally promoting a satanic, magical, everything just spontaneously happened because no God religion. That's why there's magical balls flying around each other in your mouth and in your imagination, not in reality. That's the difference. So what are they going to do, everybody? This is to the flat earthers that, of course, are attacked by these types of people. I'm letting you know that they're scared to death because they're the ones with the burden of proof. They're the ones accepting a taxation system of the entire world, accumulating trillions of dollars to tell us we live on a magical monkey ball. When, I mean, as much as I don't necessarily get along with most flat earthers, I would say that at least the flat earthers don't have trillions of dollars that they've stolen from the public all across the plane of existence. So why are flat earthers constantly being charged with questions when we don't receive trillions of dollars to show you live in a cartoon? Did you see that there's a cartoon by MG42 Pillbox that says you live on a magical cartoon? No, that's your government telling you you live on a magical cartoon ball world, and they have taken and stolen trillions of dollars for that. That wasn't this flat earth group here, this little group here, or the one next door, or even the fake PSYOP Flat Earth Society, which is a bunch of idiots. They didn't do that either. They didn't promote cartoons and put them on your television. You are scared to death of your own claim, and you can't believe that there are people that don't agree with your cartoon cosmology. Yes, I know it's shocking, but isn't it even more impressive that you're scared to death of your own claim? So what does the globe earth zealot atheist have to do now? The zealot has no choice but to hide from his own claim. And I say he because these are men. Most of the time they're never females that act this way. They're always pathetic little boys in the chats doing these things. You're charging us with claims we haven't made. The claim is the earth is flat. That's what I've made. And notice every single question you ask has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Why is that? Because that's how you hide from your own claims about your magical cartoon belief system. Because you have no evidence. The only thing a scoffer can do that's scared to death of reality, that lives in a cartoon, you have no choice. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at you. You proved the point for me. In fact, you've given me 5.5 years of ammunition to expose the stupidity of mankind. The later part of this existence, here we are, 2020, after the death of God, AD, here we are dealing with people that think they live in a cartoon, and they're going to be here to mock people that don't believe in their cartoon fairy tale. You're scared to death of your own claim. The claim that we're making is the earth is flat. And guess what? The entire world is dependent on that fact. The entire world is dependent on not adjusting for curvature, not adjusting for magical movements in 18 different vectors at 2.1 million miles an hour like your cartoon fairy tale claims. So that's now your claim as well. Nobody here has claimed there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. Nobody here has claimed this is the 24/7 Edge Earth Discord. No, nobody here has claimed that there's a disk in space. No, that's the only thing you can do is mock and make up fake questions and straw man an entire belief system that doesn't exist because it's in your imagination. You made up. Not only are you scared of your own belief system that resides in your imagination, you then built an entire belief system in your imagination to straw man your opposition with. That's called a crime. It's lying. It's a perverted, literal crime against people that don't trust your system. So I'm sorry, you're going to have to find something else to do in your life. Maybe get a hobby besides collecting Star Wars action figures and movies like Star Trek and Avatar and whatever else you people do, because that's all you guys do is literally watch cartoon shows and collect action figures and watch space programs and go, wow, look how amazing this is. We live on a ball right there, and there's the pictures right there. There it is. I mean, we've just accomplished so much. Look how special we are. And then when a flat earther shows up, you go, I can't believe how stupid people are. I mean, my dad saw the moon landing on the radio, and they don't believe the earth is a ball like we do. I mean, we just have to mock them to feel better about ourselves. That's what you're doing. Your entire life's mission now is to pretend you haven't wasted your entire life. Too bad you came to the wrong place.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Right. So, flat Earth claim number one, we see too far. Just a prediction, a little bit of math at distance, things should disappear underneath the curve of the Earth, and there should be nothing to be seen. Ultimately, we see further than this prediction. We can see things at 20 miles away when we shouldn't, 30, 40, 100, 1,000 miles away, depending on the technology using and depending on our altitude. Long distance observations demonstrate that we see too far. That's literally first claim. We observe always the Earth to be flat.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Right. You know maths and geometry, right? We're on a ball.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm not very good at, maths.
Well, no, that's why I'm going to break it down to you. We're on a ball. Cool. It's a shape, right? You have to understand that maths can apply and we can figure things out. the radius, the diameter, the circumference. The radius, the point from the middle to the outside, the diameter across the whole of the circle, and the circumference all the way around, these distances. Now, if we can use math to figure out the drop on a curved surface, you at all times, standing on this ball, from every direction away from you, should be curving down. With distance, it's always going down and away. Now that means we can use math to figure out what drop in point A, U, and point B, a thing at distance. The calculation is very simple. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Sounds complicated. I'll break it down for you.
So, wait.
I'll try it,
Can I
my
say
friend. Yeah, go on. I'm blasting you. Go on.
So, like, at every curve, yeah, you get pi and then you time, like, you square it by the radius and you divide it by 2. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, at least you know what I'm talking about. You know that maths applies when we're trying to figure out something that applies to geometric shape. So we can figure, like I was saying, between point A, U, on top of the ball, and point B, the thing at distance. The distance, 8 inches per mile squared. So you have to remember it gets worse and worse and worse, further down and down and down, because it's a curve, right? Not a slant, not a hill, a curve. So 1 mile over a water body, say the sea or a lake or something that is water. After 1 mile, it's 8 inches of drop. After 3 miles, it's 6 foot of drop. After 10 miles, it's 66 foot of drop. So very simply, this is something that we should observe, we should be able to measure, and we should be able to practically use. But with this, the observation will dictate to you what you cannot see at distance. Long distance observation supersede this prediction of the ball in sometimes by 100-fold. We see far too far for any explanation ball Earth can give us. So flat Earth claim number 1, guys. You see too far.
Yeah.
What you also have to remember is this is done over water. Now, water is very specific within this argument, because when you have a body of water at rest, say within a cup or your bath or a swimming pool, it's level, right? Apart from the ripples, water is level. We use water level as a tool to find level. We build upon a level, for example. But water is very specific. When it's contained, it is level. What they've got you believing, us and everybody else, is this water level doesn't apply now when you are on a ball. There should be curvature over this water. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, so it should be conforming to the curved shape of the Earth. This is where the geometric calculation of 8 inches per mile squared is most relevant. Long distance observations over a body of water supersede the prediction. Flat Earth claim number 1, guys, we see too far.
But wouldn't this be a thing about perspective?
Perspective?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, because you see the whole world in perspective. So when you make the observation, you are most definitely taking a perspective into account. Perspective works like this: angular size. Put your hand in front of your face, right? It looks big, it's covering all of your eyes, the full angle that your eye can consume. Move your hand further away, it reduces the angle that your hand displays within your eye. Because it gets further away, now, as your hand has not actually changed, you observe it to change size. It apparently changes size.
Our eyesight is unreliable?
Perspective. No, it means that our eye limit, we have a limitation to how far we can see. Now, ultimately, when we make an observation, we see with our eyes and we move to binoculars, a telescope or a camera with a zoom function, for example. With high-powered optical equipment, we see far too far. So yes, we do have a limitation with what we can see with our eyes, and we will always see things in perspective. And perspective must be accounted for when observing things at distance. Perspective, weird things happen, for example. It makes things appear to ascend from one horizon and then descend down to another horizon. but you know that this actually isn't taking place. For example, a cloud or an aircraft hasn't changed its altitude above the surface of the Earth. It appears to you to rise at one horizon and then descend down to another horizon after it's passed over you. It appears, perspective must be taken into account.
I guess I'm just.
You're roboting. You're roboting, Dad.
The Gypsy. Hey, Big Man, where's that robot in Discord from?
The Gypsy could try disconnecting and reconnecting. That usually helps.
Okay, it helped. Thank you very much.
There's two of them in this group, isn't there? One sounds like it's from Birmingham.
Swan Storms and Wangtress sound very similar.
Hello.
Yo.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear.
Hey, Swan Storms, you gonna go to the pub tonight?
All right, you two. After you got Nando's, you can come off here then if you're gonna mess about.
I'm actually not messing about.
No, I'm just asking. I know me.
On a serious flick, sound like you're having a job controlling us. So
Nah, I'm not.
Why would you do that? Okay, why would you do that though?
Hold up. Yeah, before we get off track here, we were just answering some questions about the shape of the Earth. So if anyone has any questions, we can get right back on topic because we're not going to veer down this rabbit hole. We're going.
Yeah, I'm still curious about.
To be honest, I'm really considering just banning some people because I've never seen Jedi so calm and nice that I want to be like, fuck these guys right now.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, I haven't said anything back to them. What's going on?
Yeah, Happy, I'm sorry. Yep, you can be quiet. Yeah, Happy, did you have a...
Hey, what?
Okay, you can
Oh,
go.
yeah, I might just jump out my window right now if I'm swear down.
Okay, well, you might get originals. That actually get me started.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
So,
muted, boys. These are muted, so don't waste your breath.
go on, Happy. What was your question, or whoever was asking?
Oh,
Somebody else can answer it. I've spoken.
Me,
And you're super quiet, Happy. Can you speak up a little bit?
sorry, yeah, sure. So I was wondering about the perspective thing and how we can't know things from other people's perspective. So if we were on the globe Earth, and you're saying that it would dip down on like all around us, if we were on a globe Earth, but like we don't have something to scale for something that small. If it was on Earth, that would make it look flat.
Right.
I've been thinking about
Break
this.
this. I'm going to break this down for you very simply. Get a ball, put your finger on it. Right. From every point downwards, at every point at distance, it's curving downwards. Relative to your position on the ball, every surface is curving down and away. Because it's curving down and away, you can mathematically figure out how much drop over distance. With a thing at distance of a known height and your altitude above that surface, you can mathematically figure out how much you can see at distance. This is the prediction within the Ball Earth model. So perspective is and isn't taken into account with this, but ultimately we're figuring out the drop between you, point A, and every surface descending down and away, point B at distance. The curve of an arc.
Yeah.
So perspective, things will get smaller at distance. Of course they do, right? The car hasn't got smaller, it's just looking smaller. Now, with distance, angular size, and that's all it does to you, the observer. So no, we're not taking anybody else's point of view into it. This is how you see the world. You see it in perspective, right?
Yeah.
So when you observe the Earth, things just get further and further away until you can't see them anymore. Not because there's a curve in the way. Curvature of the Earth does not and is not the cause of things reducing in size, is it? It's just distance.
I see your point.
Oh yeah, and you ain't moving either.
But how would you know if we're not moving?
How would you know that we are? The claim is against what you observe. or what you feel, or what the Earth displays. The Earth displays no movement, right? So the claim is that it does. Where's the proof?
Pardon?
You said, where's the proof?
Oh.
The burden of proof is on the assertion against what you observe at this point and what we all observe and what the Earth displays, no movement, right? So the burden of proof is on those who assert that there is movement. So where is that proof?
But like, it's just another thing about perspective.
Yeah,
Like,
that's it.
when you're on a train, you don't feel yourself moving unless there's acceleration. And
Right.
people
Well-
outside would say that the train is moving.
I'll answer that.
Okay.
It's just,
yeah.
So it's just not analogous, right? Because that train is not exhibiting the movements that they're assuming, right? So yeah, you have the forward momentum of the train. However, that train's also, if the analogy were to be correct and on point, it would be that the train would also be spinning and moving in a direction, which would create a vectored motion, which you would surely feel because they're two separate conflicting motions. So I mean, I get the whole train analogy thing. Yeah, you don't feel movement on a train, but again, it's just not analogous to the situation of the Earth spinning, moving, rocketing around the sun, and all of that. So I mean, yeah, the acceleration, yeah, but even in our model, right, the heliocentric model or whatever, we are accelerating, but you still don't feel anything. Does that make sense?
Accelerating how?
Well, they have it in the model that we are basically in an elliptical orbit around the sun. Okay, and by nature of an elliptical orbit, that constitutes an acceleration, right? Because it's not a perfect circle. So at some point in that orbit, you're going to reach the perihelion, aphelion tangent where you're going to be flung around, right? So there's always acceleration and deceleration going on.
Every 3 months.
Yeah, but you going back to the point is you don't feel anything, right? Your senses tell you don't feel anything, right? There's no movement or motion that you feel, right? So again, going back to the assertion and the people making the claim that we are moving, we need proof, okay? Because they're asserting that we are moving. So that's true. What's the proof?
I see. So you believe the Earth is spinning, but it's also spinning around the sun.
No, I believe the Earth is stationary. The Earth has actually never moved an inch. It's never moved an inch, ever.
So
the Earth has remained. Huh?
Where's the? Oh, the sun's spinning around the Earth. not
Everything.
Above.
Right.
Yeah. You look up into the sky. Sorry, it's very simple. The floor's on the ground and it's level, and the sky's in the sky. You look up; those are the lights that are in the sky, not underneath you. Up in the sky, right? They move around the North Star, Polaris, and they go from east to west in circular patterns. Sun and moon come from east and go to west. They come around, give their light, fuck off, it's night. Come back again, here's day. That's what we see. That's what's been observed for thousands of years of stellar observation. The lights in the sky revolving east. That's what they do. Point up there they are. They're not underneath you. There's not people underneath you in Australia, right? Well, we're going to get to the isn't, but that's what they've got you believing. That's what you think. It's not true. Everyone looks up into the sky and they're alive. There they are, up in the sky. Up is relative to everyone. It's the same fucking up to all of us. It's not out. It's not outwards whilst we're, we said this movement, right? Think about it. Why wouldn't we feel it? It's going in every direction. Have you ever been on a teacup ride? Yeah? You're spinning, you're orbiting an elliptical path, and you're fucking off with the sun in a direction at 500,000 miles an hour, corkscrewing with it. Now, you're trying to tell us that the Earth, fuck you, whether you feel it, the Earth with all of that water, with all of that water attached, would remain attached. And not just attached to it, freely flowing tidal water. Storm systems and perfectly calm lake days. Water is just on the surface of the Earth. It's not going anywhere. Doesn't display like it. Doesn't display like it to me. It would most definitely act differently, if it was going around the universe at almost 2 million miles an hour in multiple directions whilst you're spinning, and don't forget it's 1,000 miles an hour, which is more than the speed of sound at 700 miles an hour around the equator, move north or south, you slow down, and you're trying to tell us that, okay, in this instance, there's no acceleration or deceleration. Depending on your placement on the ball, you're either in front of it or behind it. It's either pushing up underneath you or in behind, right? Because it's going in a direction while spinning and go. Freely flowing tidal water, calm, lake. Now, the Earth doesn't display that it is moving. So where is the evidence that it does? Why do you believe that the Earth is going somewhere? Why do you believe the Earth is a ball?
One happy, and you may not have this evidence, and that's fine. You know, this is why we ask for it. That's fine. You know, maybe take a week or two, or maybe research it. Maybe you can find some evidence that the Earth does, in fact, exhibit motions and spinning, and maybe you could present us to that. We're not asking you like right now, right here. You know, just take a time, chew it over. You know, ask your friends, ask your teachers. I don't know. You know, well, we're all ears, and I'm open for evidence, and you know, that's why we're here. We want to hear what you have to say.
I don't really have any proof for anything that I know. It's all just fed to me, like you guys say. But I just mainly have questions about like how you explain certain things.
Well, if you don't have proof, then you don't know. You believe in it.
Pardon?
If you don't have proof, you don't know. You believe. Well, like I said, you got fed. They told you this, but you don't know this because you don't have any proof. So,
Proof of anything.
I mean, you should have evidence of something at least. Other than that, it's just faith.
We have evidence that the water is flat for many miles more than it should be because it's been measured. No, it's been measured with instruments, laser tests, laser lights that shine out in a straight line. There are measurements that have been taken place, and it has gone way farther than it's supposed to. There's more than one test that have been done that proves that the water is flat. And one of them is a laser test. Another one is that it's telescopes. You set a telescope on a tripod up on the beach, and then you can see an island that's 50 miles away. And at 50 miles, it should be over the curb like a half a mile or something. I mean, I don't know the exact calculations. I would have to get my calculator out and whatnot. But at 50 miles, there are land masses that can be seen through a telescope. And there are targets that can be hit with a laser beam. And if it was over the curve, that would be impossible. So we do have some evidence. Yes, we do. We do have those types of evidence. They don't prove the entirety of the flatness of the Earth, but they do prove that it should be way over the curve when it's not. So we do have evidence.
I mean, the black swan is complete evidence where you can see the horizon way further than it's supposed to be on a.
Exactly. That's another one.
So from your understanding on water, how does it work? You fill a cup up, it's level. You fill up the bathtub, it's level. You go to the swimming bars, it's level. A lake is level. When does water start to curve?
When you put a rock under it, it still stays level. It doesn't take the form of a rock.
In your imagination.
Pardon? Where the water curves?
So Happy, what they're saying is that in reality, when we look at water, like if you were to go to your kitchen, pour yourself a glass of water, the top is always going to be level. And every other body you've ever seen in your life has always stayed level at the top. That's just how water behaves. But they told you gravity is keeping all of this ocean water curving around a ball, but like you've never experienced or seen that yourself. You're just believing that it does that. But
And with water being level, right, and it covering 70% of the Earth, the sphere model kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But
And
how
like when
does
they measured it, like they realized, oh my God, water does what water does. Water remains flat all the time. Which isn't really a stretch if you thought about it, right?
And what's really interesting about water is if you were to measure curvature, the most easiest place to measure consistent curvature should be water, because water should be getting pulled by the center of mass by gravity, right? It should be conforming to the exterior of a ball at a certain rate, right? Curvature rate.
Yeah.
And that's why there's the laser tests are very good indications that there is no measurable curvature for the globe they claim, at least. At least in my eyes, the WGS-84 model has been thoroughly debunked with the laser tests and long distance observations, and the Black Swan. It's just destroyed. Would you like me to talk a little bit about the laser test itself and go in a little bit more detail on it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you kind of get the idea of shooting a laser across a large body of water, right? It's supposed to work like a straight edge. I'll give you an analogy that might be a little bit more easy to conceptualize. Like, get an orange, put a ruler on the orange. At some point, that ruler is going to diverge away from the orange, right? It's going to get to a point where the orange is just not touching it no more. So that's the part we're measuring, that rate, right? Now, the laser is about a 0.08 millirad, which I'm probably sure you don't know what that is. A lot of people don't. I mean, I didn't even know what it was until not too long ago. The MRAD scale gives you the ability to calculate like the divergence of the beam, like depending on the distance it's going. For this 25-mile test, I believe the 0.08 millirad divergence is close to 3 meters of width. So we can calculate that. Like, we can know that the beam is going to spread 3 meters, right? Now, the laser is sitting 2 meters above the 2 meters above sea level, and it's being shot at 6, 12, and 41 kilometer targets that are 1.5 meters of elevation. So that means there's 3 points of observers that can see this horizontal pan of this laser, right? Now, on the furthest distance at the 25-mile mark, the shortest target on the WGS-84 model, which is the oblate spheroid model, is 90 meters. That means in order to observe that laser on line of sight, straightforward, it would have to be 90 meters of height. But the people are at 1.5 meters. Now, that's a big discrepancy right there, over a large body of water. And if we even gave the standard refraction model, because I know a lot of people argue that refraction could cause the laser to bend down and make it be observable by the observer. If we gave you the 7.6R standard refraction, that would only shave off 5 meters off the observation, making it an 85 meter, right? You'd have to be 85 meters of height to see it. So that's still not even close to 1.5. So based on all these observations and measurements, the Earth is definitely not the size they claim it is.
Do you know what he means when he says 85 or 90 meters observer's height? You understand what he's talking about there?
Observer's height?
Yeah, I'll post a picture real quick. I'll let you go continue, God's Rocket. Let me just post a picture so she can see the reference. Continue.
You get 3 feet per meter.
Oh.
So basically you multiply the number of meters times 3 to get the feet.
Hello,
Roughly.
Rockin', how are you?
Anyway, what that 90 meters is that's the distance that the Earth would have fallen away on if it were a globe. The globe that they say it is, there's a calculation that can be used. The curve calculator can tell you how far down over the curve you should be. And if you're at 25 miles, you should be 90 meters, which is what? How many feet is 90 meters? That's 3 times 9. That's 270 feet. So that means that you would be 270 feet over the edge, and the laser beam would be 270 feet above your head if it were on a ball. If you were on a ball and you were trying to get this laser beam to hit you in the face so you could see it, if you were on a globe, you'd be 270 feet down if the laser beam were shooting straight out over a curved surface. But instead, what's happening is you're being able to see the laser beam at about, like he says, the laser beam expands in size because it comes out of the laser about 2 inches around. By the time it goes 25 miles, it's like 3 meters wide. So the beam does get bigger, but it's 3 meters. It's only like 10 feet, which you're supposed to be 270 feet down over the edge. So this 10-foot size beam really doesn't make that much of a difference. It's still pretty much a straight line. So the only way that you can see that laser beam is if you are up on a level surface, and you could be 10 feet lower than where the laser beam is set, but you couldn't be 270 feet. So the discrepancy is only maybe 10 feet. So basically over 25 miles, it's pretty much flat.
Yeah.
And in reality, it is actually flat.
Yeah,
So
well said. The one thing I wanted to add to that is like, so just happy if you could picture it. If you imagine wherever anybody was standing, they're standing on top of the ball. You know what I mean? Because if it's a ball, wherever anyone is standing, they're standing on the top. And if you were standing at the top of a ball with a laser and you shot it, then obviously it's going to shoot a straight line, especially if you leveled it. But then the part that's supposed to be going down and away on a ball, that's never been found anywhere.
Down
and that's a big deal, right? Because it's supposed to go down and away if it's a ball.
Over the curved arc, so you, point A, over the distance of that arc to point B is always descended down and away.
Remember the claim when they say boats go over the curvature, over the horizon? That's what they mean. But it's not actually happening. Boats are not going over the curvature. It's optical.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Do you understand the geometric problem here, Happy? Do you understand what we're trying to...
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's numbers, Happy, that they give us that they say this, that are the measurements for this globe. And so you were saying, you said something earlier, like, how can we know anything? Or, I don't know if that was your exact words, something like that. The thing is, what people have been trying to explain to you is there's some things we can't know. We can't go to this alleged place called outer space that we can actually explain to you why it's impossible for that place to even exist in the way that they say it does, due to them claiming that it's a vacuum. So we can't know anything about that. That's the whole problem, is we can't verify a lot of these stories and images that they're giving us. But what we can do is take these numbers that they say is the size of the place we live, and then we can test them in reality and see that we observe things and see things in the distance that we wouldn't see if it were the way they said. So that doesn't mean that we know definitely how it is, or everything about the Earth, because we don't, because we have a lot of limitations to exploration. But we do know that it's not the model that they give us. The globe model fails. It doesn't predict what we see. Yeah. Does that make sense, Happy?
Yeah.
What does it make you think about?
Like, it makes me think how a globe earther would combat that laser test thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be honest,
it doesn't have to be a laser. Right now, we understand that light through a medium is going to wiggle and bend a little bit. We can observe this with like time-lapse footage over a distance of water. Like we have a meme here, or a GIF, Skunk Bay. It's an observation, right, over a distance of water to land masses. Some in the near ground, some in the mid-ground, background. Now, with time, the atmosphere changes and things undulate. Basically what it appears to do. But ultimately, the things are actually directly in front of us. And depending on the atmosphere that we see the light through, it's going to wiggle around a little bit to our observation. So remember when you said earlier we must take perspective into account? Yep. And we must also take in the atmosphere into account. But it's easier to understand that the object we can or cannot see, depending on the air clarity, type, moisture, heat, cold of the day, it will change every observation as time-lapse footage demonstrates. But the objects that we see are still directly in front of us. It's much easier to understand that. But you said the argument with lasers, you can take light out of the equation completely and use beam propagation, signal propagation, radar, for example, things that beam signals from one place to another and then come back again. Now, this doesn't refract through the atmosphere because it's not light-based, right? It's a signal that's progressing through the environment at distance. Now, this is not going to be affected by the curve of the surface it is going over, just going to go direct. But ultimately, it's not going to start bending round corners either, because it just goes out and spreads out. That's what it does. And when you narrow the beam, obviously you narrow the angle and you can beam it anywhere. But ultimately, this type of technology has existed since the Second World War, when we start talking about radar, when we start talking about, like I said, beam propagation and military targeting systems don't rely on laser light, they rely on beam propagation. Now, these distances can go up to, I'm going to give you a conservative estimate of 10,000 miles. I know it's a little bit further, but ultimately it's broken in half. It's, say, 6,000 to 8,000 miles to send a radar out and then get a ping back. It's much easier to explain this on a flat surface. We have a direct line of sight, and it is impossible on a curved surface. So you get a ping of an object 6,000 miles away, where it should have descended by hundreds of miles of curvature, and then get it back again. So this technology exists, and it's prevalent now with militaries, but it's been around since the Second World War. So yeah, you can talk about light, but we use beams and signals and shit.
What he's talking about is microwave.
Yeah, those types of things. There's a guy called Marconi, might ring a bell, communications expert, right? Can give you information that he sent signals over 10,000 miles. This was back in the early 1900s. Not possible on a curved surface. Now, they say that they can bounce beams off ions. Is at an altitude of about 70, 100 miles, something like that. Fine, and what? Doesn't prove a curved surface. You can still hit things off of that, right? It's not a problem if it's there. But to have beam propagation off of a curved surface, especially when you're getting radar pings, it's not the way.
Yeah, there's a microwave transmission that's 100 miles, and they have to be point to point. They can't. And microwave transmission for communications doesn't curve. It's a straight beam, like he was just explaining. It's a microwave transmission, and it has to travel in a straight line from dish to dish. And they've got some that are, I know of one that you can look up, and it's 100 miles. It was a world record at the time. And over 100 miles, that would be so far over the curve, there's no way you could hit the other ditch. There would be no communication. That's kind of what, I don't know if that helped explain it, but that's exactly what he's talking about. These technologies are like microwave communications and radar communications. So if you want to try and see if there's a ship out there, you send a signal and it bounces back to you so you can see that there's something out there for military targeting.
There's a technology back in the Second World War, developed from the Second World War, called the RAN. Probably know it better today as GPS. Ground positioning system, global positioning system, whatever. It's on the floor, right? Now, this goes up to 1,600 miles from a mile, so a boat knows where it is. It's been around for over 80 years. It's not going to work, and does not work on a curved surface. See, it's interesting as well when I said earlier that we observe it, we measure it like we have with the lasers. We don't practically use a curved surface, right? So this is demonstrated when we talk about when you send beams around, microwaves has just been explained, TV antennas, from the 40s, 50s and 60s, because that's predominantly what was going on before satellite dish. I love that one, because that's still pointing at an aerial on the floor or an antenna on the floor. So yeah, whatever. But ultimately, beam propagation across the Earth is only limited by the power and the type of beam, VHF, microwave, whatever it is. But ultimately, curved surface is going to interfere with that stuff. Topography interferes with that stuff. Mountains and shit, right? So the curved surface of the Earth is most definitely going to interfere.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked into. I knew it was just nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it here. I guess like there was a conversation going on, so I'm not trying to interrupt that. I just like put it in the chat to see if anyone else wanted to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Was it a coefficient, the K value? Is that
Well, I mean, we can talk about it if you want. When I said the modus tollens argument, I actually meant the logical syllogism, right? The actual logic of the argument, as opposed to the observation of the black swan that you talk about sometimes. Like, does anyone have an interest in the logic that goes on? Yeah, that's actually the modus tollens argument that he's talking about.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty.
You know, like the I think it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Like the logic that goes on.
That's not modus tollens. What are
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
No,
that's modus tollens.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is, Helio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to talk about that? Or if they don't, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to force it on anyone.
Or are you like, are you challenging what the application to the black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to specify your point so we can, then we'll.
Sure. So, my criticism is basically that I'll just explain it briefly. So, like everyone, I'm not expecting everyone to have like, you know, a background in this. Like, I don't have a background in either. So I'm not expecting everyone to like automatically understand what I'm saying. So, you know, it's fine to challenge me back. Like, I'm totally comfortable with that. But I'm just gonna give like a quick overview, okay, of the argument as he puts it. So it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. His formulation of the argument, I'll paste it in the chat so you can read it as well, is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that's the P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, and that last equation is how you ascertain the distance to the geometric horizon. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first premise. That's a conditional premise. Okay? The Earth is a sphere part is the antecedent, and then the every horizon distance measurement part, that's the consequent. Okay? The consequent is the part I have a problem with, but I'll finish the syllogism first. Okay?
Go for it.
The second premise is the negation of Q, all right? And that is we have a horizon distance measurement that is greater than 9.4 miles, aka the black swan observation, okay?
Yep.
So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. The black swan observation contradicts the Q, which is this position that we apparently take, that all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon. Okay. Now, my criticism.
So is your? Oh, go ahead.
Can I just finish off? Like, so I'm really close to finishing right now.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. No. So my criticism is that the attribution of the Q to us, which is that we believe all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, is actually a false attribution. It's a straw man. We don't actually take that position. And I can back that up by telling you why. Because
let's go.
For us to take that position, we would have to assume that there's no atmosphere on the Earth.
No.
Because that's the only conditions in which there would be no refraction in the atmosphere.
You're conflating geometric and apparent, bro. So yeah, his logic is.
Hey, wait, hold on. Did you finish your point?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's okay. You can give me your responses now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
My response is that you're conflating geometric and apparent because you just now invoked refraction. The argument is that the physical geometric horizon must fall within those parameters. It's the physicality of the geometric horizon, the land itself. For you to invoke refraction, thus the apparent horizon, you are conflating.
Okay, so what I would say is that the importance of my criticism is that for his argument to be valid, we have to hold the positions. Okay, we have to take the position that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. We do take that position. I don't disagree with that. But I do disagree with the idea that we take the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. We do not take that position. That's my whole argument here.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that the problem is in the every horizon distance part.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another claim here made where you actually contacted this person that observed this. Did you say that?
No, I don't think so.
So is your claim that the horizon is basically at an optical position? Is that your claim?
No, my.
So
my
to
whole...
use the geometric constraints, which are absolute, would be negated by the claim that, well, the horizon is just optical and it's just in an optical position at any given time.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, right? But
it's the only counter.
Well,
exactly.
My position in relation to QE's argument is just this:
that the horizon is an optical phenomenon.
How about? Hold on. Okay. Let's discount QE's argument. How about us? The people that are talking about it now. Let's just us talk about it.
Well, that's the thing, because my whole argument is about QE's argument. Like, my whole position is about Modus
We're
Tollens'
quite familiar with the argument. We're probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah, but you're asking me not to talk about the thing I'm trying to talk about.
Answer AI's question.
Okay. My whole criticism of QE's argument is that he's misattributing a position to us that we don't hold, and therefore his negation of that position is not valid because we don't hold it.
Okay, let's stop you right there. Let's stop you right there, though. Your position is irrelevant.
It is relevant because he's trying to negate it.
No, it's not.
Hold it, and he can't negate it.
It doesn't matter what position you're holding. He's trying to negate the consequences of the nature of the Earth, not your position.
Well, the Modus Tollens argument is very specific. And,
it's not about a position, is it?
Well,
is it about a position?
We're talking about geometry, Ben.
Well, the thing is,
I'm talking about principles like your position that you hold versus the nature of reality itself. He's not arguing against your position. He's arguing against the consequences of the sphere if it's a certain size. So your only counter is not, this is not my position. Your appropriate counter would be, there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, the horizon could be anywhere it damn well pleases.
Why do y'all have such a problem grasping this? It's so simple. I mean, it's like you're not understanding.
I know, it's just, it's math. It's like they claim to be the mathematics experts. It's like, you guys don't understand math. Well, we goddamn definitely do understand math. We understand geometry. We know that the math, the math of Earth, is 24,901. We know where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
I have a quick comment to say what AI says
that is farther than that, then we know it shouldn't be there. But you guys just make up all kinds of shit. Go ahead.
So what AI is saying is let's put it this way: you have a different position, but another Glover might have a different position. So he's not trying to attribute to any of your guys' position. It's strictly to the geometry of the Earth, of the shape of what you guys claim it is. So you guys can all have different positions. Doesn't mean his position has to be aligned to what you believe, because it's irrelevant. It's what the geometry of the Earth's position is.
You know what? In addition to that, Jose, we can actually attribute, whatever the haze or whatever they want to call the freaking atmospheric conditions. We can throw a little more math on it, or if you want to, but
no, he's just not understanding. He's saying every horizon distance measurement. Okay, so what it's infallible, bro. Like, you're just not understanding.
Do you understand my criticism, just to make sure?
Yeah, I understand your criticism. And
could you just tell me what it is? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, what you're trying to say is that whenever he says every horizon distance is an inaccurate postulation from y'all's position.
What I'm actually saying is that he's arguing that we hold two positions and that they're contradicted by the Black Swan observation. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. I accept that. We hold that position. But we do not hold the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. That part is a swap. It's a straw man.
Y'all
I understand the position because we only need one. We only need one. That's why it's called the Black Swan.
No, yeah.
That's why we only need one.
If we hold that position, could you cite where we say that?
There's a category error. He's not arguing.
It's where the horizon distance comes from. That figure comes from any nautical manual.
But that's only the geometric horizon, right?
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but then we don't claim every horizon is equal to the geometric horizon.
How
That's
about
not what it says.
How
That is
about
what
one?
it says.
It says
Yeah, it
every
says-
horizon distance measurement means
can be no
physical,
greater.
The physical geometric horizon is
No, but that's not what he means by horizon. That's not what he means by
you
horizon.
know what you know
Yeah,
what
because
it means.
he doesn't mean geometric horizon when he says horizon. Or does someone else want to disagree with me on that?
That is what he's talking
Everyone besides you agrees on that, as far as I
Okay, so say he does mean geometric horizon then. Okay, then in what sense does an observation of the Black Swan contradict the position that every geometric horizon cannot be greater than the geometric horizon? That's a tautology in any case, but how does a Black Swan observation contradict that? That's why I don't think he's saying geometric horizon. I think he means horizon in the sense that we mean apparent horizon.
Tautology. I mean, did you say tautology?
It's a tautology if he's just saying the same thing. If he's saying every geometric horizon distance measurement can be no more than the horizon geometric horizon distance
How
measurement,
many
that's a tautology.
geometric horizons are you describing here, bro? Tautology? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, if you don't know, maybe let someone else respond to me.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. My bad.
You're misstating his argument for one. Okay, it says cannot be greater than.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. I could take that correction.
Must be no more than every horizon distance measurement.
Yeah.
Must be no more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in feet.
When he says horizon,
And it
do
says
you take that as being geometric or apparent?
horizon. It says geometric horizon right in it. It's
It doesn't.
in pink. It's in pink, dude.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
looking at it right now.
Could you post it to the chat? 'Cause I'm working on a different definition. This is the syllogism, right?
Yes.
I'm taking mine from a quote that he gave me in the chat.
Right. Do you think syllogism will win the argument when it comes to the ultimate shape of the earth?
Okay, I accept what you're saying there with the geometric horizon part, but that comes afterwards. I'm not talking about that's just him reiterating what the equation means. I accept that part. He says horizon before that, where he says then every horizon
measurement.
Yeah, but that horizon bit, that's the bit we're questioning what he means by that.
The geometry of the Earth, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Geometric horizon. If he was here, that's what he would say. The geometric horizon. That's what he's talking about.
So when he says horizon the first time, he's talking about geometric.
Yes. Both times, yes.
And our whole side knows that.
Okay, so
I thought when you say horizon, you don't mean geometric horizon. You mean
we know the horizon.
What we would call the apparent horizon.
There's no such thing.
Oh my goodness, bro!
In the gold model, there's 5 horizons. So which one do you mean?
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to QE. It's irrelevant what I think. I'm going based off what I think he thinks. And I thought horizon would have meant apparent because he specifies geometric afterwards, after the second part of the calculation, which is obviously referring to the geometric horizon. So he's saying here...
Yeah.
So he's saying here that every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. Is that what you're saying he's saying?
Yes.
That's a tautology then, isn't it?
No,
because it's got parentheses around geometric.
Oh my goodness!
Do you see the semicolon? Okay,
hey, can you type tautology in the chat? Because when I look it up,
no, this is called sophistry. Okay, that's what
this is sophistry. It says needless repetition of an idea, especially in words other than those of the immediate context, without imparting additional force or clearness, as in widow woman.
And it does provide additional clarification. So that doesn't fit those confinements parameters. It doesn't.
Okay, well, freaking show me where it makes any sense at all.
Enio, stop screwing over people.
Yeah, you keep using the word tautology, right? And he just read the definition. Okay, yeah, he just read
I won't use tautology anymore. So,
well, no, what I'm saying is it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work because you're saying that it's a redundant.
He's partially correct.
Well, it's just a clarification, right? In the definition, it says without adding.
Just let me put it this way. Okay, we all know it's not possible to see the quote-unquote geometric horizon. So the model predicts that it would be in a certain place. So if you actually measured it physically, it should be there. So it is kind of a tautology, but the error of the tautology is on the globe side, not the flat Earth side. Because the globe Earth side will say the geometric horizon is exactly where it needs to be, but you could never see it.
Okay, so let's say that's the case, and I think it is the case for the most part, right? You can never actually see the geometric horizon, okay? In what sense does this black swan observation disprove the existence of a geometric horizon?
Well, for 5 years, all we've heard is that we do see it. So now, just to stake your claim, you're saying you never see
it's listen. He's trying to prove that the geometric horizon does not match the prediction.
Well, what's the prediction?
No more than 1.225 the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right, but we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that. That's why there's a term called the apparent horizon that differs from the geometric horizon.
I've heard myself over 100 times.
Okay, so to find where the apparent horizon is, do you need to use the geometric horizon?
I think you would, and you would also apply
you cannot do
refraction
any curve
calculations to it.
Listen, you can't do any calculations without calculating that horizon first. That is going to be the first order of business.
Sure.
So if you cannot locate that point, that place, then the rest is just gobbledygook.
Yeah, this used to be the question,
Which
right?
is the point. The point is to show that the idea of using a curve calculator or saying this thing is over the horizon, under the horizon, it's just, I think the point of this is more to show the fallaciousness of using the curve calculator or apparent behind the curve, strips over the horizon, masts being visible before the bottoms of the hull is a bunch of baloney. Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, we would see the ships disappear bottom first. If the Earth was a globe, we would see the sunset over the horizon. All this kind of stuff. So
Copernicus even says this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Okay, so you can't just bail on this as if it. Now we're not saying any geometric horizon. We're saying that didn't exist, but Copernicus himself said it. And uses this as evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
You can't use it that this is evidence that Earth is a globe for 400 years and just say, "Oh, we didn't mean that."
Because the P900 came out.
So is that the position of say AI? I see you lighting up as well. Is it your position that when he says every horizon distance measurement, he means geometric horizon?
Yes.
I know that's your position, Indio, but AI, is that your position too?
Look, you're trying to get it to a point where the geometric horizon is always going to be where it's going to be, but you can never see it, which you don't realize that you're actually conceding that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not...
Yeah, it's 24
But is that your position too? Is that your reading of this syllogism, AI? When he says every horizon, he means every geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, bro.
Is that the geometric horizon?
No. What is the definition of the word horizon?
Well, are we going based on the National Geographic definition or the Andrew Young subject matter expert definition? Because they're two different.
What the actual horizon is? Okay, I'll put it to you like this: if you're going to point to a horizon in a photograph, in a video, in the real life, what are you going to be pointing at?
It would be the line where the sky appears to meet the land.
Bingo, we have a winner.
Welcome to
But
Flat
then
Earth.
but then, like many subjects, you find more technical definitions when you go a little deeper. And if you go a little deeper, you'll find that there's 3 definitions. So, are we to just reject that?
No, bro. If you're gonna point to me a horizon, what are you going to be pointing at?
Yeah, but there are colloquial definitions for many terms that have a more
If you're
technical
going
definition.
to point at a horizon
I
in
already
a
answered
photo,
it.
in a
I already
video,
answered
right? Bingo.
So
you already answered the question.
So we are going to ignore the more technical definitions then. Why?
Present them, man.
We're
already accepting that they don't matter, so why bother? I mean,
but they're irrelevant to this. Okay, so the astronomical horizon is irrelevant to this. So are you saying
the
that ships
apparent and the geometric aren't.
Listen, are you saying that ships go over the astronomical horizon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, how about the what do they call it? What do they call it in sailing? The artificial horizon. Do ships go over the artificial horizon?
I think ships go over the geometric horizon.
The ships. Holy shit, dude! You think ships go over the geometric horizon?
Yeah.
Okay. What? So how do we find that?
Well, you can see it. I knew you have one. But
how about if I show you? How about if I show you a video of a radio-controlled motorboat on a 400-foot lake just being obstructed by nothing?
Anyway, for the flat earthers
like
watching,
not one video, like 10 of them.
Yeah.
With weather.
Correct.
So now you have an anomalous data point. Okay.
Sure, I'll look at it. I mean, if you give me a reference, I'll read up about it.
Not a reference, a demonstration.
So is it the apparent horizon that cuts ships off from the bottom up, or is it the actual horizon that cuts them off from the bottom up?
Well, I really don't want to move off of this Modus Tollens argument yet, because there's a couple other things I wanted to go into. But the short answer is that I think that the geometric horizon is the one that cuts it off, and the apparent horizon is the one that you see. And that those two things are consistent with one another and they can coexist.
So when the boat is way off in the distance and its disappearance is consistent with the distant horizon, it's somehow actually being blocked by the closer horizon that's physical.
So let's take what he said in the context of this image, right? So the geometric horizon in this image is supposed to be a mile away. That is what is supposed to be cutting off. It should be cutting off the oil rigs. But you can see this visual horizon more than 9 miles away. So where did the geometric horizon go? Did it become transparent?
I think it's still there, but then...
But it's supposed to be blocking the light that is coming off those oil rigs.
Yeah, well, do you believe that light can bend through the atmosphere? Do you believe that light can bend as it travels through the atmosphere?
Can bend. Yeah, I believe it can bend, yeah.
Okay.
So then, you said it's blocking it. You said it gets blocked by the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the light can bend over that horizon and meet your eye.
Okay, but the horizon went from in front of the oil rig to in back of the oil rig.
Well, the apparent horizon did, yeah.
Well,
the geometric one stayed where it was.
You show me or tell me or demonstrate it in any way, shape, or form how a horizon that should be obstructing something from the front can leapfrog the object that should be obstructing and appear behind it.
Well, this is another part of the...
No, so just tell me.
I'm about to answer you. Okay. This is another part of the claim that's being made. And I don't know exactly where the horizon is in that image, but I can't really argue that it's definitely behind the oil rigs unless you can substantiate that decisively.
There's actually the person that took this image took some more yesterday that are a lot clearer.
Well, I mean, to really know for sure, I think you need to take more data measurements than we're taking. Isn't that the case? I mean, can you be certain of where the horizon is?
Well, if the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the land, it's a subjective visual impression.
Yeah, but that line in both of those images is not exactly clear.
Well,
I mean, it's a hazy day.
It certainly is not in front of the oil rigs.
No, I agree. Or at least it doesn't appear to be.
So how would it...
But then it could be. I mean, it could be the case that there's some strange atmospheric
mechanism which could make that happen.
Just
bending light doesn't cover it because you have to bend it in such a way, I don't know what, corkscrew it or whatever. You have to bend it in such a way whereas the line, which would normally be obstructing, somehow flipped and got behind the oil rigs.
Well, you're not going to like this answer, but if it was up to me, I would say there's so many anomalous refractive artifacts in that image that it's worthwhile just throwing it out. I know you're not going to want to do that, but you have to look at that image and think there's a lot of crap going on in there.
Doesn't matter.
But it's been repeated.
Yeah, but it hasn't been repeated without a lot of artifacts of refraction. That's the thing.
So you saw the one that was done yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you like sandbagging, like pretending you didn't see it?
Well, I did see it, and I saw refraction in that image too.
So, guess what? Turbulence, atmospheric turbulence, is not refraction.
Well, there's a lot of waviness in that image, and I think if there was better focus, you could see the cranes were distorted in a similar way as they were in the original.
Now, tell us the mechanism where waviness in an image translates to horizons jumping in front of each other, back and in front of objects.
Well, I'm not sure that the horizons are doing that because, like I said, it's hard to determine.
Listen,
if you're on a globe, it has to do that.
What you're doing is called FUD. Okay, it's called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They used to do it in, corporate circles, back IBM versus Microsoft, and that's all you're doing. You can't name a mechanism this would happen, not a physical one. You can't even conceive of one in your mind. Okay, you can't even make one up using a fucking exotic material. There's no way it could happen. That a horizon is going to get displaced from in front of an object to another. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen.
Well, I mean, can the horizon not appear to move further back due to effects of refraction?
Appear to move further back means it appears higher in the frame of the
Well, I think it does, doesn't
frame.
Doesn't the horizon appear higher?
But listen, if the oil rigs are behind the horizon, the oil rigs will appear higher as well.
Are we talking about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon?
It doesn't matter with either one. It does not matter. We're talking about an apparent horizon. Wherever it appears to be, if it's in front of the oil rigs, if refraction is lifting everything up, it's lifting everything up. It isn't just lifting just the horizon up and sticking it behind the oil rig.
So let's assume that that refraction has lifted everything up, okay? And the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs. What?
How would it get? No. We're not going to assume the second part because the second part is impossible.
Well, what prevents that from happening due to refractive effects? Like, why can that occur due to refraction? I mean, I know it's been argued that our model of refraction allows for anything to happen, but if that's the case, then why can't this be happening too? I know you're not going to like that, but
because the light comes to the camera, right?
Yeah.
So if there's a horizon and there's an oil rig behind it, and the light has to come from the oil rig, so the sunlight reflecting off the oil rig comes to the camera. The sunlight reflects off that hump of water that you think exists. That comes to the camera, and those are sequentially behind each other, right? They're in different positions, in distances, one in front of the other. Okay? No amount of lifting or twisting is going to make that horizon, the oil rig, suddenly appear in front of that physical object. Dude, what you're basically telling me is I can be on another side of a hill, there can be refraction, and it will appear I'm in front of the hill and not behind it. That is ridiculous, dude. That is a ridiculous statement. You cannot conceive of any way to do that.
Yep.
Well, like I've talked to people about this before, like in the on the Glober side, and their position seems to be that, and I think I agree with it. Like,
that refraction is magic.
No, an observation like this, with as many obvious artifacts of refraction as are in it, extreme refraction, shouldn't really be counted as a great exemplar for any position, because except for the effects of refraction, because it's so laced with it. I mean,
so a hand wave dismissal.
What about finding a black swan?
Hey, listen, bro. What Indio set up for you? What Indio set up for you is a physical relationship between objects. What you set up is just a penumbra of plausible deniability.
Concepts. concepts. We know that when there's like the entire argument of ships behind the horizon is that we're using the ideas of everyday light. When one object's behind another, you can't see it. Okay, you're saying there's just some magical light where if some object is behind another object, it can appear in front of that. That's ridiculous, dude.
I'm willing to accept for the sake of argument your position that the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs, right? But we haven't really established that concretely, have we? Because we can't. So
visually, it appears to be behind the oil rigs.
Yeah. Well, it might
Visually, especially in the second video, you can see the water lapping up against the bottom of the legs of the oil rigs. So we know the horizon can't be there.
In both of these videos, they're hazy. There's a lot of distortion in them.
But you can still see waves smashing against the bottoms of the oil rigs where the oil rigs meet the water. So we know the horizon can't be at the oil rig, but the globe predicts they're in front of the oil rig.
But not the globe including refraction, does it? Like this is the globe.
No, yes, the globe including refraction, even including, say, you take the standard 76R.
Well, this isn't a standard 76R day, is it?
Why isn't it?
Because we can see how much haze there is. Do you think they're both standard refraction days?
I didn't think there was particularly a large amount of haze in the second video.
Or what was the first one?
I don't know about the first one. I thought it might have been a little hazy, but the second one is way more clear, and you can see a lot more. And it's irrelevant, dude. This is all just a bunch of red herrings.
Because refraction is the whole argument.
No, refraction is not the argument because you're not stating an argument of refraction. You're saying an object that's behind another object can teleport in front of it.
Well, we haven't established the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs yet. I mean, to be
Why not? Why not?
Well, that's for you to do. How have you done it?
It either has to be in front or back or on it, and it's not front, back. It's not in front of it, and it's not on it, so it has to be in back of it.
You're just being dishonest.
Oh shit!
I'm not being dishonest. What have I lied about?
You're being
intellectually dishonest.
Let me put it to you this way.
Look, you guys, listen. I said this 3 years ago when the servers first started. Y'all are never kicking, dragging, screaming. You guys are never going to let go of this ships over the horizon thing. No matter what amount of evidence is shown, you're going to fucking deny it. No matter what. Despite the fact that there's 300-mile observations in Antarctica of mountains, which only could happen if a mountain was twice the height of Everest. And that's in the National Geospatial Agency, right? They print it. It's not some flat earther. You can go on YouTube and look up sea captains talking and saying, yeah, I can see 200 miles down here. Okay, so this is all well-known shit. You guys can't accept it because boats go over the horizon, because it's a globe, because it has to. Some silly shit that someone postulated 500 fucking years ago is your best proof.
All right, well, since we don't agree with the observation, could we go back to the syllogism? Because I still have a problem with that syllogism.
Apparently, because you don't understand. You can't even agree what the fuck a horizon is.
Well, it's indeterminate, I think, but in both images. But I think we could probably get to an agreement on syllogism.
Listen, if you want to deny your ice, then that's fine. There's no point in going over the syllogism because you're just denying objective reality. So, what else? Right. So you can take any of these images, right, and just apply a negative, not a negative color filter, but invert the colors, so you get more contrast. It isn't changing anything; it's just changing the color values, and you can clearly see the horizon without any problem.
Do you think there'll be a black swan without any kind of refractive issues in it? I mean, do you think that's possible?
This isn't. You act like this is the only thing. You act like this is the only black swan in existence.
No, I know that there's. I mean, based on his definition, the majority of observations are going to be black swans, aren't they? Yeah. Any observation that has a non-geometric horizon is by definition a black swan based upon his syllogism, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So that's most observations.
Well, then that's 500 years of stupid arguments, right?
Well, it's also 500 years worth of like black swans that we've been calling white swans, but now they're black.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me the analogy is kind of strained.
No, it's not the analogy that's strained. It's the fact that these were all black swans and there was a long line of confirmation bias.
But wasn't the argument always about black swans? Wasn't the argument always about refraction causing you to see farther than the geometric horizon? That was always the argument. This isn't a new argument, in my opinion. It's being phrased in a different way, but fundamentally, it's the same thing.
No, listen. So when a ship, when an object appears over the horizon, what is that? Is that the geometric horizon or not the geometric horizon? Like, when does this refraction take place? Like, only when an object isn't obstructed, like the prediction?
Most of the time, you're going to be seeing an apparent horizon that's being loomed up by refraction. But the thing that's obstructing, the things in the background is the geometric horizon.
Do you have any evidence that happens most of the time? Any?
Well, you're arguing the same thing, aren't you?
I'm not arguing anything of the sort.
Are we disagreeing that most of the time you're seeing the apparent horizon?
No, you just said loomed up. You just said most of the time objects are loomed up. Do you have
loomed up in the sense of refracted up. Most of the time you're going to be
any evidence of
that? Our standard refraction, at least.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence that refraction is the general case?
Well, are we disagreeing that refraction causes light to bend?
We know that refraction. Listen, the fact that an effect can occur does not mean it does occur. Listen, this is typical bullshit sophistry from fucking Globers. The fact that an effect can occur does not mean it is occurring. Okay, and you guys proclaim that somehow refraction is the general case. It's the general condition of the fucking air that we look through every day. Well, then how did you figure out it was a fucking globe of 3,959 miles in the first place? If all your measurements are optical, how'd you figure that the fuck out?
So what's your position?
No. How'd you figure that out if everything you measured and looked at was bigger than it really was in the first place?
Well, not bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
No.
Optically larger.
Well, I mean, that would be towering, right?
Everything
it doesn't have to be.
Up, it's spread out, and everything.
It's not larger.
Bigger.
No, it's not. It's not
larger.
Bigger.
It's modeled as larger. What do you think 76R means?
Yeah, you mean the planet, not the actual thing you're looking at?
Look.
Are you talking about the globe being larger, or are you talking about what you see being larger?
The globe would optically appear larger if everything was being... Okay.
Then how are you seeing
just a way of constructing a rule of thumb?
If the globe predicts a horizon at 9 miles and I see it at 10, does the globe look like a larger globe? Earth of a larger radius?
But that's the problem, right? Because you're saying that this defies expectations, that this defies the prediction of the globe. But I don't know how it does that, because our prediction has never been that the horizon will always be geometric.
You don't actually have a prediction. You don't actually have a prediction. You have a bunch of post hoc bullshit, dude.
Well, I'm going off of Huey's argument, and I'm assuming you're a subscriber to that argument. If you're not, then you can tell me. I'm just going based off what his argument is.
Look, his argument speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be retranslated or reconvened. You know what it is perfectly. Okay?
Yeah.
And you just got off the fact that, listen, the globe, the measurement, the claimed radius is based on optical measurements, right? Surveying, looking at things. Now, to after the fact say, well, those optical measurements that we did, they're in fact actually wrong because things are loomed up. Like I said, what do you think 76R means? That means they increase the radius of the globe by 1/6 and then model everything as if the rays of light are straight.
Yeah, but that's just to increase the distance to the object. It's not to increase the size of the object. But that increases the entire size of the Earth. It doesn't increase the size of the object, though, right? You weren't saying that, were you?
It will increase the distances.
Optically, it does.
Optically, it does. It'll increase the distances because all the angles will increase in size. So optically, the Earth would look 1/6 bigger than what they actually measured it as. But what's happened was they came up with 3,959 miles. They started doing measurements, and they're like, holy shit, this doesn't fit. We're going to have to add something to this fucking formula to make it fit our fucking globe. So that's what they started doing. But that didn't work, so then they started with deflection of the plumb line and deflection of the vertical, because now down isn't down, and we got to curve the plumb line and project it on an oblate spheroid. And this is a bunch of shit you don't know that they did in surveying, but this is what they did. You guys think that they're like a globe projection is like some straight lines? No, it's not. They're all curved plumb lines.
Okay, do you think that it would matter if no one on the globe side actually subscribed to this position that all horizons must be no more than the geometric horizon? Would that be important or not?
I think what should be important is that they stop telling kids that ships over the horizon proves it's a globe. That's what I think.
No, they're not lying.
The next time
If it's
QE
true,
comes
they
in,
wouldn't have to lie to kids.
whenever I try and talk to QE, he just mutes me. The next time he comes in, could you ask him about that horizon part? If he
You're talking about QE. Talking about your ridiculous argument here.
All right, don't get upset.
Find a flaw in the argument.
No one's emotional here,
You
apart
can't
from you.
rebut it.
Okay,
You can't rebut it, so you're trying to find a flaw in the wording.
Well, no, I was under the apprehension that he meant apparent horizon when he said horizon, but you're saying he meant geometric horizon. And if that's
So
the
why do you
case, then
keep
it
going
does
back
change the
to
argument
it?
quite a lot.
Darkstar, you have to think about it like this. If he's applying it to globe earther and he's applying it to globe earth, like the geometric horizon, that's what he's talking about. He's not putting in what he believes into the argument because he's trying to test the predictions of the globe, right? With this black swan, right? So why would he use apparent horizon? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, yeah, because I'll tell you, because he's sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he's comparing an apparent horizon observation, the black swan, to a geometric horizon position, and that's if he's saying that the horizon, because the word horizon, okay, it's ambiguous in the context that he means to put it in because it means different things to different people, right? It would be better if he said exactly what that word meant in that context because it's not clear to me, and I was confused. I thought he meant apparent horizon when he said every horizon. Like when he said every horizon distance measurement, I thought he meant distance measurement to the apparent horizon.
Let me ask you if this
is the geometric one.
Would this statement make sense? Ships being obstructed by the apparent horizon prove the globe. Would that be a sentence that made any fucking sense to you?
No.
No. So that's why he's using geometric horizon, because we've been hearing for years the geometric horizon of the Earth, the leading edge of the ball, is what is blocking the bottoms of ships, objects, buildings, you name it, whatever the object of the day is. They're saying the geometric horizon does that.
Sure.
Okay?
So
if the geometric, this is basically saying the claim that the geometric horizon proves the globe because it blocks the bottom of boats is false, because the horizon is not where the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
But which horizon? The apparent horizon or the geometric?
The geometric horizon, because
but the geometric horizon is exactly
this is a corollary of the original claim. The original claim is the geometric horizon. You said it yourself. Is what is blocking the bottom of objects.
Sure, but
you
the
never said. Did you ever say that the apparent horizon is blocking the bottom of objects?
No.
Okay, you said the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So that's the horizon he's talking about, the geometric one. The same horizon everybody's been talking about for a long time.
But we never made the claim that the geometric horizon can be.
You just claimed it about 10 minutes ago.
No, the geometric horizon is just a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. So that's not
10
even a
minutes
question.
ago, you claimed that the geometric horizon is what obstructs us.
Yeah, I don't renounce that claim.
Yeah.
This dude's smart.
So
he's
he's
just being
refuting that
intellectually
claim. He's refuting that claim. He's using geometric horizon.
But he's refuting that claim by presenting an observation of an apparent horizon. I don't see how that does that.
Okay, well, then.
But how does that do that?
A refutation is that it's apples to oranges because he's showing an apparent horizon and not a geometric horizon.
But that's the thing, because it makes a lot more sense from his perspective.
How do we
if horizon
differentiate between apparent horizon and a geometric horizon? How do we differentiate which is which, right? So that's the next question. So if it's actually the apparent horizon that's makes objects appear to be obstructed, yeah, so that's where we're at. The apparent horizon, because that's what it is. The images, what you look with your eyes. So that's the apparent horizon that makes things appear that way. So that means whatever's happening is a purely optical phenomenon that has nothing to do with any geometry at all.
But don't you think it makes more sense, like in just reading it, that he would say that up to this point, I'll read the syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square root of the observer's height. We have a horizon distance measurement greater than 9.4 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959. doesn't it make more sense if he's saying every horizon in the context of every apparent horizon?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a syllogism because then you're starting to import other logical conclusions into it.
This is exhausting.
You're trying to make really a formal syllogism, which only has specific purposes to like prove one idea, and trying to import all these other conclusions off of that. Logically, this is absolutely true. Okay? Logically, it's absolutely true. The conclusions based upon the truth of this may or may not be true. Those have to be proved by their own syllogism.
But the actual if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The Q is that every I'm gonna rephrase it in the way that you're arguing it is, which is geometric horizon, just to be clear, okay? The Q is then every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon distance calculation, okay? The next part is the negation of Q, right?
Hold on.
So how does this observation of the black swan negate that position? How does the black swan observation negate Q? Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't see how that works.
Here's how it works. Can you guys hear me?
Look, your only argument is this picture is not Q and it's something else.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's the apparent horizon here, clearly, right? And we're talking about the geometric horizon in Q.
Okay.
If that's what I don't think that's what he's saying, but if that's what you think he's saying, I still don't think it makes sense.
Well,
we don't care.
I've got this. Hold on, guys.
I just think you're
all right. Check this out.
Whatever you got to do, whatever you get paid to do. I don't know.
I wish I got paid, bro. Do you want to pay me?
You're doing it for free? Holy shit!
Well, this is fun.
No, it's not. I mean, if it's fun, and then you obviously paid, or you just think that we're a bunch of clowns to play with. But check this out.
It's fun to work out problems like this. It's fun to kind of think about.
All right. So do you understand geometry, spherical geometry? So if you're 1 foot above the ground, the geometrical horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from, but you end up seeing the entire oil rigs and shit. I mean, we're trying.
Yeah, but that's the apparent horizon, isn't it? The geometric horizon isn't further than 1.22 miles, but the apparent horizon can be. That's always been the position.
What do you mean? All right. Well, how about you describe the geometric horizon? What do you mean by
geometric
that?
horizon is a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. So that's a geometric horizon.
All right. So what is the circumference of the Earth?
Was it 24,000 miles?
A little bit more, but that's closer than the other guy I was talking to got.
Okay.
So, all right. So there is a physical barrier, a hump of water between what you might or might not see at 1 foot observation.
Yeah, assuming no atmosphere or refraction. Yeah, but obviously that's a silly
Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Hold on. Oh no, I didn't. I'm not talking.
I mean, it can only be that position if we have no atmosphere.
I'm not. God, can you let me freaking talk? I'm not assuming any type of refraction or anything. I'm talking about physical obstruction. Here, we're talking about a hump of water between you and the observation point, which is 9 miles away. Say the second oil rig. You just picture you as the camera, 1 foot or so off of the beach, and you're looking 90 degrees ahead, and you're using 24901 calculations. Would you even be able to see that without, absent of all refraction calculations or anything? the geometric calculations, would you be able to see that? Yes.
Absent refraction, I'm not sure. You'd have to run it through a calculator, but there would definitely be obstruction there. Yeah.
The answer is no. The answer is no. I've already done it.
Can I say something real quick?
No.
So, Dark Star, I don't like how you're like, when you say refraction is silly, like you're trying to imply that we think refraction is retarded. We definitely believe in refraction. What's actually silly is that you can't actually give us an example of the refraction you're describing, what is causing this observation. You couldn't even think of one when India was asking. That's more silly than anything, right? Like, it's not that we don't believe in refraction, is that what you have to believe in order to get that observation, you can't even put it in words. Like, all you can say
it's
is,
like there was no atmosphere at all in the geometric calculations. If you were on a sphere and you were to look at these oil rigs, you wouldn't be able to see them at all if there were no atmosphere at all. You wouldn't be able to see them at all.
Yeah.
Okay,
but then all of a sudden, refraction makes it look like it's flat. No.
Wait, what's the cause? What's the cause of refraction, brother?
So it's the angle of incidence and I think the density of the medium.
Right. So it requires an angle of propagation from the point source through a differentiation in medium, correct?
I think it can be. I'm trying to remember the wording, get it right. I think that the density can be, or it can be. I don't want to badly butcher it.
It has to be different, correct?
If you say it right,
it can be
might make it possible. If you say
gradient.
it right, it might make it possible.
It can be a uniform gradient, but the same kind of medium.
Listen, if the medium is ubiquitous, then there cannot possibly be refraction.
So you're arguing that there isn't refraction then?
Okay, pay attention. You already said that the angle and the change in the medium, so that means it's different. Okay, so what Indio was asking you is to describe a relationship optically where the objects swap places.
The objects swap places?
That? Yes. So the hump that you're supposed to be blocking things, then all of a sudden gets behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Okay, so you weren't able to give any type of plausible explanation. You only just referred to refraction. Refraction exists. What would be necessary for this type of observation to happen is basically heat-seeking, laser-guided eye missiles being shot out of the ocean miles past the hump of water that's supposed to be blocking the very ocean that's shooting you in the eyeballs with its eye lasers.
Right, that's assuming that the
passing through
where you believe it is.
Passing through. No. There is no where you believe it is. You point your finger at the apparent demarcation line where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon.
It's not clear at all where the actual apparent horizon is in these images.
Is it beyond? Listen, is it in the middle of the two oil rigs, or is that still water?
It could be.
Heck, what do you mean it could be?
Can you rule it out? It could be the case that the last oil rig has parts of the uprights.
Is the Earth, in your opinion, bro, is the Earth 24,900?
Hold on, Hilo, you asked them that already, and you're interrupting AI's point. 1 sec.
So I'm saying it could be. It could be that the horizon is in between those oil rigs.
But why? Why would you say that?
Well, what rules it out? Why would you deny it?
Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the picture one more time just so I can be certain what the hell you're trying to say.
The truth is we can't be certain because of how much distortion there's in the image. That's why I would say you should throw it out. But I know you're not going to do that.
No, bro, that's not how it works. Okay. Right. So here we have, let's see. We have, the sky is yellow. Then I'm scanning downwards. All of a sudden I see a completely different color. And when that color appears, it's beyond, or at least higher in the field of view, which would necessarily mean beyond the last oil rig.
Well, the oil
At
rigs
best-
are elevated.
Well,
You
that's
actually
cool.
look on an elevated like platform almost, and you can see that it's
I really
actually
don't
higher
understand
than-
what the point. I really don't understand what the point of that assertion was.
so you just see it's not above it.
What's not above what?
What do you think I mean by that? The horizon line, you old man.
So you're telling me that the horizon line doesn't appear above the bottom legs of the oil rigs? That's your claim?
I don't think you guys are comprehending that the horizon, where the horizon's supposed to be, is like 1/6 of the distance to the first oil rig.
But what are the assumptions with where the horizon should be?
The geometric horizon should
But that's
be
never going to be
there.
the horizon you see, though. So why would you expect it to be there?
That's fantastic, but it can't be in front of something that's behind it.
But you keep going back to this position as though we hold that the geometric horizon is
Because
the
the
one you
path
when
of
it isn't.
the ray would have to take it, would have to come in at a higher angle on the camera. Understand it's being projected onto a plane, and for the horizon in the image to appear higher than the bottom of the oil rig, it has to come into the camera at a higher angle.
All right, I gotta go now, guys. But it was nice talking to you. I'll be back maybe sometime next week or something.
All right, peace.
See you.
Fucking glasses.
I'm bored. Dude, at the end of the day, they just don't want to admit where the horizon is. That's all it is. At the end of the fucking day, like, doesn't matter. Like, the whole refraction argument was nonsensical. The whole geometric, what QE was talking about, was nonsensical. When you finally hold your toes to the fire where the horizon is, they just don't want to go there. Because that just destroys the whole point, the whole argument. Everything he has to say just destroys.
Well, the premise is thus that the geometric horizon can never be seen. Therefore, anything you're ever seeing is a consequent of optical phenomenon.
Which is our point.
Duh. Which is the only appropriate response to that is duh. So their only ground to retreat into is, well, I still need a geometric horizon because it's only possible that a geometric horizon could cut the bottoms of things off. And that's why they're so afraid of angular resolution arguments.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blowbusters taking over. Bye bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
Hello, who was playing the bot? Can't look at the screen.
I'm here, man. What you need?
I was just saying, anybody's here. Looks like all club deniers on the panel right now. So. Just listen, you take a word. You think the Earth is a spinning globe in a vacuum of space? Please come in here and discuss civilly with us. Not sure what else to say. Back to UAG or not. You can play the bot if you want to. Till somebody comes in with a good mic that can talk, like Miggy or somebody.
Yeah. I've just been playing some stuff, just kind of fill up the dead air. And then I noticed that you showed up about the time that I had hit play. Perfect timing.
Yeah, that's dead air day for you.
Well, I hope all is well with you, man.
Yeah, while I got free airtime, I want to give a shout out to Whitson. He's seriously starting this NASA audits, and he's getting people to sign up for it to respectfully, approach these people civilly and try to get some accountability from NASA. So I'm thinking about trying to sign up, help him do some stuff, so I might be on her list or whatever. Still got to work and make money. So anyway, I just wanted to give him a shout out. He's
That sounds awesome.
Everybody can think whatever they want about anybody. I mean, I'm not saying that his heart's in the right place. He's in this for the right reasons. And I fully support him, what he's trying to do. So, anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It takes all kinds, and we've all got to keep moving forward.
We all are coming at this from all our different perspectives and things we can do, and we just try to support each other, right? Instead of tear each other down.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, if anybody's interested, you can go to NASAaudits.com and find out all the information about it. And, if you're interested in that and sincerely, having professional emailing with NASA, maybe talking to them on the phone or even meeting them in person, talk to an astronaut, stuff like that. That's what he's wanting to do. I don't want to speak for him, but I'm just giving a little promo while I got dead air. Go ahead, AG.
Yeah. I think I might put some more music back on, or some of these clips that we've got.
Showing up there it is again. Are you having issues?
Yeah.
Technical difficulties, please stand by. Or if you're sitting, you can just sit by. You don't have to literally stand because I said stand by. But none of the last three sentences I should have said. Anyway, while we're waiting on AG to figure out the bot, we've got three main physical claims made by the globe model, the heliocentric model, that somebody listening to me right now may believe in. And the first claim is it's a ball, so it has curvature that can be measured. And we're yet to verify and measure that curvature. Then we have this ball in motion, several different motions, spinning on its axis. And then with all that going on, we're going through the vacuum of space where nothing exists. And does nothing really exist? I don't know. But that's the claim. We've got a ball spinning and wobbling and tilting and zipping around, going through the vacuum of space. So if you got any verification of any of those three physical claims, please click the link and join us. Go ahead, AG. Got it fixed.
Yeah, I think so.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Thanks, man. Stay blessed.
It's just so sick, sick, sick. It's so complacent. right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the modern frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Chemtrails, NASA shells, dollar bills, pharma kills to keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids, Masons run America. It's like this. It's like this. God bless you, listen, tricks. I'm worshiping the church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they hate the tithing, but they do not pay attention. God bless you, listen, tricks. I'm worshiping the church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they hate the tithing, but they do not pay attention. The latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Never did. Elvis planted in your head. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Earth, it don't spin. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Never did. Elvis planted in your head. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. The latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Money can't make the world go round. Money can't make the world go round. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, splashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time. The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the Sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on a spinning bar. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
No!
safe for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. And they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the light and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try in the wake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight to leaving gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our sun and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know. You don't know. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. And they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the life in a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it.
Clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we're moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night your fault though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon. Then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So crazy for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. Prescribing me with signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishing lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always thinking for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. Hakuna Matata. It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm certain, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've gone out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, the earth is flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
What's going on, lovely people? How y'all doing?
Pretty good, Mayhem. What's going on?
Just another beautiful day.
Yeah. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor.
Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
Hello, neighbor.
We got a little bit of activity over in the YouTube chat, but this gentleman doesn't want to join us because he's afraid that he'll be muted.
Hey, Ricky, come in here, man, if you want to have a conversation. Don't be so scared all your life. But me thinks you won't join, so you're probably just going to make up every excuse under the sun why it's not possible. Well, I can't join because you guys have the mute button. Oh, I can't join. If you had truth, you would join. You wouldn't care where you're at. You would speak it. But you guys like to make your own playground where you don't have to answer any questions, and you want people to go to your playground so that nobody ever gets to the bottom of the truth. Well, we only stay in this like ambiguous idea that we live on a globe. It's not going to happen. You come in here, if you have truth about the globe, you present it, and we'll examine it. We'll talk about it. If you got nothing to bring, it's just going to be evidence that you have no truth behind what you're saying. You just have your wacky ideas. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, this guy said old dude seems more reasonable than the rest, and maybe perhaps he can break free from this. He says he thinks he could. Like break free as though this is some kind of cult or something. Like, dude.
Yeah, we've got that even said yesterday. Flatsy Klein was even saying that. There's a lot of people in our community that might think the way they do. And I was in a very long conversation with her about it too. Because, you know, she was already putting us in a category. And I said, so what? So were you doing something bad towards the end of the conversation? You guys got to rewind to hear what she was saying, though. But, yeah, she was very, took her stance on it last night. Or actually, well, it's this morning for me because I got off of work. But, yeah, she was very adamant in her position. And a lot of people feel that reserved feeling, even in our community. Well, here's the deal. This, what we do here, is very effective. and it gets the job done. So we're not going to stop doing what we're doing just because somebody has a little tiffy about what's going on here. Flat earther or globe earther. So that goes out to Ricky. It doesn't matter if you feel like, well, we got the mute button. What do you have wherever we go? Well, I'll tell you what, you got a moderator or mediator that's going to let you waffle. Well, give him 10 minutes and you got 10 minutes. And that's not going to get us nowhere near the truth, because you're going to spout off at the mouth and say a bunch of shit that's going to keep us in circles, circle jerking each other. And we don't want that. We want you guys who think the earth is a globe to answer the questions that we have for you. And if you have no answer for the questions, then you are just imagination is all you have. That's it. And regardless of how other people feel about it, oh, you guys are being meanies. That's why I don't want to bring other people in, because you're meanies. Well, you guys are just saying that because you don't want to answer the truth and you want to go to a place where people aren't going to hold you accountable for what you say. That's nice. No one will ever get to the truth that way. We're only going to hear everybody talk about everything else that has nothing to pertain to the truth. Yeah, I got to be in my bonnet because of it. Because I know now what people are actually sitting back and thinking, oh, these guys are, it's a little bit harsh, man. Well, that's what it is. Because why are we in the state that we are? With all this mental conditioning about the globe being the way it is. Because nobody stands up for the truth. And there's all these other forums where everybody can get away with whatever they want because they're not held to a standard. No one's holding them accountable. Because you can't. Because why? Well, you got 5 minutes and you got 5 minutes. And the time that the Glober has 5 minutes, he gish gallops to about 10,000 points and never comes to one single conclusion of how we can determine whether the earth is curving or not, the surface curvature. So yeah, sorry, but not sorry. How about that?
Playing nice is not the way to go. All it does is allow idiots to think that it's acceptable and that they have a right to have their opinion, and they don't. You really don't have a right to an opinion. If you can get offended by somebody else's opinion, then you have no right to such a thing. And when it comes to being nice versus being kind, there's a huge difference. What we're doing here is very kind, but we're not going to be nice about it.
And the more feeble, kind of closed in, people of the flat earth will also think that. They're like, you guys are being too harsh, too mean. I would like to bring my loved ones in here, but I'm afraid that if they do, they'll get exposed to QE or the likes of Miggy or whatever. Listen, if that's your main concern of how the message comes across, well, then that's probably because there's something wrong with the guy who comes in here. If they're being obstinate, if they're being narcissistic, if they're not answering the question, well, guess what? They're gonna get smoked. That's all there is to it. If they answer the question, if there's no problems with them saying, you know what, I don't really know either way, then we have no issues. We have issues because the people who think this are very arrogant, egotistical, and you know what? That's the thing we deal with. So guess what? They're gonna get smoked. They just are. It's just the way it's got to be.
Mayhem. I think that's why. That's why some of these are afraid to, because they have to deal with those types of people in person, and they're afraid of having to stand up for their own beliefs, their own convictions, their own knowledge, all of that. They don't want to have to explain it or stand up for it in person, and that's going out to the flat earthers. They don't want to. They don't have the courage of their own convictions to stand up for what they're saying, and that's not a good thing. We have to have that courage. We can't be cowards about this.
Yeah, I got painted into a light of I'm heading down a path of darkness, and I'm like, man, you can have your opinions on whatever it is I'm doing. I'm unapologetically myself. I don't give a shit what people say. It's getting the job done, and it's effective. I'm telling you, man. It doesn't matter who's out there who's looking at us and be like, 24/7. It's a real mean place for any new person. If they're not arrogant, and if they're not egotistical, and if they're not a narcissist, and they're not, saying logical fallacies, everything's fine. We're not going to have an issue. It's when they get into that mode that they're going to have an issue. And the world doesn't know how to deal with that because the world's all like, oh, just tell me what you want. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You want to go to another point? Okay.
You know the non-Newtonian fluid type thing where if you squeeze it, it goes solid. Like if you hit it really hard, you'll hit it solid. But if you hit it softly, you can push through it really easily. That's how this place is. Try and hit it and see what happens. It's going to be like hitting concrete. But if you gently ease your way in here, it'll be like hopping in the pool, man. Calm down. Everybody's just got to calm down. Because I've seen so many welcomed in with open arms, like, yeah, come on, let's chill. And then others, they want to try and just headbutt right through the door. Dude, it's gonna hurt if you do that.
What happened, Mickey? Did somebody say you were being mean?
Oh yeah, Flatsy Klein.
We all hear that.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know what she was on, but she finally, because she went ahead and had her conversation with Fioria or Rolling My Boulder, and everybody was saying she was doing a good job in that. But I'm always like, let me examine, let me see what's going on. So she had Rolling My Boulder came back, and he's a low level sophist, so he's seeking attention. He's not really somebody who's putting up a fight, let's say. But he was dragging her around in the conversation last night, and he was making these points, and it's painful to listen to. Yeah. Because anybody who stands up for the truth in here won't allow that to happen. None of us do. At least the ones who know what's going on, right? We're not going to be drug around in our own house. That's just not going to happen. So he was doing that to her, and they were waffling because he burden of proof reversal fallacied her, just going along with whatever. And he was the one asking the questions. Will you tell me how you have your measurements? And I don't see that. And it was like a very timid way. And she was like, well, we have to engage with them that way. I'm like, oh my God, no. So she basically started to say that in kind of like a summary that I'm basically me and others like me are the issue because we she's like, you monologue and you say things and you know what to do, and I'm like, oh my God, no, fangs are coming out, I see what's going on. But you know what, I don't care. You can have that perception, you can even tell me that's the way you feel. I'm a big guy, I can handle that shit. But I was telling her that what we do here, it's effective, it works. I don't care what anybody says, I care about results. What happens to the people that come in here and act the way they do? Guess what? They have to answer the question. And when they don't, the whole world sees how they don't have an answer. So yeah, you bet your ass I'm thinking that what we do is the right thing, because now everybody can see for themselves. They don't have to be cowering in the corner or go to modern day debate or any of that other shit. They can hear how they don't have an answer right here in 24/7. They don't have to go somewhere where they're like, okay, let's arrange for a debate. And you have 10 minutes, I have 10 minutes. No, for what? So we can hear them say, oh, it's like amoebas on a beach ball. And check it out. And we're just there taking it, just not saying anything. And they're so wrong. So you damn right. I'm going to be like, this is the place. If you guys want to hear somebody say something, whether it's true or not, about the shape of the earth, you come here. And that's why we hold office and no one else does that's on the globe side. Because we're holding them to a standard. That is the truth. That's what we're holding them to. And if they don't got it, then sorry. If you feelings are getting hurt because you're being such meanies to them, why don't you let them speak? Because they're not going to say anything productive for the truth. They just want to gish gallop away from the point, red herring fallacy away from the point, logical fallacy away from the point. They don't want to be held and pinned down. And that's what we do here. Anyway, I had to be in my bonnet about it last night. I was like, I can't believe that we got some of these flat earthers who are in here not saying anything. But I guess last night it's just all started to come out. I like to hear that you feel that way. So at least I don't have any misconceptions of why you maybe are leaning towards why are you guys doing what you're doing. So she did. She came out and said everything. So it's fine. I don't care. She's still where she's at. She can hold her. She can have her reservations. But we will be the shield for people like her because they're not going to stand up for themselves. So what do we have to do? We're the caretakers of that. we're the shield for people like that, where they can come in here and not say anything and listen to how those people don't have an answer. Because there's nobody courageous enough to stand up. And when somebody does, oh, now we're the bad guy. Well, I'm sorry if you paint me the villain, but I'm just going to keep doing it this way because it's working. You damn right it is. None of these assholes come in here and have any evidence for what they have to say. And they don't give two shits about what you got to say. They actually mock you. So we're going to put that on display. And we're going to paint them the fool every time.
When you said you're the shield, that's a great point. Like, yeah, how can you be mean if you're the guy that's going to stick up for them? Because what these sofas do, especially types like Rolling My Boulder, is they try to pick on certain people. If they look at the panel, Mimas isn't here, Mayhem, Miggy's not here. You know, some of these big heavy hitters aren't in the room. Oh, though maybe Sasha's talking. Let me join in.
Yeah.
Oh, Kim's here, Flatsy Klein. Let me go and talk to her. So it's like you said, we're the shield. We'll pop in and help you out if they start dragging you along. So we're not the mean ones. We're just here to help you out. Like, they will pick on you if they think you're weak. And, you need us. All right?
I was just going to say, I couldn't agree more, guys. You know, some people need that tough love, if you will. Like they need to be held to their feet to the fire, and you guys do it well. And, you know, I wouldn't even say it's disrespecting. You know, how can the truth and giving somebody the truth even be ever disrespectful? It's like sometimes you can't even get it through their head in the first place. Like,
are we therefore their enemy because we tell them the truth?
Exactly. But yeah, I'd say keep doing what you're doing because it's exactly right. People have been welcomed here with open arms because they're nice people, and you know, you can tell when somebody's actually genuine and they ask genuine questions, and we can tell that little subtle sophist too, you know. And so, you know, we're always on edge. We're vigilant, as they say.
With a stereotype.
It's
The
crazy
internet
that they
stereotype
don't.
of the nice guy.
They're not even aware that we know what they're doing when they come in here. It's like, bro, you're not original. Sis, you're not original. Like, this just happened 30 minutes ago.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, we're like the lifeguards, you know. Someone's got to look out for real.
So if the earth is flat, what's underneath? What's underneath your mom's bed?
Oh my.
Yeah,
Might not want to look.
And that's the thing, though. They're not expecting that. Why? Because the world doesn't treat them that way. The world's all like, well, what's underneath the earth? I think that's a great question. I think we ought to investigate that a little more. Huh. Yeah, that's the thing. When you get into a discussion with somebody who's meek and feeble, you'll never get to the bottom of what the truth is because you always have them controlling and leading the conversation. And that's what these guys love to do. They love to do that. If they can do it, they'll get away with it. That's why they're like, hey, join me on my neutral platform over here, guys. Come on. I'll take you to go to someplace that it'll be neutral. Trust me. It won't be 24/7 where you hold a mute button, but it will be over here where there's a moderator who's going to moderate. Yeah, what's that moderator going to do? Be the buffer from you and me. When I ask you to tell me or not if this is true, you're going to be like, well, your time's up. You only have a minute. That's what you do. You'll hide behind the moderator. You know, you won't answer the question.
Right. How can it be? How can it be that something that is real can be debated for thousands of years? There is no, oh, we're all just confused. I'm gonna believe what I want, and you're gonna believe what you want. No, bitch. Someone's lying. That's someone's lying, and every now and again, some of us wake up in a generation and go, whoa, what the fuck's going on here? That's all that happens. Now you're asking me, what's at the pit of the Yellowstone's fucking you know, like, I don't know him. I just woke up. I used to believe in the globe, then I looked into it. Now I'm not convinced because there's no evidence.
Right.
I don't know shit about the edge. I don't know shit about these aren't even ideas that are original. I'm only answering because I'm now in this paradigm where people ask these unoriginal questions that didn't originate from their own minds because they were reprogrammed by the YouTube algorithmic agenda, whatever that is. You know, we can see it, and we see that people come in here asking us questions based on what they can find on Google and YouTube. Funny enough, that's what they used to clown flat earthers for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. They'll be like, "Oh, well, tell me how the world works." Like, dude, I didn't make the world. I just live here, right? It's like, if you want to know these answers, you might as well ask whoever you think made this place, not me.
How does the sun work on a flat Earth? It's like,
Yo, Zanuck was trying to tell me that he is like as soon as he mentioned the horizon rising to eye level or not rising, he said the fact that it doesn't rise to eye level means that it's not a plane. I was like, how the fuck did you come to that conclusion? Simple geometry and blah 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 and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, wait, hold on, time out. Are you trying to say that the horizon is physical? It's like, where are you gonna go from there? Like, oh, what's the sun setting but below sea level? How do you know that? Oh, you're talking about that horizon? Is that physical over there? Oh, it's like, it just goes into the same thing. And then he said the word experiment. We can go from point A to travel to point B on the earth. And I'm like,
oh my goodness.
Okay, wait a minute, time out. Measurement, pacing, doing whatever that is. I just like the audience to know that we have two different epistemologies. So when you say science, you're talking about walking somewhere. When I say science, I'm talking about cause and effect relationships. I'm talking about something occurring, aka the word phenomena, so that I then can guess what's causing that phenomena, hypothesis, and then test the independent variable, the thing that I assume is causing the effect. That's what I mean when I say science. When you say science, you're talking about math. Why is that? It's the same thing. Oh, no, it's not the same thing. Damn, homie, you just contradicted yourself in like literally the same run-on sentence. Like, what? These people, most people are too ignorant to cross the cavern between themselves, the bullshit that they researched, and what we're saying when we got here. Sometimes that chasm is too great. And if they're not ready, they're just not ready.
Yeah, it's a big hill to climb for new people, for sure. You look to your left, you got neighbors telling you all the same thing. You look to your right, you got Google, every search result telling you the same thing. Go to YouTube, oh, they're going to tell you the same thing as well. So I feel bad for new people trying to get into this type of stuff. You got to really have a good head on your shoulders and be able to see through some BS, because they ain't going to tell you. Your neighbors aren't going to tell you. Your teachers aren't going to tell you. Google's not going to tell you. So
my question was like, and I'm asking the panel, what is the buffer between them and the information, the rest of the world? If we're not standing up for it, if there's no one being held accountable, if you're not being taken to another quote unquote neutral platform, how are we then going to stand up for anything if we can never get them to answer the question? We'll never get to the bottom of it. Like the Xanax of the world, the Koshos, and, Rolling My Boulders, like these sophist types, if they're in a platform where they feel like they can hide behind their goons or they can hide behind the mediator, whoever it is, they'll never answer the question. They'll always try to obfuscate, red herring, try to get away from the point so that they know they don't have to answer that very specific question you just gave them. So that's why this place would be the only place somebody can come to, or this and probably Oakley's and Quantum's. I mean, that's the only place. Other than that, they're not going to be held to answering anything. They can go wherever they want, whatever platform, and then say, hey, come over to my neutral platform. we got a moderator who's doesn't have a mindset either way. I even call bullshit on that because everybody has their own idea of what they think the Earth is. But regardless, there's not going to be able to because time's up. You
Look, your time's up, Nikki.
You ran out of your minute. So let's let this guy go ahead, speak. Say what you want. Well, you see, we're just amoebas on a beach ball, and we just got to hear this whole history of their made up bullshit.
The dirty thing about that is, because for instance, in a debate with Zanuck that's set up in that way, the majority of the people that are probably watching the debate aren't skeptical enough about what they believe they know. They're only skeptical about what they think flat earthers say. So Zanuck can easily do this. He'll say, well, see, Elijah, you didn't really understand, but let me help you out. And I can't interrupt him and say, hey, that's an ad hoc. And then he's going to repackage and say the same exact thing I said yesterday. He said, well, an experiment is you take the independent variable of heat and you boil water. And I'm like, dipshit, that is the scientific method. And then he tried to Play-Doh together that with walking a specific distance and that being a measurement.
Wow.
And if they did have that kind of platform, people would go, oh yeah, the flat earther doesn't know what he's talking about. And I'm going to have to waste my time saying, hey, I said the same exact shit he did, except but you don't have time to unpack what they did and then restate your position because the audience forgot.
Oh, time's up, Eli. You just ran out of time trying to explain his his fallacies there. So sorry, we're going to move on.
I often chuckle at that because you hear the back and forth with these bigger, and then these bigger platforms, of course, they get money tossed at them. And I'm like, who's actually donating to these platforms? And flat earthers are doing it too. You got your rest of the normies, but then you got the rest of flat earthers you're wanting to. Well, let me throw in this one question. It's like that one question that you asked, it's not going to get thoroughly fleshed out. It just isn't. It'll just get maybe a minute of their airtime. They're gonna give you an answer, and then the mediator's gonna be okay. We got to go to another question. We can't spend too much time on it. Well, there went your whole $20 that you just spent. So you can have them on a bigger platform. Answer the question to gas pressure without a container, and then they're gonna be like, well, you see, we have gravity and blah blah blah, and then by the time they're done. Okay, well, that answers it sufficiently. Let's ask another question. It's like, we didn't even flesh out this one. How do we know that had an answer if nobody ever challenges it? And so we're stuck in this loop of why flat earthers would flock to a thing like that because it gains more audience. That's it. And they want to throw the little question in there because they think it's a gotcha. But if the person isn't held accountable, it's not a gotcha. They're just going to skirt around it like every other question they do. And then there went your $20 that you just submitted because you thought it was going to hold them down. The question doesn't hold them down. The person does. The question is only a way. It's a baseline or a foundation for you to actually stand on, so that when you have that conversation, you can hold them to it. But the question itself, or the thing that you're posing to them, is something they can skirt around with their made up bullshit. That's just the way things are. Unless you're there to actually say, no, I'm going to have to say, no, that's not it. So if that's not the case, then it's not going to make a difference. So these guys who go to those platforms, the flat earthers, and donate money because they think their question's going to hold them, that's just not going to work. It just won't.
That's the problem. The problem is we don't realize that we've advanced. So what most other flat earthers are caught up with is 2015. It's the same as life, the philosophy of life. You're doomed to repeat the same day over and over again. What's your last 5 years look like? Don't let the next 5 years look like that. And that's exactly what a lot of flat earthers fell into the trap. Because think about it, we stopped watching those kinds of debates because I was sitting as a spectator saying, wait a minute, I'm questioning this thing and I'm waiting for the Glover to give a response, but for some reason, my curiosity hasn't been satisfied. It hasn't been fulfilled. I haven't gotten the information that I was looking for. Usually when you look for information, you know what you're looking for, right? And that may be a bias, but if you already believe in something and have a system, then you're going to look to that, to your own bias, and you're going to try to, confirm it. Um, and justifiably. So these what the flat earthers don't realize is that we left that. That's why Oakley's got so popular. That's why this place got so popular, because people were tired of being able to actually address, the real issues. And for some reason, flat earthers are choosing to stay in the same conversation that's exactly the same in 2015. If you look at one of those debates, they're no different than the Dave Murphys, all of the older figures that have been in the debates. The debates today will look just like that. The answers will be exactly the same, and you'll learn absolutely nothing. Why would any flat earther want to participate in that when we were there?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say on this whole issue, but yeah, last night we had a kind of a feeling kind of thing that Flatsy was talking about. That we are handling things here. It's the way of darkness. If you're following, Yeshua, and so she doesn't realize that there was a certain type of people, or there does take a certain type of person to hold someone accountable. And sometimes it upsets the rest of the people who listen, because they're just like, oh, you're just being too mean. Oh, let them speak. Not here, my friends. It's just, I don't know. And maybe the third party perspective, viewing it from the outside, it just paints it in a light that people are just going to be like, well, I don't know. Oakley does what he does, but, I think that's too harsh. Is it? Well, if the person was being honest, why would it be harsh? That's the issue. Same with QE. If you're being honest and you just say, hey, shit, I don't know, then he basically goes into teacher mode, and you're like, oh, no, this is the way it is, and so on. And you can check out the information, and if anything he's saying is incorrect, then you'd be able to, pit it against whatever he's saying. That's not the case, ever. People just want to win an argument. That's all it is. And that's when you get smoked.
But you cannot win the argument because their argument is against the nature, not against the people.
So, good morning to everybody from the States. How's everybody doing? We got Sir Vagabond joined us. What's up, Vagabond? What's up, bro? Okay, he left. Yeah. It's a great day. There was a guy named Ricky in the YouTube text chat who was saying that cowards have mute buttons. That's what he said. So he just wants to burn down the house because he can't come in here and provide evidence that the earth is a globe. Yet, what does that make his group that have their own platforms? Double standard much?
Can you give him here 20 minutes of presentation, Miggy, without muting him with all globe evidence? And we will be quiet, and after 20 minutes, we will start this.
We allow them. We allow them to come in here and speak truth. If they have any information, any evidence, empirically that we can show, we're not going to let somebody tell us, "Well, it's like an ant on a beach ball, see, and you guys don't realize that we're so small." Well, we're not going to have that. Sorry, it's just not how this works. Just really is. So, yeah, that's how the sophist, Sasha. That's how Rolling My Boulder was able to kind of drag you around in that conversation you had with him, because he was like, he wanted to say whatever and pissed you off because he was controlling and leading the conversation. That's not what had been what I was talking about here. You come in here and tell us your point, your position, but if right away we know you're going in a bad direction, we're going to stop you right away. We have to. We can't allow you to say things that are not true or teach us things that is not the way the earth is. We're not like ants on a beach ball. You haven't even provided evidence that the beach ball exists. So why would we let you use that analogy? So we're going to have to stop you and correct you. And that's just the way it is. However, you can tell us this is my perspective, and I'm viewing it this way, but it's not going to continue to. We're not going to indulge your little lesson about how we're ants on a beach ball, which is not going to happen.
I needed 2 years to learn what is drop over distance, and now when I say it, the English people doesn't understand me what is drop over distance.
Yeah. They understand, Sasha. All this thing that they don't understand you, they know what you're saying. They feign ignorance because it behooves them to do so. Because they know it's a having them examine that will get them to a point where they realize they don't have an answer.
In that point, I will be always like a child, because when you speak about gas pressure, there you can need to science, gases, how behave container, where is container, rotation, focal pendulum, blah blah blah, everything. You maybe doesn't know anything about that, and you're confused. But you go on the beach, man. You can do whatever you want. You don't need pendulum. You don't need science. You don't need gas pressure. You don't need laws. You don't need nothing. You need only to measure.
Yeah.
And if you have something to make me doubt, then will be something. But in the last 5-6 years, I didn't see anything that I can doubt. My fuck, it's flat over distance, and that's it.
Hey, I got a. Oh, sorry, son. I got a video from Sheepdog this morning. He shot me in the DM. Mind Shock, the guy who calls out the fallacies. I saw that this morning. Oh, you were talking about Sheepdog. I don't know if he was talking about me. Maybe he was. Did he mention me by name? Because he was saying something about in the beginning, before the debate ensues, he was saying something like, if you only have 3 points for the other opposing side or something, that's not good enough. You need more or something like that. Something to that effect.
He didn't mention you by name. He just said that the Glovers had or the guy that was talking, I can't remember his name, the guy that was hosting the show.
Yeah.
Not Mind Shock, but the guy that was hosting the show with Dave Weiss and Darren.
Yes.
He had 3 points for the globe that proved the globe, and he kept saying 3 points, 3 points, 3 points, which makes me think that somebody out there mentioned the 3 points for the flat earth.
Yeah, but I don't think that's because, like, when we talk about it in this context, it's not evidence of the globe Earth. It's basically these are the claims that they make. So it's like, okay, so these are the 3 claims that the globe Earth makes. So the way it's presented is like, do you have any evidence for these claims?
Well, that guy,
it's like if somebody's presenting a negative to you, right? Like something that does not exist, that they're saying that, okay, well, it's a claim, or rather, not a negative. It's a claim, but like they're laying claim to the idea that the Earth is a globe. And then you ask them for the evidence of that, and they can't present it in any way empirical, when we live in a tangible reality where they can go and measure and they can show you things. So if they can't provide the evidence, then it's not verified that what they're saying is true. So in other words, like you're not saying that the Earth is a globe. You're presenting to the world if it is a globe, there needs to be evidence to back it up.
So Sartain's claim is that he has 3 points that proves the globe. Period. That's what he says. He didn't go into detail about it. He just said that he has 3 points that has proof of the globe, and then that was the end of the statement. Well, Mindshot paused the video and he said that's absurd. That's ridiculous. If you have 3 points for the globe and that's all you have to prove the globe, then you shouldn't even be having the conversation. And he goes on to say, and the same goes for the flat Earth. If you have 3 points for the flat Earth, then you probably shouldn't be in the conversation.
Yeah, but the thing, it was more presenting evidence for it. But what we're doing is telling them to present evidence for their claim of the globe. We're not asking. We have the 3 points that prove the Earth is flat. But in essence, what it does by them not providing that the Earth is curving anywhere, in essence, it actually turns into the only other thing. It's a dichotomy, basically, right? So if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it? It's a dichotomy. If it's curving somewhere, if it's curving up or down, convex or concave, then that should be known and understood and measured, with the curvature.
And I bring up some interesting points. I wanted to touch base on this with you guys. I'm having audio issues with my Linux system. I'm very sorry for interrupting, but we're touching base on a lot of things that we had touch points on, and don't get me wrong or nothing. This is a mind blowing topic. That's why I keep coming back here and
Before we get off on the topic,
sorry, man.
You can have your conversation. I just want to say this.
Yeah,
I think I misread the statement then when I messaged you. So thank you for clarifying that, because you are correct. It's not that you're making 3 points for the flat Earth. You're making 3 points against the globe.
Yep, that's it.
So that was my mistake, and I appreciate you bringing that clarity to me, so I don't go off and make a misaccusation out there.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. We don't want to paint somebody in the wrong light, especially I was listening to Mindshock and I understood what he said. I was like, oh no, he definitely said it the way you stated it now, is that it's not that if you only have 3 things that are going to come forth as evidence, then of course, but the evidence that we have is that they don't have evidence. You know what I mean? What's going to prove? So if it's not curving anywhere, then what is it? Like, it's not going to be something else.
You're not proving the flat Earth. You're disproving the globe. Is what you're doing.
This is I don't want to interrupt you guys, but it's an awesome topic, and you guys are getting me thinking in the correct or whatever direction. But I'm fascinated with this, and sorry, I'll yield back on this, but fuck. Sorry, just frustrated. That's all. I think all of us are frustrated.
And I agree with you, Mayhem. Mindshock is a good auditor of debates. Like I'm watching him watch the debate and everything. Like he's really good at auditing the debate and showing where people go wrong in something. Maybe you must have had to go and do something like that. So, unfortunately, like the only reason why I jumped in real quick was to talk with you, Miggy, about that particular part. I'm actually at the gym trying to finish up my exercise, so I apologize for cutting myself short. Hopefully, you can jump back in and continue the conversation. You're probably cooking or getting things set up for cooking.
My job, yeah. That's what I'm doing right now, actually cooking.
Right.
You probably heard the stuff sizzling in the background. No,
I just know you, dude. Your routine is like, every right around this time.
Yeah, exactly. No, I enjoy the people looking into this. Why not, right? I don't have nothing to hide about what we're doing here. This is exactly what I want people to do. Scrutinize it, look into it. If there's any fault in it, tell me. Where's the fault? because it's effective and it works. Like, why would I stop doing what I'm doing if I know it gets us to where we need to, the results that we need? And the results are that they don't have an answer. And that's what the whole world needs to see. Everybody does. We need to gather up a crowd and join everybody together and say, look, this guy over here says that the earth is a globe. Now you guys are going to hear if he has got an answer for it or not. You have to, because if you don't, then you're going to have a misconception that someone out there has an answer. And we've allowed anyone of any type of academia to come in here. So they can, whatever credentials you say, entomologists, scientists come in here and get their socks knocked off because they don't even know how to answer any questions that we have for them. And these things are pertaining to very simple understandings of the world around you. They shouldn't be complicated. They're like, well, the globe Earth is too complicated for us. Oh, yeah, really? So measuring a geometric shape is complicated now. I thought it was pretty easy. Isn't that how we know what a geometric shape is? Understanding it? Now you're saying it's difficult.
I just say you'll never get a straight answer from anybody, but at the same time, it's an interesting topic, and I'm sort of intimidated by the whole the run-ins and outs. If that makes sense.
Yeah, what we do, like I get what you're saying. Soul on the, I'm not calling you Soul on the Plane because that new name you gave yourself is kind of hard to get used to. All right, but
yeah.
I say this, man, like we want to help build your courage to stand up to these types. Because you're going to identify in this group, if you're here long enough, the many different types of mindsets that come in and try to refute what we're saying.
Yeah, this is so complex. Like I'm very limited with my my speaking ability compared to you guys. And
just what I'd say is like this, man, like this. I consider this an academy. So when you come in, you're fresh, you don't really know much, but that's good. That means that you start to pick up and understand. This all of it. It's all about psychology. I'm gonna tell you straight. None of it has to do with any evidence that they have. The Earth being a globe, that in no way, shape, or form is ever put forth into reality. They don't have anything. So understanding that point, then you have to understand the psychological ramifications of that. What it does to the mind at a very young age. Like, think that it's a globe. So as a faith-based understanding, people defend it on that premise. They don't come at from a point that they're going to bring something that you can actually do in this world that's going to provide evidence. They go into calculations, they go into theories, they go into like everywhere else but tangible evidence, empirical, you know?
Do you remember when everybody was a flat earther in like I'd say that you're 8th year in school where, I mean, you're not 8th grade, but I'm talking about like kindergarten when you're 8 years old or when you're 7 years old, like, or when you're 6 and you think to yourself, oh, the earth is flat. And with that, the teacher's always correcting you that the earth is round. And then you just think to yourself, if the earth is round, then what are we walking on?
Wait, you were thinking about flat earth at 8 years old?
Yes, I was. And this is where I want to jump to.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
And I had to be taught that the earth was round. And I've always been thinking in a multi-dimensional format of what flat earth would be or what. And
it's just interesting. So that they can teach you so much, but they'll never give you the information of how it's been verified, so that you have this kind of discombobulated idea of the globe. So when somebody was to ask, like if I was to ask you right now, from that understanding, what they taught you, how could you then explain to me that the earth is a globe? And then the only answer you would have was maybe 2 or 3 choices, right? But the top one I would say is pictures from space. And that's it. Like there's no.
I remember I answered with that, and it like really embarrassed me. But that's the bottom line is, I just and I said that there's proof of it, and then I said there's proof of the paranormal, and then I said there was proof of all the above. Then when we got into topics of different moons and different cores and different aspects, and earlier I was having audio issues, and there was something to do with it was a collective of different servers, but like it's intimidating the shit out of me right now as we're talking about this. I started to come in here and like with such small words, and God, it's I feel stupid fucking coming in here and rolling up on you guys' fucking server. And yeah. This is just really hard to formulate it in words.
I'm glad you don't think we're a bunch of quacks.
No, not at all, dude. Like I'm fucking intimidated by you guys, like, and that means a lot that you guys, are here and guided me through this. I start to overanalyze a lot of this, and it's to the point where, we have to come to an agreement that, sometimes, we are what we are, and we can't always overanalyze, but we have to accept each other. If that makes sense.
One of the first questions I remember asking my dad as a child, I don't even know how old I was, maybe 7 or 8. I asked him why building. We were going to the Dallas Metro on a trip somewhere, and I noticed the buildings in the distance looked so much tinier than the buildings up close. And I asked my dad why, and his response was the curvature of the Earth.
Wow, foreshortening. Wow.
And I just remember thinking, what does that even mean?
Oh my God, that's funny. Curvature of the back.
The very first question I remember ever asking my parents, and the answer to it was funny. It stuck with me all this time. I had to been about 6 or 8.
Oh my God, that's funny as hell. Did you ever get the question of, like, not only the curvature of the Earth, but foreshortening? Have you ever heard of those keywords?
Say that again, you cut out?
Have you ever heard of foreshortening?
Not that term specifically.
Well, it's like, I guess it's whenever you see buildings and they're going into a this is hard to explain now. Foreshortening is whenever you look at the front facade of a building and it's going down towards, like, the horizon, but nobody can understand or explain why that perspective is traveling. It's like a shoebox, Have you ever drawn a shoebox type buildings?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, vantage point perspective.
Yeah.
It's just the angles.
Yeah.
All it is.
But it's interesting to the foreshortening would be the oh God, I'm clamming up now. it's to where you're facing a building and there's just relative distance. So everybody here? Sorry here.
I think I know what you're talking about. Just like the further things get away, the more they shrink. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah. And it makes you wonder. He could have said it better than me.
I didn't take an art class, and so I never knew about perspective. Like, I always heard about it, but I didn't understand it. Right. And once I got here, I really started to understand it because I wasn't looking at a picture when I was having it explained to me. I was looking at everyday life. Like, as you look further and further away, things narrow into a focal point. That wasn't explained to me in high school, so I never even thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I would taken an art class, I'm sure I probably would have like asked a million questions until I got it down and understood it. And I'd probably be an artist today for understanding.
Yeah.
But
or you'd been in computer-aided drafting design classes. I was doing that in school as well.
Yeah.
And then I got into computers and IT, and here I am now.
You know what's funny though? You were talking about like everybody seemed to be a flat earther at the age of like 6, 7, or 8. You know what they started teaching right around that age?
What's that?
Well, like they start going into like the planets and things like that, and then they show Earth as a ball right around 2nd, 3rd grade.
Yeah.
And then from there, like all of a sudden one day you're playing with magnets, right? And you're learning about the attraction of magnets and how they pull together.
Mm-hmm.
And then your teacher the next week says, hey, guess what? Remember when we were playing with magnets? That's how gravity works. Gravity pulls everything down to the Earth, and that's why we don't fly off. And that's the end of the conversation. You'll never question that ever again, because as a child, you don't even know how to reason with them.
Right.
You're given that, and you're like, well, it has to be true. That's what I'm being taught.
Right. And that really stresses the question. That really pushes the envelope as far as what defines gravity, or what brings gravity as a force, or is it a push or a pull?
Well, that would be later on in life.
Yeah.
People often, the anti-flat earthers, the thing that bothers me the most is you're saying what you're saying. We all know that this was our experience in school, but they'll straight up come in here and lie like none of that happened. That they never learned in school that the Earth was a globe. Like they really come in here and say that.
Oh, damn. That's really hard for you guys. It really is. It's a hard and difficult thing to realize that we as globals, or I mean, we as how should I put this? We as globe type mindsets, and then we as the flat earthers tend to pick each other's brain, but when it all comes down to it, it's even difficult for me to wrap my head around it.
I mean, there's nothing. There's the difficulty about wrapping your head around it is that there's nothing to actually wrap your head around. Like it's not that you don't know enough. It's that you know too much false information. Like if you unwrapped your head from that, you'd be fine. Like this is the most exciting topic of my life.
It is.
It was. Now it's a part of. I don't want to get into that, but it's a part of much more, and how we're psychologically trapped into living our lives the way that we do. Even though we know how much poverty there is, even though we know how much sickness there is, we kind of still settle into these roles where we accept that the world just is that way because it is what it is. But the reason that is what it is because 90% of the world is indoctrinated and don't know how to think, and then don't know how to problem solve, and then don't know how to execute. And that's the truth.
I like to say a little bit of what Elijah just pointed out. Because it's interesting, right? The man is a wise sage. So listen to him sometimes, you can start to realize when he speaks and he says something, it just makes a lot of sense. Like, think about it. It's not about what we need to learn about flat Earth. It's about the unlearning of the globe. So you have to, all that stuff that you learn, because a lot of people pretend like I didn't know it. I just think I know the Earth's a globe because it's just self-evidently that way. But the propaganda that's been told over to us when we were very young. You have to learn this stuff. And then once you do learn it, it becomes almost, the mockery that goes into people who think that the Earth is flat. It's like, well, Christopher Columbus used to think that he would sail off the edge of the Earth, and they show you images and such. And so there's kind of like this wall that gets built up. So you start to learn all these things about like what the lore of this fantasy is about. So it's all this information coming at you, and you have this like predisposition to like defend the globe, because of the fact that you have this indoctrination of it. So it's psychological, right? So all that stuff you have in your head is clouding your judgment. It's not allowing you to see the truth. And so that's what I thought when he said that, it just kind of like looking into why that's so important. When people come in here, they don't realize they have to unlearn what they know about the globe. And they think that hanging on to that information is going to lead them to the path of truth, which it doesn't, never does. So I don't know. I wanted to speak on that because people don't realize that when they come in here. They think that, okay, you got your information, I got my information, we're going to butt heads with that information. It's like, that's not the case. The information you have is incorrect. It's not right. So when you point that, you have to point that out first. You have to unlearn, and then maybe you can understand the position we have. Other than that, your judgment is clouded. You will never see the truth that way.
Right, like for example, the only experience that we have, it's like looking at a car, but believing the car is a horse, even though even though you see it, so we see the horizon, and here's the thing: as we've looked at it, it's not like we have a different experience of looking at the horizon. It's that we used to think one thing about it. We thought, when I saw the horizon, I used to think, man, beyond that is space, and the earth is curved from, like, I had an entire orthographic view in my mind of how that looked when I looked at the horizon. I didn't just look at the horizon. Well, now when I look at the horizon, I don't really have much information other than that's the limit of my view. Now, everyone will agree with that. Everyone will say that the horizon is where the apparent horizon is where the sky meets the ground. But what they don't know is that that's supposed to be a definite location based on the geometry that we're given, or based on the figures that we're given. So when someone says, well, the horizon is actually Earth curve, we're like, why? And they're like, because ships disappear beyond it. So that's when we ask, okay, well, what is it? What is the horizon? Is it physical or is it, optical? They don't understand that. But to someone who's listening, when you hear a glober come in here and say, well, everything beyond 1.2 miles in this image is actually just a hologram, that's when you realize, oh, that's too high of ridiculousness for me to accept. For that reason, I'm out. You know what I mean? Like, start saying. So it's that's the thing. It's people have all of these ideas. The moment that you say words, this whole world opens up in their mind, and they're seeing this thing in their mind, and not actually what's in reality.
Makes sense.
So you ask them, well, do you know that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? And they don't understand it because they're like, oh, just go higher. Well, the formula doesn't call for you going higher. It calls for you seeing a geometric horizon based on where you're standing right now. And obviously, we all know that that's just not true. That formula has nothing to do with reality because the horizon is never where you predict it to be. And they just go, well, there's a reason for that. Well, that was supposed to be your proof. So how are you going to tell me that the reason that it's not the proof is because of some other thing that I also can't validate? That's weird, but that's how they come in. That's how they see things. And some of them just refuse to see the truth for what it is. It's like somebody who, I don't have to do, so many metaphors. You guys understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, this is one of the big ones for me. Because when trolls come in here, my job is typically to get them to see something that they never saw, even though they have an idea of what they expect about the thing. For example, you have the lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse, if you look on Google, is the evidences that the Earth is not flat. One of them is lunar eclipses. But in reality, we just saw an eclipse a few months ago, and the thing about it is, you're looking at the eclipse begin. It was like around 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. And you can see that what they call Earth's shadow begins at the top of the moon. So in your mind, in my mind, in a working mind, in a real curious mind, I'm thinking as I'm looking at that shadow go from the top of the supposed sphere of the moon to the bottom. And I'm thinking, I'm standing on the earth. How is the earth doing that? Guess what? There's no answer to that question. Zero. Someone tried to answer it with a graph that had nothing to do with the observation. So they show you a graph of something that you're not observing, and they're like, this is how it's actually working. Just like refraction. And I'm like, man, every time I turn around at one of your proofs, it's actually not a proof. It's actually a mark against you.
Right. I was having a hard time with that when I first joined here. That I was trying to define it so arrogantly, but yet not be disrespectful. And that's where I got off on the wrong foot. And I wanted to apologize to you guys about this because me, myself, I don't know enough of this material to actually, teach it, for one. Secondly, convince you guys otherwise. But
You're on the right path, man. It's all good. There's a guy named Brummy from across the pond somewhere.
Yeah.
And we would probably argue, was an anti-flat earther at one point. Like, he was very, very staunch in his belief. Until one day, one eraser asked him, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Oh, that was popped upon me, and I fucking was laughing my ass off, dude. It was so funny. It was a lovely conversation. Yeah.
What was going on in your mind when you were asked that question?
I was like looking out the window. I was looking out the door of my workshop, and I was taking a piss. And I look up and around, and I'm like, gas pressure without a container. And you guys had me laughing my ass off. And mind you, I was in a shop full of fucking fumes. I just got done bluing my my cousin's shotgun, and it stunk really bad. And I just couldn't believe like how fucking funny this was. Excuse my language. Here I am talking to a bunch of strangers about flat Earth, and it's all starting to make sense to me. That you guys were busting my balls and just punning on it, but not really punning, but there's talking points, and it was all making sense to me. And it was just an awesome conversation. Yeah,
you're the kind of person that I get excited about, because when a person is truly curious, guess what flat earthers actually get to do from there?
What do they do?
We get to speculate now. I'm not going to speculate with someone who's skeptical.
Right.
Right?
Right, exactly. You're going to feed on it. You're going to bounce on it, and you're going to look at it from every angle or every perspective. That's what I like about you guys. It's like there's no right or wrong answer, but only the correct answer. And that when you get it out there, we remember each other. Like, I'll remember key talking points of what you guys are talking about. And I'm just like, holy fuck, these guys' mouths are like a steel trap. No matter what I say, it's fucking incredible. And I enjoy it.
Just like Elijah said, you are the reason why we do this. So we get excited when we know people actually come to the realization and just like have that aha moment. Because for us, it was like it's a thankless job. Like, nobody comes in here and says, you know what, you changed my mind, man. Like, I really thank you. But you are doing it now. But I'm saying the majority of people, they just come in here and they want to hear a debate or whatever. And when their viewpoint is challenged, and then they're actually like, oh, I think differently now. And it's like, that's what we're doing. Like, nobody's getting like a ton of money because we're doing it. I mean, obviously, if you have a ton of and you grow and you get money that way. But if no one's directly getting paid by like the Flat Earther Association or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
So,
I know what you mean.
You do it because you love thy neighbor. You want the person to realize sometimes you can do it with a soft kid's glove, you know, to wake somebody up. And sometimes you need a swift kick in the pants. That's gonna make you know, and then you're like, oh shit. I was actually thinking, but you know, thank you guys for waking me up. Like, but if not, you know, we don't care. It's not we're not doing it for the thank yous and the, you know, well done's. We're doing it because we know there's an indoctrinated mass of people that are following this thing that's a delusion. And I wouldn't like it's okay. So when you know that, right? When you know that thoroughly in your mind, just through and through, right? You don't want others to feel the same. You don't want somebody else to be in this ignorant state. You want to help them. That's just a natural kind of outcome of this. You want to see people speaking correctly, not delusional, because it sounds weird when people are talking about things they don't even have any comprehension on. And you're like, do you actually know that any of these things are true? And you challenge them. They're like, oh, well, of course. You know, we learned that back in 3rd grade. Come on, dude. Like, wait, what are you, crazy? And then you're just like, no, really. Have you thought about this? Like, is there... Because it sounds like everybody is in that mindset. They're just parroting things that they think they know. When you challenge them, you peek behind the curtain, there's nothing really there. And then it becomes like that, wow, we were all thinking like this. So you try to help your loved ones, you know, at least just to maybe not chase them down with it, but just for them to think about it, you know, like just think about it, right? If you know, you can feel like this is the dumbest thing you ever heard, but at least think about it. So when we hear somebody come back, we understand that what we do is effective. It works. There is results that are produced.
So check it out. What I like hitting on the psychology more than anything, because honestly, when we talk about psychology, we're just talking about our mental wellness. And the only thing that has saved me, my life, is finding ways to see whether or not my psychology was well or not. Okay. Right. So it's interesting because I stumble across a word with a definition that suits all, unfortunately, globe earthers right now, unless they decide to change. Because the only way that they cannot be labeled this is if someone like you came in here and you asked me why I'm here. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that the simplest thing you could possibly do is say, hey, I don't know what you believe or why you're here, but can you fill me in?
Right.
That would be the appropriate response, because I would then tell you. But what do people normally do? They come in, they think they know what they know, they think they know what we think, they think they know what we believe, and they begin arguing off of that. Or they ask questions based off of, you know, something they assume about a group of people, us being flat earthers. So you know what I realized, right? Because you know what that breeds argumentation. When someone says, yeah, well, you think the earth is flat and then it's a disc and this, and I go, that's not what I believe. And they go, yeah, well, you don't believe in gravity and this, that, and the third, and that, you know, the things in the sky. And I'm like, you don't know what I know. You don't know what I believe. So what does that make you? Is the person on the other side of an individual asking you just to ask him for his position so that we can talk personally one-on-one?
Right.
So what happens is, and listen to this definition: obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction.
Yeah.
In particular, prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. That is the definition for a bigot.
Right.
So the media has taught by inundation, by repetition, people how to be bigots so that they don't actually, and this is the bigger picture, everybody's always asking the bigger picture, so that we're unable to communicate with each other. How can we communicate if I can't even tell you what my views are?
Divide and conquer, and you know, if you divide and conquer someone, this goes back to the Bible, that if you separate, divide and conquer, you've destroyed the nation within. You've destroyed the whole. You've made a fissure in culture, and that's the. It's a really sad point because
keep in mind that this is the chasm that Elijah was talking about earlier. The separatists.
yeah. It's really sad because that separates everything we've ever learned as human beings. It separates everything that we are, and it's a sad day for mankind because that means that they've got us. It means that they've punked us. They've harmed us, and now we're thinking apart. And when you divide and conquer, it's we're no longer the plantation. We're now the dirt or the soil, and they pretty much
bigotry is the tool.
Exactly.
Another thing I learned being in here. I grew up going to church.
Yeah.
Even though I hated having to get up in the morning, my mom made me go, and I always ended up loving it there. I had a good church. It was good people. I didn't learn a lot, but I got a couple of good sayings and a good a core foundation. But the thing is, when I turned 18, 19, I saw a video called Zeitgeist, a documentary or whatever you want to call it, and I got sucked into that. And the only reason I got sucked into that is because, unbeknownst to me, I was a bigot against Christianity. I was a bigot against people, a group of people, because I thought I knew what they thought. So therefore, I could never actually communicate with them no matter how many times I engaged them, because in my mind, I'm coming from a place of bigotry. I don't know anything about them. Therefore, the communication is broken. Therefore, we can't connect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
So
to.
everybody's operating off of this. That's exactly how we're dividing from this one tool alone.
I'd like to jump in here real quick. Just like to say hello to Music Guru who popped in here. What's up, brother? If you guys know him, he's a Flat Earth man. He does really, really great music, and he's been standing up for the community and being like a light for a lot of millions of people. I would say by now, well known. We just collectively, I would say we'd like to say thank you for the hard work that you always put in. You probably hear this a lot, Guru, but yeah, I just always announce that, bro. You do great work.
Thank
brother.
you, man.
For sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much. I love hearing that. My ego loves hearing that. I mean, I can't hear that enough. I mean, what a wonderful, what a wonderful thing to hear, and to be appreciated and to get recognition that I never got as a child, and to be a part of a community and to contribute something, and for so many years I was playing them pubs and clubs and writing love songs that just have no meaning, and now all of a sudden, this truth hits you, and I have something of substance to give to the world, and it's been resonating, and like you say, millions of people have seen it, have heard my music and seen my videos, and it's resonating with people on a level that I could never have foreseen. So it's quite an amazing journey, and it just makes me want to do more, really. So it's a great thing. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's awesome voice.
We were at the moment talking with Soul Inside the Machine, and just recently the brother came in here, was just like, he could tell you his journey, but he was a bit apprehensive at the beginning, like usually everybody is when you tell them the Earth is flat. They're like, "What?" So kind of like really getting his understanding on when he came in here. So, but he kind of powered through it, and now he can actually see. Wow, what a change it made in my life. That he's kind of, in short, never been challenged this way. So it really got him to stop and think. And so one of the things I think that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord does is that it helps a super large community of people, like on the internet, come in here, ask questions, so long as you're not being, obstinate, you get to really dig into how you think things, and then get to the bottom of whether you know them or not. So yeah, he's kind of going through like a bit of like, wow, now I'm seeing that this is a pretty daunting subject from the standpoint of like a psychological point. It wasn't merely just about information. It's about like how we were taught to believe this information. It's crazy. And that's what we're just telling him.
Yeah, and I thank you guys so much.
He's the guru guy. Hey, do you think you could take on a Van Halen parody, Flat Earth themed?
Oh, I mean, I try and stay away from parodies if I can, because I'm like, well, why take somebody else's song and just change the lyrics? That always kind of seemed to me to be a bit lazy when I can write an original song and do all of the accompaniment myself, and then I can truly call it my own. But I have done a couple of parodies. I did one on my channel that someone else wrote for me. And I do understand the power of parodies because people already know the song and they get shared a lot. But just for me, like, as a musician, it's like, I'm better than that. But, I get so many people giving me their lyrics saying, hey, I wrote this parody for XYZ song. Would you voice it? I mean, if I had $1 for every time I got an email like that, I'd be rich.
Fair enough. Right. Yeah, I did the lyrical parody of A Talking About Love, and I haven't found anybody that feels like they can take it on.
I mean, I can. It's not a great deal of work for me to do it. So, like, I was on here the other day, and someone said, "Hey, would you voice this particular parody for me?" And I'm like, I don't usually do parodies, but in honesty, all I got to do is source the backing track, which is a piece of cake, and then I've got to sing it in the studio, which will only take me maybe to get it right and learn it, maybe an hour after that, polishing up, a bit of mixing and mastering. So it's not like going to take me months or weeks like an original song would take me to do. So if it's in my range, then I might be able to do it. So yeah. I mean, I could have a go.
Yeah, I may pop it over to your DM sometime. I'm on the road right now, though.
Okay, mate. Yeah, no worries.
You guys want to play a song or two for the room to let you know how us flat earthers get down?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I like that idea. What do you think, Music Guru?
Well, yeah, it depends what you're going to play, but as long as it's conscious, I'm down.
Right.
Okay. So whoever knows how to use the music, but can you pull up some of
Do you want a request, or do you want a specific song?
one of his songs?
One of his songs? Okay, go ahead and drop a link to whatever song you'd like us to play for you in the live stream chat, and I'll go ahead and put it in the bot for you.
Yeah, but is it? Hang on, Music Guru, is that cool? Like, I don't know. Does your music have copyright issues, or because we don't want to cross?
Where is this being streamed? Is this being streamed on YouTube now?
Yeah, yes, it is. Right, we're live streaming right now as we're speaking now, 24/7.
Oh, right. Well, because if it's released music, then it automatically becomes copyrighted the second you release it. I don't copyright it; I just release it. But as soon as you release it, it becomes copyrighted. That means you'll get a copyright notification, not a strike. It has no bearing on your channel, but it just means you can't monetize that particular stream on YouTube. I don't know if you monetize on YouTube, do you?
I'm not sure. I don't think Helio does, but we just wanted to make sure that it's not something where he receives a strike or anything. But yeah, if it's I don't think he's monetized for this. He doesn't use YouTube for monetization. I think he goes by other means like PayPal.
Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, absolutely, you can pick any song you like. But you will get, some people get really scared when they get a notification from YouTube saying this is copyrighted music. They think, oh, it's a strike. But if you actually read, it says it has no bearing on your channel. It just means you can't monetize that particular video. So it's not a strike and has no bearing on your channel. So yeah, you can pick any song you want, or I can pick one. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, cool. And if you want to, but also I was going to tell you as well, like when you came here the last time, I was like, if you ever want to come and leverage this community for anything you're going to release, you're welcome to do so. Come in here and say, look, I'm about to drop something. You guys be aware that this is coming out. And this community will support because we love your music. We love all the stuff you do. So, yeah, you could also, put the new stuff that's coming out and drop it on the live stream voice text. And, a lot of people will, go and pick it up or whatever, supporting you.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, I shall drop my new album. I mean, my last album came out a couple of months ago, and I've been pretty busy since then making music for other people. I think I said this the other day when I was on it. I seem to be the go-to guy in the community when somebody wants music. So I very rarely these days get time to do my own stuff. I'm too busy doing like intro music for someone's podcast or something. So I'll just find a link to my my latest album and I'll put it in the chat. So what do you want to do? You want to play? You can't play visuals here, only audio, right?
Yeah, it's basically audio. We put it through the bot, and if there's something that you want us to listen to, I would be delighted to hear anything that you recommend. Like, hey, check this out. And
What if I there's a 10-minute song on my latest album called Look Up, and it's got an incredible violin solo. It's such an emotional song, and it's got such truth in it. But I've only got it as a WAV file. So if I drop that in the chat, would you be able to play that?
yeah, I think so. Yeah, can you do that?
It's worth a try.
Yeah, it's worth a try. We'll see if the bot picks it. I think we'll be able to do it for sure.
Let's have a look. Look Up.
Just a weird suggestion, music guru. Have you ever thought about like saying to people out there, if you have a song suggestion, go ahead and send $1 with your song lyrics, and I'll consider making a song for it.
Oh, you know what would be cool if you just like also give us a little shameless plug. Say, hey man, go hang out with those guys at 24/7 if you ever get. So,
right.
We were like, we'd love that, man. Like that, we help each other out. With like, whatever
totally.
was the case. Like, and the cameras always they love you, man. They want to put you in the limelight. So they always got your little podcasts and whatnot.
I'm just uploading an MP3. It's called Look Up. It's actually quite a long song because what I've done in this song is I've included a chemtrail whistleblower by the name of Kristen Megan or Megan Kristen. I can never remember which way round her name is, but it's quite a damning testimony, and it's coupled with really nice music and a nice violin solo towards the end, and it's really quite emotional. And it's very rare that I do serious sounding stuff. I've always found that comedy sort of travels a bit further, but every now and then I'll do serious stuff. So I've just put that in the live stream chat and see if that's playable. I don't know if it is or not.
All right, gentlemen, can you see if we can get this up and going? It looks like we got people typing in the. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There it is.
My job in the U.S. Air Force was working in bioenvironmental engineering. So throughout 9 years, I worked as an industrial hygienist and an environmental specialist. I want to say around 2006, I started kind of opening my eyes to how the military wasn't really what I thought it was. And people approached me knowing what I did for a living and said, have you ever heard of chemtrails? Well, I hadn't. And that sparked my interest. So I went online and I looked at chemtrails. I saw a lot of, debunking, a lot of sites that were just kind of calling it a conspiracy theory. And I thought, well, geez, this is what I do for a living. Preventive health, making sure that people are not getting sick, especially in the workplace, and by things that we're doing that can affect, human health and the environment. To summarize it, in an attempt to debunk this conspiracy theory as I thought it was, I didn't debunk it. It literally changed my life. Like I said, this is hard for me because it's not easy standing here and telling my story. One day I was going through that computer system, which if you want to look it up, it's called an Air Force Form 3952. It is the approval of hazardous materials. I was finding tons and tons of large quantities of aluminum, barium, strontium in the forms of oxides and sulfates. So I started asking questions. And at that point, my demonization began.
Hello, old friend, how long has it been? I don't think I've seen you since we were 16. Tell me, how are you? Oh, how the time flies. I heard you're a pilot cruising the skies. It was your destiny, it was your dream. We used to play airplanes when we were 16. Tell me about all the things that you've seen in your wonderful world, in your flying machine. And he said, well, flying those planes ain't as great as it sounds. I have a story that's sure to astound. There's something quite evil that happens up there, and all of the people are so unaware. You see, I was ordered to fly and to spew a hazy white cocktail, a chemical brew. Have you ever wondered why skies are so grey? Gone are the blue skies from back in the day. Look up to the sky and ask your government why they're spraying their chemicals over your head. It's almost as though they want everyone dead. Look up, look up, look up. Look up to the sky above. The air that you breathe has been compromised. Please look up, look up, look up.
So then I get moved over to the other Air Logistics Center. There's only 2 in the Air Force. I started finding the same things at Robins Air Force Base. I conducted air sampling, I conducted soil sampling, and I was getting high levels of these contaminants. When I started asking the question again under a new commander, I never in my life thought I would have somebody look me in the face and tell me, I am questioning you. Is there something wrong with you? You've been looking really depressed lately. You know I can put you under a mental evaluation for up to 120 days. Who would take care of your daughter? Because I was divorced at the time. As soon as I heard that, I knew. It validated everything I ever thought. And I thought, I've spent 9 years of my life trying to protect human health, and here we are, violating law after law after law. Just sitting here, instead of protecting the people, we are poisoning the people.
Some people, they see those little white lines, assume that it's normal, assume they're benign, but nothing could be much more further from true. Those lingering chemtrails are poisoning you. They poison the ground and they block out the sun. A chemical warfare against everyone. A toxic geoengineering campaign. Do you know of anything more inhumane? Aluminum, barium, strontium too. Ingredients found in their chemical brew. The corrupt's getting drenched with a poisonous rain, with metals so heavy they clog up your brain, causing diseases it's so sad to mention. Neurological problems, Alzheimer's, dementia, and people get sicker and sicker. The haze in the sky just gets thicker and thicker. A dastardly crime against humanity. Big Pharma are rubbing their hands gleefully, 'cause the more that they spray, then the more is their wealth. The more that they spray, then the worse for your health. But you're all looking down and you're all unaware. Far too distracted, too busy to care. But I'll blow my whistle and I'll shout in the street until all the people just look up and see. Look up to the sky and ask your government why they're spraying their chemical as though they want everyone dead. Look up, look up, look up. Look up to the sky above. The air that you breathe has been compromised. Please look up, look up, look up.
Well, that was the last time I saw my old friend. A tragedy happened I can't comprehend. He took his own life, or so it was said. Apparently shot himself twice in the head. My old friend was silenced for telling his tales of flying machines spewing toxic chemtrails. But his story remains about what those planes spray. And when I look in the sky, I can still hear him say, look up to the sky and ask your government why they're spraying their chemicals over your head. It's almost as though they want everyone dead. Look up, look up, look up. Look up to the sky above. The air that you breathe has been compromised. Please look up, look up, look up.
Awesome. Who played the violin on that?
That was a guy by the name of Alexander. I can't pronounce his surname. He's a Ukrainian guy. He's been on sort of Ukrainians Got Talent. I found him on Fiverr, and I saw he was just he's like a violin virtuoso. He's incredible. Some of his video footage is just amazing, and I got that done for like €70 or something like that, like $70. Like the most incredible. The most incredible violin, heartwarming solo, and I got him to do it in 432 hertz as well. It's just when I got that back off of him, I cried my eyes out. It's like I had to listen to it again and again. And every time I listen to it, it gives me goosebumps. It's like, oh my god, it's something to that 432, and he's playing as well. It's just extraordinary. So it's a depressing song, of course. The subject's all very, but you know, it hits the spot with a lot of people. It's nice to put a tearjerker in there every now and then.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for that.
So
wow.
That violin, everything, your lyrics, the clip you put in there with the woman, it's like I'm just like, oh man.
Wow, it made me want to cry. Like it tore me apart.
And it's true. That's the thing that kills me, you know.
That's what music should be doing. You know, music should be informing you. It should make you emotional. You know, not Cardi B singing about a wet ass pussy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
You know, I'm trying to do the polar opposite of what these bastards are doing, you know, and if you do it right, not saying that I'm doing the music right, but if you put, you know, in the right frequency with the right message, you know, and, you know, some emotion in there, even some comedy and that, when I'm trying to do it all really, but everything I release is going to have a message, that's for sure. I'm not going to be singing about breakups or love anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah. But such a warm voice, such a warm, piercing voice. And I can't explain enough how appreciative that we all are for this.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I would love to play some guitar with you. So
Christ almighty, where do I find the time to do that? I'm still trying to find the time to do my own stuff at the moment. But yeah, I mean, if you can show me what you got.
It's my
I was going to ask,
man. If you guys get together with that guitar, Sonny's around here somewhere as well. You know, I would love to sing on a track with you, man. I really, really, really would love to do something like that track you just did. I want a tear jerk or something that people can feel. You know?
Yep.
Yeah,
We
it's
got a lot of
important
people in
to
here,
listen.
Guru, with a lot of amazing voices, and they'll be able to like. Because I know that I know that he's got like maybe something that he's has in the back burner that he's thinking about. Guru, is there anything that you have that you really want to get out like in the next year or so, like something that you're thinking about doing and we can be excited about? Because like your music is amazing. It's just, I mean, it does reach out to the mind. So, are you working on anything that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, at the moment I've been working on stuff with other people. I've just done the new Globebusters intro, and they wasn't too happy with that because it was just too heavy. But Jaren approached me and said, make something heavy for Bob, because Bob, no doubt, was a big fan of heavy metal. So he just said, right, make us a new intro, make it for Bob. So I made it like real Metallica style. And when they heard it, they're like, the rest of the panel like, oh, I don't really like this. But to be fair, I didn't make it for the panel. I made it for Bob. But they're going to stick with it for now. And that took me a good few days to do that. So it pissed me off a little bit that, you know, I've been working on something for 5 days and they're like, we don't like it. It's not like I charged them or anything. So I did that that's one of the recent things I've just finished. Also, the Level With Me soundtrack for Hibbler's final film in that trilogy. So I made a song called Level With Me, and that's pretty good. I'm very pleased how that turned out. And I've got a bunch of songs written in my phone that I haven't quite got to yet. I've got my next song I'm going to make is going to be a song called Black Sheep, I think, because that will resonate with a lot of people, because, you know, most of us are the black sheep of our family and the black sheep of society, and et cetera, and we've all been sort of, you know, ostracized and demonized, and, you know, so there's a good opportunity for a song there that will resonate with a lot of people, and it's probably going to be, you know, probably quite heavy. I've got a ton of ideas for rocky stuff and comedy stuff and emotional stuff. It's just finding the time to do it.
Yeah, if you ever want to come in here, man, just have a glass of wine and just unwind and listen to what goes on in here, because we affect like a lot of people on the daily. So we'd love for you to come in here, just kind of kick it with us and see, you know.
Yeah, sure. I've just started. I used to be on Discord a couple of years ago, and I've only just, for whatever reason, I came off, and I've just come back on it. And funny you should say that, because I'm sitting here. It's now like 8:45 in the evening, and I do have a glass of wine, and I'm enjoying the conversation.
Hey, it was great voice.
Guys, cheers, bro.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers and wheelchairs.
I'm trying to make this emotional connection with music, man. I didn't even know he was himself. Like, you know, like, yeah, I feel like a little like
like this is the
like
guy
a
you didn't
fan,
know it was
you
him.
Yeah, I just, because I went to his his website, and I'm like, oh, right,
Yeah, this is the guy.
Yeah, it's so huge.
This is the guy.
Yeah.
So I love somebody to play the song that I linked. It's with me and Lulu. Just so you hear what I've got, so that you, when you see me, you're like, that guy did want to do music and I'm interested. Or you can say it sucks and I don't, but I'm a little big headed on my music, to be honest. I think you will.
All right. I will look forward to listening to it, but I am very honest. That's my problem. I like, if it sucks, I'll be like, dude, I can't fucking, you know, and I can't make any promises anyway, because like I say, I'm barely finding enough time to do my own music, and I get so many people saying, dude, can I sing with you? Like, if you ever needed this, if you ever needed that, I could do this. Like, so I get that like every day, literally every day. I get someone saying, hey, do you want to do something together? So it's difficult to sort of, you know. So the best thing for me to do is just to say, you know what, I can't work with anyone, and I struggle working with other people as well, because I've done it for so many years in the pubs and the clubs, and there's always a clash of ideas. So this is why I've always sort of found a little bit more success by being the controller of everything. You know, I'm a bit of a control freak, so I get to control every aspect of the music if it's my own, and then I can truly call it my own. You know, if I'm if we're battering off each other with different ideas, then it's not really my song. So I'm a bit of a control freak. So, you know, I'm just putting that out there so don't get too excited.
No, yeah, we're exactly the same. I have a bunch of inboxes that I have not responded to from yesteryear, because and yes, Creation Bear, we also have to do music. Yes, Creation Bear. Funny, I want a solo from him, from his guitar. But there's just a lot of others that I mean suck. I mean, because I'm a music guy first, and it's like, no, that sucks, man. Yes, Flat Earth's great. Yes, we're all here, we're all family, but that sucks. I can't. I'm not gonna get excited about breaking out all of my recording equipment just to do this. You know,
I mean, we definitely need more people doing conscious music, without a shadow of doubt. I wish I had a cloning machine. I wish I had another 100 of me, you know, because there's just not enough of this kind of music about. There is some, but most of it, I'm like, oh, the production in that is shit. The timing's off. The voice is terrible. Some of the lyrics are okay, but I'm, you know, really quite critical. We really need some proper, decent conscious music, highly polished, you know, that people can actually, you know, put some respect into, you know, and there's just not enough people doing what I'm doing, unfortunately.
That's true. Yeah. Even at your level of doing it, like I should be putting music out there, but I'm even myself, I'm not doing it. I think that when we started doing music, and I got to give praise to, you know, C. I don't know where he's been, but I hope he's doing all right. And him sending me music just kind of ignited something in me. And so I recorded something and dropped it, and I just got a whole host of people. It was like the new renaissance, you know, it's like everyone started doing music after that. And if we could get that going again, that would be awesome. Because the one thing, just like you said, I don't really have time to do it. But is that really true? Because we put time to things that we care about. We just don't want our time to be wasted. We don't want to do a masterpiece that only like 5 people are going to listen to, you know, because after all, the music is our baby. It's not even just the vocals. It's also the mix on it, the master on it, everything you said, everything has to be, you know, listenable at least.
What's your genre of music? What sort of style of music do you create?
I would say R&B. Yeah, pretty much. But I like. I grew up on Radio Disney. I like a ton of different kinds of music. I definitely love. You know what that reminded me of? The guitar. I mean the violins. It reminded me of that song from Boyz II Men, "Girl in the Life" magazine. If anybody knows that, it's like, oh, that's really sad. It's amazing. You probably listen
That's
to
what
that.
you got when you're doing a song. Like if you want to create some sort of emotion, you've got to use emotional instruments. And I can't play the violin, so I was like, this needs a violin. I want to create that kind of emotion. So you know, you've got. I heard someone say once. I think it might be John Legend that might have said it actually. If you're going to make a love song, make sure it's the type of song that you're going to play at your own wedding. Make it that good, you know, that you're pouring your absolute all into it, your heart and soul into it. You know, and I try and do that with all of my songs. You know, I'm very passionate about all the messages I put out, but it's that level of passion and that level of sort of obsessiveness, really. And everything has to be perfect. And if I hear a beat that's off or a harmony that's slightly off, I'm like, I'll find it. I'll zoom in and I'll find it and make sure it's perfect until it gives me goosebumps. That's my barometer. When I listen to one of my own tracks and I get goosebumps and I go, yes, that's it. That's when I know I've got something.
Yeah, man. To get goosebumps off of your own stuff. It's an outer body experience because for some reason I can't experience my music the way others experience it until I get the goosebumps and I'm listening to it so much that it's like, was that really me? Like, did I do that?
Exactly. That's exactly the moment I'm talking about. You know, I've got so much stuff on my hard drive, all half finished, like, and I don't revisit it really. Maybe I should, but it never hit the spot. It just never did it. The chorus wasn't quite right. Something wasn't quite right. It's just like, it's got to hit that spot. I've got to be in a position where I'm listening to it, like you say, again and again and again. I've had moments in my studio where I'm dancing around and I've got a big smile on my face, you know, and I've got goosebumps. And I'm like, yes, this is it. And it's, you know, sometimes it takes a few tries to get there. Sometimes a lot of the songs will fight me along the way. And I come up to the house because my studio's sort of a little bit separate from the house, and I'll come up to the house and say to my wife, I can't get it right. She goes, keep going, just you know, you'll get there in the end. And I'll change this and I'll change that, and eventually I'll get there. But some songs can happen immediately without any fighting whatsoever. So it's the whole creative experience is different every time for every song, and that's why, you know, it's just so much fun and also a lot of stress.
That's true. So Creation Bear, if you could pop that. Now I will say, that this is a cover. I had Lulu send me. She did some vocals on. I don't know. We were working on like $10 microphones, and that'll also be a testament to wow, you did that on some BS. Yes, I did. But it's a cover by by this jazz electric kind of group. What's their name? I'll think about it later. Caravan Palace. That's it.
Oh, I know Caravan Palace. They're awesome. They do like they do remixes of old like 1930s sort of jazzy kind. Yeah, they're awesome. Caravan Palace.
Yep. So I did my best to recreate that, and I also had Lulu help me out on the first verse. I'm on the second verse, so hopefully you like it. I don't know if it'll give you goosebumps because it's a little happy, a little bright, but it's still cool.
Let's hear it.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up.
Thank you, Creation Bear. Also, we have a new person, C3O, that wants to ask questions. So after you guys comment, let's get engaged.
Yeah, nice. I mean, wasn't the production was definitely there? I thought that the quality of that was really, really nice. Wasn't the original video for that a Flat Earth video as well?
Yes, it was. That's why I like to do the cover on that one because I wanted more
Yeah.
people to see it.
Yeah. No, nice. It sounded good this end, mate. But I can't give you full credit because it's a cover. You got to bring some original shit my way, bro.
For sure, for sure. I gotta do. Oh, I do. I gotta get some. I gotta get some more conscious music going.
Yeah, we don't have a soundboard for nothing.
Yeah. They're great.
we love Elijah though.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to hear you in here, Music Guru. You know, and if you ever have to slip out or something because time constraints or whatever, we appreciate your time coming in here, bro. And just anytime you just want to kick back and see what's going on, just pop in here, man. Because we know sometimes even using your ability to like just kind of with your music and that, you need a little break every now and again, between planting stuff in your garden and, those of us who have seen you kind of built your own studio and your own house and, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a dull moment. I mean, I'm never bored. Let's put it that way. There's always something for me to do, either in the garden or in the. I mean, I spend my life either in the garden or in the studio. If I'm not in the studio, I'm in the garden. If I'm not in the garden, I'm in the studio. So it's not a bad way to live, especially in such a beautiful place as Spain, where we get 320 days of sunshine a year. It's just incredible. So I'm very, very blessed. But it hasn't always been this way. But I feel very blessed to be a part of this community as well. It's like my real family. These are the people that I resonate with, and I don't resonate with any of my family. It's one of the reasons I moved out of the UK. And when I released my song Black Sheep, that might be quite telling as well. But I feel like I found my family. I feel like I found my tribe. Do you know what I mean?
For sure.
Yep. For sure.
Yes. Yeah. If anybody else wants to add anything to Music Guru, because we're kind of celebrating and hoisting up. Go on, Morris.
I've got a porcelain black sheep that I keep next to my front door on my front porch.
Sorry. That's awesome.
All right. So yeah. If anybody, just don't forget to subscribe to his channel, check out his music. Purchase some. It's Apple, right? That has your music.
Well, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Yeah, I mean, it's available everywhere digitally, like Apple and Spotify and iTunes and all of that. Or the physical CDs are on devilish Amazon, and it's available anywhere. Really, if you can't find it, then you're just not very good at the internet.
Yes.
All right. So so I'm just gonna switch gears a little bit and see if the new person that's in here wants to ask some questions. Maybe we can have a conversation with them. But definitely, you can hang around, Music Guru. Just
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to hang around for another hour. So it's my bedtime's usually about 10, half 10, something like that. So yeah, I'll be around, man. Thanks.
Cool. Yeah. All right, C30 or C30, are you there? C30 ads, are you there? You had some questions. It looked like. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Yep.
Oh shit, I didn't realize. Sweet.
All right, so what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
You know what? I've been in this Discord for about just over a year, but I don't really engage because I get too busy with work and whatnot.
Okay.
But yeah, it's me and my brother that share these, like, we share views on Flat Earth. We believe in the Torah. Get me? We believe all these other things that pertain to the Torah and whatnot, but we don't seem to really agree on Flat Earth, the properties of the moon, space, and all these sorts of things. So I'm trying to convince him, and he's brought a few things. He's brought a few interesting rebuttals to my attention, and I just wanted to,
yeah, let's hear him. If you want to tell us about him.
I'm actually away from where he is. I'm gonna go back to where he is in about 5-10 minutes. But I just wanted to get an idea of what people think about the moon. I personally believe that the moon. Well, I don't completely believe that it's a physical object, but it clearly shows some signs of translucent properties. But then when I'm having these discussions with my brother, he says that nah.
Before I proceed to my shower and listen to you guys on headphones, that's an interesting word, right? Rebuttal. In order for someone to rebuttal, someone has to either make a claim or a statement that they're willing to stand on. Did you do such a thing with your brother about the moon?
I've showed him videos of where it clearly looks like you can see, well, like during the day, for example, you know, sometimes we can see, well, it looks as if the moon is blending in with the blue sky. Now,
Yeah, but
this
that's
is
like an
physical
observation. It's not
observation.
really a.
You know,
Yeah, everybody sees that.
okay, apart from
You saying
okay,
he
apart from
rebutted the
tangible evidence,
observation?
no. I've only say that again.
You're not saying that he rebutted the. Okay, here's the thing. The reason I'm doing this is because I want you to realize your brother can't rebut anything. There's nothing to rebut. You didn't tell him this is what the moon is and this is how I know for him to rebut it. You showed him, hey, look, see the moon. It looks like this sometimes. So what? He sees the same exact thing. It's not exactly a claim. So there's nothing to rebut. Most people that come into this topic think that they're rebutting something that we've claimed or that we've stated, but there truly is. I mean, what is there to rebut? About our position.
Okay, for example, okay, now if we're going strictly off physical observation, now I don't know if me looking at the moon during the day and seeing that it clearly looks like it's blending in with the blue sky, I would say that that somewhat shows, I would conclude that the moon would have some sort of translucent property, strictly off physical observation.
Okay. I'd just like to, if you don't mind, I'm just going to come in real quick. And if we could just for a moment put a pin on this discussion, because I have a limited amount of time before I get to work. I want to leave you with something that's very useful. It's a non-invasive way for you to actually have a conversation with somebody. Everybody knows exactly where I'm going when I start talking. So it's a non-invasive way to talk about a conversation such as a very provocative subject matter, such as the shape of the earth, right? And I'm going to give you this tool, which anybody can apply. It's very simple, so easy to learn, yet it's really difficult for the globe people who think the earth is a globe to rebut any of these claims. So I call them the 3 points. I've curated them over the years and I perfected them in that time. And now it stands as a shield against like all the indoctrination and such, without you having to debate anyone, without you having to put your opinions on anything. This is a very non-invasive way for you to have a conversation with somebody. And so without further ado, I'm going to go through them really quick with you, kind of in a summary, and then you can ask any questions you want about them and so forth. Okay. But you can keep your conversation about the moon kind of in the back burner. And then after I do this, then you can, bring that up if you want. So if you don't mind, are you still there?
Cool.
C30?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the very first question is very simple. Who has measured the curvature of the earth any time in history? Now that question is something that someone who thinks that the earth is a globe would probably come up and give you an answer to. But this is also going to lay the foundation for the claim that the earth has surface curvature. So I'll say it again. Who has measured the curvature of the earth any time in history? And now they're going to start to engage with their critical thinking as to who has done this, right? So you're going to ask them that question, and then there needs to be some kind of response as to how this has been done, a method by which someone has actually got the measurement. You can also present that we have metrics to the earth, the radius, diameter, and circumference, because when you type into Google, what is the radius of earth, there is a value that comes forward. And so we have some metrics to the earth being a globe. So what is the answer to that? You'd have to ask them. It's just basically all you're doing is gaining their understanding from what they think the globe is, right? And if they can provide you evidence for these 3 claims that I'm about to tell you, for this first one is surface curvature, then you can understand they're coming from a place of actually knowing what they're talking about or believing. So you tell them, okay, you could either say you know or you don't know. And to be intellectually honest, you can just say you don't know. There's no harm, no foul. But if you say you know, then, give me some specifics like a primary source, citation, and a demonstration. So you ask them for some very specific, hyper-specific things, actually. And once you get to know primary source, a citation, and a demonstration, then you'd be able to say, okay, now you have a basis for your knowledge of what you're saying that you know. But if they don't have that, you can say, just be intellectually honest and say, I don't know, and we'll go to the next question. Okay, so that's one way you can present it. Everybody will either, kind of like some people are a bit more egotistical. They'll want to say, yeah, I do know. It's some Roman guy 7,000 years ago or whatever. And you're like, well, let's look into that. And so once you start pouring yourself into like how they thought that the earth is a globe and you find out that they're not telling you the truth, then you can say, okay, it's clear that you don't know. We can go to the next question. So, and then you just leave it at that, right? Second question. How have they measured the rotation or axial rotation of the earth, which is the earth spinning on its axis, right? So the second question is engaging with how the earth is moving and spinning on its axis. So you want to know their base knowledge, same as the first, right? Primary source, citation, and then a demonstration of how they're going to be able to do that for you. And they're going to present to you how they know. And if you can tell them the same as the first one, you can say, give me the hyper specifics. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. And we can go to the last question. And pretty much they might fumble around with Foucault's pendulum. They might fumble around with the sun being what causes day and night. But nothing is a natural observation or natural phenomena observation of the earth actually spinning. So you're always presenting to them something that they're going to show you, okay, where in nature do we see the earth spinning? And of course, they're not going to be able to produce that. They can only see something that they've always been told, like a derivative understanding, like the sun's moving around in the sky. And, other things, Foucault's pendulum and so on. But nothing is a natural observation of the earth actually moving in any way. So it's really going to result to them trying to tell you a reason, but then you saying, okay, well, that's not a natural observation of the earth actually moving. If we don't observe that, it can't fall in the category of how people understand that the earth is actually moving by looking up at the sky. Therefore, whatever they present to you is still not a natural phenomena taking place. So you can move off to the next point, which is the last one. And the last one is very simple, but it's yet it's the hardest for people who still believe that space is a reality. So the last one is the third of the final three. It's how can we have gas pressure without a container? So the importance of this question is getting them to engage the critical thinking part about how it's possible that the earth as an open system where matter and energy can exchange, right? Because they say on a globe, rockets can leave and go to the moon. They can leave the system of Earth and go, you got rovers on Mars, you got satellites in low Earth orbit and all kinds of things. So if that's possible, then we live by all intents and purposes on a globe in an open system. So if that is the case, in an open system, how can you have the gas pressure, which we're breathing here at the surface at 14 psi, adjacent to the vacuum of space as they say it is? They say it's a super low pressure system, and they give some very low pressure numbers like 10 to the negative 6 when you start getting up into the higher altitudes of the Earth. Well, if that is the case, then how do we have this gas pressure here on Earth? Whereas in natural law would dictate entropy, that high pressure always moves into low pressure always. This is what always happens, and you can show a demonstration of this. You can put air in a tire that can show pressure. You can put air in a metal tank, that can pressurize that tank. And in every instance, you're showing a container holding pressure. That is the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. You have to have a container for gas pressure. So we live in a contained system with this last question, right? So then you're going to present to them, how is it possible that they're telling us the vacuum of space exists when we live in a contained system? Therefore, giving them the understanding that if they're posing we live on a globe Earth with an open system, how is that possible when we can only demonstrate in reality that a contained system is the only possible solution for the gas pressure that we're breathing here on the Earth? So that would be the final death blow for the 3 points that I've just described to you of the globe tenets. And assuredly, they're not going to give any example for gas pressure without a container, because in natural law, you need to have a container to attain gas pressure. That is the antecedent. So you can't. There's no way out of this. It's really the death blow, right? As soon as you leave the last question, and when they say they don't know, then you go ahead and move off to the summarization. So you have to summarize what you've just done, right? So just say, "Give me a moment. Let me summarize." Based upon your information of what you've given me, the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have. You don't know that it is. You just believe it. And therefore demonstrating to them by way of their understanding that they don't have a knowledge of the Earth being a globe. They just believe it. These are the 3 points that I've curated over many years to become very surgical and precise of its application. And once it's done, then they start to realize, and you realize that in the conversation, if they continue forward after that, it'll be based on their belief that the Earth is a globe and not on a true knowledge. So that would be a great way for you to talk to anyone about the Earth being a globe.
Hi, Mickey. How are you? This is Sir Vagabond. Would you mind if I asked you a question?
Sure. Go ahead.
So I've obviously been in the server for a little bit of time, and I've heard the 3 questions being used well, and I'm also seeing it not being used well, because I'm seeing sometimes like the frustration in the person starts to build at that point, because right they got instantly confronted with something they don't know. Now they may try to scramble and act like they know, but we know they don't know. So what I say is, every time you ask the question and you pound on with the second and then you pound on with the third, you didn't get any buy-in from them, like just comfortability wise, so that they would like not feel like it was a pounding. Because remember, we already know the right answer, and they don't know the right answer. So I say to myself, it's like, well, how do I get them to like want to think through to get the right answer? Not with me forcing it on them, because remember, I can't force them to think, but I have to be able to like. So I came across a study today, and like that's why I came on the server, because it was like, oh, that makes sense. That's why like things typically go well. It's because, like me and my friends just crack jokes all day. Everything is meant to be a joke. Everything's meant to be hilarious, so we could crack jokes all day. So it's like, I realize that benefits me in life, because if I have tough news to deliver, but I make you laugh first, I can almost make you more comfortable first before I hit you with a whammy. And like, not even that, it's like, if I can make it fun for you to learn what I'm trying to teach you, then what happens is I'm not getting so much resistance from them, because they're not in a digging heels competition or like an intellectual battle of wits, because I'm not trying to win anything. I don't want anything. You know what I mean? I don't want anything. But I'm saying to them, like, hey, I want you to fucking figure this thing out. I got a question for you. But it's like, if they don't want to do the question, then it's like, it's almost one of those things where like you're pushing against yourself. And for me, it's like, I always say like, well, fuck it. Let me make this person like me first and like laugh a little bit. And then I'm going to ask them a small question and see if they take the bite. So they never feel like insecure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What this?
Because like I've been there. Like I've been there. So I'm not saying like.
Yeah,
check
it out.
I know.
What this reveals though is that it reveals that the person has underpinnings of being super egotistical in the debate or the discussion, I should put it. Because
perhaps, yeah, but that's okay.
When you have a discussion with somebody, you don't really know the Mr. Smith, kind of like in the Matrix, of the agent that pops out, because you think, hey, this guy might be logical. I don't know. So when you engage with this, it gets them to actually realize the information they have, not what you're presenting, as far as like, you're not giving them any evidence. You're telling them, what do you know about this question? That's what you're asking them. So it's not so much they fight against themselves. It's their own reasoning that they.
Oh no! Oh yeah. No, I
see what
I agree. I agree with you on that point.
Saying, and how you doing, Sir Vagabond?
Good. How are you?
Good. What he's saying is, as wordsmiths and as people who understand already that the people that we want to get aren't the people that are just going to come here. That's great. We have information for them, but we also have to find a way to engage people that are trolls. That's why I usually, if there's no one interrupting, my way of being direct and harsh usually calms a person down to the point where we can have a conversation, because I'm not engaging with you if it's not your idea. That's why I ask them, why are you here? What do you want to know from me?
Exactly. Yeah. because remember the pressure is off them to feel like they're competing. Because remember you came over here with the question. We have to let them get the whole question out so that they feel mentally comfortable, like they got it out properly. And then
there's many ways to go about this depending on a case by case scenario. So you don't like the method that I'm showing you is when you're already having a conversation with somebody who says, yeah, go ahead and ask me the questions. So you're not gonna, go and say, shut up, answer my questions. You're gonna tell them, okay, so you say you have a knowledge of the Earth being a globe. Let's test that to be true or not, right? So what you're doing there, and many people can see it as, oh, you're being too harsh. That's demanding too much because we're, coming from a standpoint of saying we know and they don't. It is really getting them to engage what they think they know. So when they actually start to realize, hey, wait a minute, I don't know this question. It should be easy for me to, let me look it up. And when they start to do that and realize there isn't an answer to those questions, then it becomes apparent to them. And so what happens is they start confronting themselves. And it's not you anymore that they're confronting or angry with if they do spiral. It's themselves they're angry with. So the psychological aspect of it is that it comes down to they're really mad at themselves for believing such a thing for such a long time. So,
but not yet. But remember, they don't know that they are mad yet, right? Remember, they haven't even taken on that emotion.
Right, but the spiral outcome that happens, if it does, because they're not, I would say that most of the time it really does. They spiral.
Yeah, but you're trying to calculate their reaction before your action takes place and their subsequent reaction takes place. So, for example, I control my action, right? So I also have some effect on how the reaction is going to go. Some effect, not all effect, but some effect. And I'm saying, should you know you're right, I don't want to push anything at you. I just want you to ask me questions. I want you to be comfortable enough to ask me questions.
Yeah, but like that's almost like you're looking for comfort versus like them actually realizing if they know the information they do know or not. So
you're right. I'm right.
The confrontation for them actually knowing that or not should be most paramount. Like for sure. I want them to feel like it's okay to say like I don't know. But
exactly. Me too. I want them to say I don't know.
Yeah. At the same time, I have to make them realize that this is the truth we're speaking of. Either you know or you don't. So it's not.
No, of course.
At some point,
well, remember saying so at the end.
At some point, I'm going to have to make them really understand. It's like, look,
but you can't make someone understand anything. You can only suggest and hope they follow.
What I'm saying is the spiral that happens because they don't want to come to the fact and realization. If that's not up to me, I can't depend.
But you can't take that perspective that they did not want. So you're putting yourself in their mind and their body and saying you know what they want. Remember, they may not be able to figure out with the clues that you've given them.
No, I think
but it's not that they don't know what they want. They just maybe they have no clue they have no landscape of the clue of possibilities to what they want can be fulfilled. So they don't consider it. But it's not that they don't know what they want. But if they're not comfortable, they're less likely to share with you what they want.
So.
But if you know what they want, then you can also work into like explaining some of this stuff. Because if think about this, like if just regular people are hanging out, right? But one person is helping you solve your problems quickly and effectively, and one person helps you solve no problem. But the person that helps you solve no problems also has something they want to dump at you when someone else over here is solving your problems. If you become the resident problem solver for their problem, remember they have to tell you their problems first. But they won't tell you unless they're comfortable.
Very well put.
So, thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to say, it greases the wheels. I'll say
it does. It does.
I see what you're saying. Kind of like having a conversation with someone, but I don't think that's like I said. I always say it is a case by case scenario. So it just depends on the person. You can't apply that method to everybody. That's
of course, but you try your best to perceive the person properly.
So what I'm saying though is this is like, okay, so when you tell somebody the truth, when you even say that, look, listen, I'll pose it to you this way. Let me tell you the truth. When you say something like that to someone, the thing that precedes that is not going to be something they want to hear. The truth is not like something that's like, oh, let's get comfy and let me tell you what the truth is, because the truth is by all intents and purposes, something that somebody doesn't. It's like a revelation. It's a reveal.
I understand, and I think what I'm trying to say is like you're trying to hand the revelation on the first day, and I'm saying if you expanded the time frame before the revelation hits, and you get to tell them a little bit more, and make sure they gain understanding before you tell them the next thing, if you think it's vital to their understanding, not your understanding. Remember, their understanding. the result is always the indicator that you had the right understanding with the person because they got the right result.
Yeah, let's put it this way.
But do you agree with that statement, though?
I'll use,
Do you agree?
yeah, I'll use Soul on the Plane as an example. Yeah,
I
you
agree
might
as
see
well.
you might see that way, but let me put it to you this way.
But how do
Soul
you
on
see it, though?
Soul on the Plane is a primary example of what we're talking about. So he can tell you his experience of when he came in here and the questions that were asked to him. Now, he hasn't been challenged like that ever before. So on the basis that you're saying right now, I'm saying what we do is produce results. And the execution that happens here happens in the methodology that it does, because the way that people think in their minds that something works doesn't work. This way does. It yields results. And the only thing we're concerned about, we're only concerned about people actually getting to the place where they feel they can be free from the delusion, right?
Yeah,
so if
I
it's
understand.
to make somebody
Okay, so remember, obviously, I know we don't keep like stats for stuff like that there, but like, you know, from your perspective, of all the people that have come into the server and taken the 3 steps, what percentage would you say had the aha moment where they knew the Earth was
Earth was
flat?
No idea.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'd say the people that are in here,
Because the conversation, but I'm saying,
Let me
remember,
listen. Mickey, you're being a little defensive. I don't know why. Answer Vagabond, you powered through regardless. Both of you chill. So the bottom line is the percentage is very fucking low, Mickey. We know that. Because we're the repeat people, other than the people in here who already, you know, it came to grips with this. They're a very small number who have listened to the 3 points and then asked appropriate questions. There's a very larger number of people that have went through the 3 points and then, you know, continue to think the way that they think anyway. And that's okay. The system most definitely does work. It's a system. Unfortunately, people don't typically follow systems that are good for them.
Right.
So it's not even about, you know, does it work or doesn't it work? It does work for those who are willing to. Not even those who are willing. I mean, people have been trained for some reason. Well, they've been trained not to. Okay, not to accept the truth. Literally, like when they hear certain buzzwords, their mind goes to this place they can't put 2 and 2 together. I usually say, you know, I always check myself because I know I'm out of touch, and I know most of the heavy hitters are out of touch because we don't often remember what it was like to have 1,000 different thoughts and not have a picture. Now the picture is actually that there is no picture. That's the word.
This is what I love about this group. It's so diverse, and you guys like nail it every single time. The only thing that intimidated me was maybe violating NatSec with some scientific jargon, and I was stage fright with recording and broadcasting. That's the only part that really got me and scared the living hell out of me. But
yeah, but like for you know, like there's people that I listen to like that they say that like that is your spiritual indicator. It's like you can ignore it if you want to, but that's your spiritual. Because remember, it wouldn't have made you uncomfortable unless it was something you really wanted to do in the first place. That's why it made you uncomfortable. But like some people keep running away from that thing, like it's gonna go somewhere. Like no, it's not gonna go somewhere. That's what you wanted.
Exactly.
You envisioned you wanted this thing, and then you ran from it. Like, what are you doing here? Like,
I love it.
And you think you're gonna get a good result? Like, I'm like, yo, I already remember, and the clincher is, I already know they're gonna get the wrong result. I'm like, well, you sure what you wanted?
I guess what I'm feeling is that I have been using this method for quite some time, and the reason I'm defensive is because the fact is, like, let's say the person that I speak to doesn't come to terms with it and they just totally reject and they're off in their own world, whatever. Like that's not the marker of this, like the end result. The end result is there was no answer to the questions. There isn't an answer because that's the point though. If the results are for me getting them there, then I've achieved what the end result should have been, is that there isn't an answer.
Yeah, but remember, but Mickey, would you agree? Hold on. Let me just get this one question out. Okay.
Time out. That's why I was gonna wrap up with Miggy. because at the same time though, like it, you can't confuse, how you're going to approach someone with a system that works. And that's like Miggy's system works 100% of the time when it's appropriate. And it should always be appropriate. But the bottom line is, if you're not qualifying a person, someone who comes and tells me, oh, you believe the earth is flat or whatever, that's perfect. Because guess what? Hey, how would you like for me to prove to you right now that it's just a belief you have? If they say yes, then it's 100% effective. I don't care what they do after because they've already said I don't know to all 3 points.
That's what I love about you guys, and this is what really hits heavy.
No.
And hey, it is what it is.
It is.
So,
It is.
Yeah.
So
there's no right or wrong.
There's no way out of you can't be in 2023 talking about I believe in the globe. That's a very poor statement to make. You got to know that thing. If everyone has heard that you're unsure, that you don't really know, that you've been Googling along the way, all of a sudden you're getting these epiphanies of now you know more about the globe somehow. The bottom line is the people that are in the audience, that they can hear that every time.
Yeah, the hallmark isn't somebody coming back and telling you, oh, that 3 points, it really changed my mind. Because what we get from here is most often, right, the people that truly believe, they become zealots for the globe and they reject. They're like, no way. You guys are just crazy. There's no way that this is true. And so, like, the spiral that happens afterwards, because they don't come to the truth, it's not up to me. I'm not there to convince them to it. I'm just going to reveal that they don't know. That's all it is. It's a revelation of their knowledge of what they think they know, that they don't know. That's simple. It's pretty easy and to the point. And whether I'm not going to, judging the conversation, I'm going to know whether or not it's applicable, like when it's time to do it. Because you can have a conversation that's nice and easy going, but when they're just inserting belief and belief and belief, and you're like, well, hold on a second. I think you're just saying you believe the earth is a globe. I don't think you know that it's not. So this is what it reveals to them that they don't know. And that's why it's important. Like, I mean, to negate that and say like, well, let's just have a friendly chat, even though they're cognitive dissonant against you. And it's just like, that's not going to win them to the revelation. It's just going to bring them
that's a good point. That's a good point, because sorry to interrupt, because while I said the for whatever reason, the people who stay or the people who face it are low, at the same time, 100% of the time, if someone doesn't, 100% of the time they accept it's a belief. How do I, even when they're hostile, how do I know? Because they then say, well, we all have beliefs. They don't say, no, you're wrong, I know this thing. They say, well, how do we know anything? Then it gets into that conversation. That's how you know that it works 100% of the time.
Right. So there have been a lot of people that would say, just let's have an easygoing over, across the couch kind of chat. But we're dealing with such a provocative topic that it's just not that way. If it was about you like the color purple and I like the color green, sure, we could agree to disagree. Yeah, of course. You can tell me all your points. I can tell you mine. But at the end of the day, it's not going to get us to the place where in this specific arena, we need to get somebody to actually engage with their mind. Whether or not they choose that way, and it's like, well, did that person turn into a flat earther after this? I'm not here to convince. I'm here to reveal. And the revelation of that is that they don't know that it's a globe. That's all. That's it. Whether somebody likes it or not, or the method, it's regardless, it produces results. The fact is, no one has ever given us any information that gives us the idea that the earth is indeed a true knowledge that it's a globe. And that's all it's doing. So. Anyways, C30, yeah, if you did want to talk to your brother, it seems that you want to talk to, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it just depends. You always have to be aware. If somebody says, "Hey, I know the Earth is a globe," pictures from NASA or something, that's not really a knowledge. It's just they've been fed a narrative, And you're just helping them along just to realize that, you know, it's all just a belief. It's not rooted in true reality. So
for a little bit, I have to make some phone calls and jump over to this recording studio, do some IT work. So, you know, with that, I'll have to rejoin here in a little bit later. You know.
Peace out, man.
Yeah, it was great hearing from you guys, and yeah, so I just don't want to get fired from my job.
yeah,
So-
you don't want that. You got to keep
Yeah.
the lights on.
Got to keep the lights on and the dog fed, and yeah. So I'll see you guys here soon, and thank you guys so much for keeping this under wraps. So I really appreciate your viewpoints and the talking points, and yeah, this is awesome. Thank you guys so much for everything. So
No worries, bro. Come back whenever you
yeah,
want.
will do. Appreciate you guys, and got your backs. All right, man. Take care.
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, we're speaking with C30. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, did you by any chance happen to like remember when I was talking about those three points to talk about, like if somebody knows or not?
You know what? Okay, in regards to my brother specifically, from what I recall, he doesn't believe that the Earth is a globe, or he doesn't believe all these fairy tales that we've been deceived to believe. You get me? It's just specifically in regards to certain points like the moon and, you get me, space and some other things. But in regards to like the globe and curvature, like he knows all of that is bullshit. Excuse my French. So yeah.
So what is it that his hang up is on? Like what is he thinking about that convinces him that it's
The moon,
maybe not?
as I was saying.
The
The
moon's
moon
the
and
thing?
space.
Oh, okay.
The moon and
Well,
space, more
Oh,
specifically.
space was more into the third question or the third point that I had, which is how can you have gas pressure without a container? Because a vacuum of space that's what it's demonstrating, that there is no barrier or container containing the gas pressure we have on Earth as an open system. That's that point right there. That actually talks about. Go ahead, Elijah.
The hard part about space is that it's much more expansive, yet much more vague than people realize. Like when you think about space, you think about Buzz Lightyear, the Star Command. You think about all of your favorite movies. You think about your screensaver back in Windows 98 when the stars were going by. This is what people think about when they see the sky. When they're looking at the sky, they see images in their mind because they don't see planets being terra firma. They don't see distances. None of this stuff is actually knowledge that they know. Second point, the first point, in Miggy's 3-point takedown, I know that was kind of confusing. So the first point deals with the curvature of the Earth, which ultimately, leads you to the question of who measured it. Why is this radius what it is? Well, guess what? The radius gives us, the distances to these things, the math that explains the orbits of the moon and all of this other stuff is tied to question number one: who has measured the Earth to be the size and dimensions that they claim? So he's going to have to eventually undo all of the vague imaginative things that he has about space when you tell him, well, you have to ask him. You can't let him pawn the question back off on you being, so what's the moon then? So what are the planets then? So what are because I see it's that's not real engagement. That's just regurgitation. But the real thing is, well, what do you know about these things? Oh, well, Jupiter is a gas planet. Okay, wait a minute. Time out. Well, again, we have this problem of gas pressure without a container. You're telling me there's a planet that's made of only gases and it doesn't expand into the vacuum of space? It's like, well, the sun is 93 million miles away and we know this. How do you know? Okay, well, that leads back to the dimensions that were given. And it's like, well, okay, well, that's only true if the shape of the earth is what they said it was and the dimensions of what they said it was. This is not something for somebody they're not going to easily get it. That's why you have to talk less and make them make definitive statements more so that you can expose that those definitive statements aren't true. Then they'll open up and say, well, how am I supposed to look at it? Like I had these conversations with my stepson for so long. And one day it took me taking him to the pier late night to see the moon rise. Because most people they've never seen a moonrise before. And all you gotta do is go to time and date and go a little earlier because time and date isn't always, accurate. And he saw this red moon. It's this red, definitely doesn't look like what you would have imagined. And he's like, at that moment that he saw that, something happened in his brain where he's like, okay, flat Earth, I get that. So what the fuck is the sky if it's not what I thought it was? Because now I'm beginning to see what you're saying. And it's like, it's not until they see enough and understand that what they thought they knew is not what they knew, not what they know, is that they begin to make those steps in their own mind. You're not going to do that. It's just saying gas pressure without a container in space. That's not going to work for a lot of people because space is actually the religion. Space is the place that home is. That's where the globe Earth is. That's what they think about. So it's even more important than Earth itself because their vision of Earth is in this imaginary place called space. So it's very hard for people to get over, even though they know that you can't. The moment that you say gas pressure requires containment, the first thing people do is freak out because they're like, so we're enclosed? Is that what you're saying? We can't escape? Why the fuck? Why would that? Like, on one hand, they're asking like they're joking, but on the other hand, I can sense a real fear when people think, oh, wait, if we're trapped, then there's some other godlike being somewhere out there on the other side. Like, well, what the hell are you talking about, dude? That's not what you told them. That's where their brain goes. So it's a very long process. I mean, it is what it is. But you can't have gas pressure without containers. Did any of that make sense? Are we still here?
Sorry, you speaking to me?
Oh yeah. No, I was wondering because everybody's quiet. I'm like, don't make me go play Call of Duty Mobile now. I'll get out of here.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me anyway.
What about the cold moonlight and the lunar wave? Those are things the mainstream doesn't talk about.
Oh, the lunar wave. Yeah, that one right there. Oh my God. Who can explain that? Nobody. I mean, now when you start looking into holographics, I mean, then that's another story. Holograms have lunar waves. Not lunar waves, but what appears to be quote unquote lunar wave holograms also have that effect. Oddly enough, not saying it's hologram. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know. Also, rainbows. I mean, that kind of phenomena is a prismatic property, meaning you can't just have a ball of gas, no medium, and then air, and then whoop, there it is. Here's a rainbow. Everybody knows what prisms are. They know what happens when light comes through your window or through anything like that. It means that there's light somewhere else going through and being refracted by some sort of lens that we get all of this scattered light that we call daytime, or fluorescent light, or the light that you turn on in your room. That energy is not focused, it's now scattered because of what the light is passing through. If you didn't have that, you don't have incoherent light, aka the light that you turn on in your room and you can now see your room illuminated. There's another interesting word called conical refraction, the one kind of refraction no glober ever wants to talk about. Because oddly enough, when you shoot a light through a prism, you get conical refraction. It kind of looks like what a rainbow does when you're high above the ground and you can see the complete circle of a rainbow. So the rainbow is not just an arc, it's actually a 360-degree ring. I'm just talking now because nobody else is. I'm just throwing shit out there, just hoping some glober tells me you're wrong about that. I wish you would. Notice I didn't make anything up. Notice I didn't say, well, I believe. Notice I didn't explain anything. All I did was, well, I kind of did, but I was describing to you things that we know, not an explanation of something that we've never experienced. Call of Duty it is.
Yo, I've got a question for you specifically, Elijah. Do you believe in Torah?
I've never read it completely, but I do believe, because from what I've read, really it's just a story about how people act, and I'm like, well, geez, that's exactly how my neighbor acts. Well, geez, that's exactly how I act. There's really nothing to refute in that sense, And then when there are instructions, I'm like, oh, well, that makes perfect sense. So it's like, what is there not to believe? It's like I just reflected off of my own life, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, thanks. A book with instructions. Who would have thought?
Okay, sweet. Now, do you believe the Torah plays a significant role in the flat earth truth? Do you believe they go hand in hand, or
no? Because, well, what do you mean by flat earth truth?
Well, for us in here, we know that flat Earth ideology is truthful, right? It's factual, and well, it's truthful in the sense that there's science to back it up, and we know that the cosmologies of a lot of the ancient civilizations were flat Earth. So, in that sense, if that makes sense.
I'm not gonna knock you on saying science. I'm just gonna try to meet you where you're at. Um. Okay. What do you mean by ideology?
A belief, right?
Oh,
Belief system.
well, when it comes to the Earth, none of us have a belief on what shape it is, and flat is not a shape. Flat is something that we know is the case because you need horizontals for building stuff, horizontals for traveling very far distances, simple things like that. Then there are the flats of the world where they only have like 0.3% runoff or whatever it is, runoff being that the land is slightly sloped, and so the water is only going to it's like having a puddle of water that doesn't go anywhere because the ground is completely flat and there's nowhere for it to run off to. So these are things that we just know. It's nothing to do with belief at all. I mean, and I want to answer your question, but if I help you get there, you and I are going to have more disagreements than acceptance.
Okay, so you don't.
For example, you said the science is on our side. Well, that's a category error because what shape something is, that's a geometric question. It has nothing to do with the realm of science or the scientific method. Now, if you're using science in the
Let me cut you. Let me cut you. What I should refer to then is the geocentric model of the Earth instead of saying.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So using a model to dictate what reality is versus having a model behind what's already understood. Like, for instance, you have a model of cars. You have a car, right? It's not you're trying to continuously build it. Sometimes shit is wrong, sometimes shit is right. No, a car is a car, a tire is a tire. The body is the body, and the under the hood is under the hood. Always has been, always will be. Maybe you could get some more fuel efficiency or whatever, but that's a model. There's no model of the earth specifically stated in the Torah, by the way. Now, when people say, well, there's this model, what they typically do is commit a reification fallacy because they're using something that is not real as concrete evidence for what is real. And that's what we call, and that's what is known as a reification fallacy. So flat earthers in here definitely get chastised for trying to say that there's a model. Sure, there are people who try to come up with, what our world looks like, and the vast majority of them is a plane with topography. Just like if you read a book and it's like a fantasy novel, they usually on the first couple of pages have a map of that world, and it's flat with topography on it. You got the mountains over here, you got the trolls over there, don't go over there. You got, the townspeople over. You see what I'm saying? It's just a topographically flat plane with areas. And the only parts that are mapped out are the areas that humans could actually inhabit. So I don't have the capability or power to produce a world map if there was one, if there could be one. Quite obviously, because they're obviously lying about the shape of the earth. So how is Eli from Brooklyn or any minority flat earther going to get the truth out of people that are literally militarily dictating what we can and can't ask, what we can and can't do, what we can and can't explore? Because if I say sure, I believe the flat earth. About the military.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've heard of the treaty, right?
The Antarctic Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the only important thing to note about that is we can't go 60 degrees beyond the equator south. That's it. And people typically ask us about that area, the area that for some reason, even if I wanted to go, I can't. Now, how do I know that? Because I didn't come up with that. Flat Earthers didn't come up with that. It's just something that's true for some reason.
Mm.
Make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
So, look, people can imagine the Earth as whatever they like, but see, you can and you can ride with that for a long time and get a lot of people to follow behind that for a long time until somebody like Eli comes in and says, "Hey, that's a reification fallacy, right?" Guess what? Now, if you got 1 million of people that are on this train and then somebody says something that's just obviously logical and true, and I can justify, because most people say, "Oh, this is logic and this is truth," but then they don't justify it with anything. Okay, so we're just saying things that are just obviously true, and then we talk about psychology and logic, and that's pretty much it. You don't want somebody like me blowing a straw house down for something that millions of people now all of a sudden believe with no evidence. That's just totally unnecessary. And secondly, like I said, which is really firstly, the Torah or God, if your faith is there, specifically states you don't know, Job don't know, none of you don't know. So what's the beef?
I understand. So Elijah, you feel like you got to blow the house down? Let's talk about it.
No, I'm saying that people don't want to get into the idea that flat Earth is a community. And even though we're a community, we're here, whatever. But what I'm saying is, on a grand scale, flat Earth is just the world, man. It's just the world. That's
exactly.
It.
Yeah.
Not flat Earth,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah, we know that, right? So it's like I feel like when I tell you I feel 100% confident, I'm 100, like not 99.99. I'm 100% confident the fact that the research that I've done here has been correct. And what I do to myself is I say like, "Hey Jerry, are you doubting your research?" I was like, "No, I'm not doubting." I was like, "I actually think I took the time and I actually looked over the subject a little bit. I don't think I'm right. I know I'm right." Now, because I know I'm right, I almost like I know instantly. Once you try to say you're right about anything, the wolves come out the fucking. They can't even help it. They can't help it because once you say, "Oh, well, actually, I know," the cockiness of that instantly gets challenged. So for me, what I've learned is that like when I'm communicating with somebody, even if I'm 100% sure I'm right, I'm not going to like just shred them in one sentence, even though I could. And remember, it becomes uncomfortable for them because I just watch the shredding. Because remember, the madder they get is the fact that, "Oh, I cut you right down the sides with that question, didn't I?" Remember, it's always going to lead to them getting emotionally reactive, and thus they will never see anything from your perspective anymore. Because remember, their emotions already got flared up. Now they want to defend themselves. But remember, they missed the whole topic that I was trying to point out. I just happen to be 100% right. You know what I mean? So I've learned how to like tone down that like process. So it's like, because remember, like the more I go outside and the more that I see that's the reaction from me just being 100% right unapologetically, I'm like, well, do I actually want to sit out here and argue with these bitches all day? No fucking way. I wouldn't waste my fucking day arguing with anybody. So it's like I'm not even accepting that behavior as a result that I'm willing to tolerate, because I came outside to have a fucking blast today. So at the end of the day, the deeper that I get in the conversation with them, I almost have to predict they're going to fuck up my day if they get angry at me because they don't understand the subject matter. but I wouldn't let him fuck up my day. So I'm just like, well, fuck it. I was like, well, we need to have this conversation in a way that your emotions have been taken care of because you're the emotionally immature one. For me to get what I want, you know what I mean? For me to get what I want, forget about that. Like, it's just for me to get what I want.
You're 100% right. Did you hear the preamble, the walk up to why I said somebody could come along and blow your entire straw house down?
Mm-hmm. No, I was here, but what was a precursor to that? Because you felt like emotionally that it had built up and built up and built up. That's what you said previously, right? Previously,
when I'm because the other gentleman asked me, so because he was asking about what do we say that the earth in its entirety is, basically what is our ideology, and I'm like, well, what do you mean? And then he said, well, there's the biblical, there's lots of cosmologies, and I said, oh, that's a reification fallacy. If you use a model to state what is real versus modeling something off of what is real. So that was the point I was trying to make. And I was like, well, the reason you don't want to do that, because imagine a million people built their trust on this foundation, then somebody like myself comes along and goes, but isn't that just a reification fallacy? that one question to the millions of believers now could potentially ruin them when somebody could have just stopped it.
Sure. But remember. So I think typically what I believe, when I observe, is the way that people make decisions is there's a 3-step process. It's their thoughts, their emotions, and their actions. So basically, when someone has forethought, they think about things in advance before they do them, but they're not emotionally involved. People that typically make mistakes, they didn't look into their secondary and their tertiary consequences of that action. They were just focused on the primary benefit. Because they were focused on the primary benefit, they never took into account the secondary, tertiary, quaternary results of that action. Now, that's typically when you're in the survival state. And I understand that survival state. But you have to understand, once you take those actions, that actually becomes some aspect of the person you're becoming. Because remember, that's the action you took because you didn't have faith in yourself in that very moment to endure that situation without taking actions that you would later regret. Because remember, the regret was in you because you didn't want to take that action, but you took that action because you weren't willing to sit down and think by yourself and find the right conclusion to your problem without making yourself feel that icky feeling. Remember, if you feel icky, it's your fault. You made every decision in your life. But other people try to dump it on other people, and I'm like, that's not really how it works. I was like, you feel however you feel, that's cool, but that has nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with you. But people that feel icky in the face of people that feel amazing always want to dump their ick on you to get rid of some of it. But it's not your job unless they behave in a formative fashion that'd be in line with them, sorting out whatever the fuck is causing them to act that way in the first place. But remember, it's not easy to figure out, right? Because so the best way is to say less. Just let them fucking have the floor for a day. You know what I mean? Let them tell you what the fuck is what they're struggling with. And they're always going to tell you exactly what they're struggling with. And they can't seem to figure it out. But mind you, if you're smarter than them, you always know what's going on in their head that they can't figure out because you already figured that. Typically, you would have already figured that problem out, so thus you would have already transcended that problem for other people as well. Now, the ability for you to do that faster, extremely fast in life, you're solving everyone around you's problems mathematically, and they're getting the right result. So they have no choice but to give you resources. That's why it's I think being very diverse in your skill set is extremely important.
Yeah, man, you're right. You're right. Nothing you're saying is wrong because I'm reading books like Think and Grow Rich, Love Languages.
Yeah, it's great. Those are great books. Those are great books, bro.
Have
you read How to Win Friends and Influence People?
Yo, my coach literally just referred that book to me last weekend.
Oh,
And I
yo,
was like, how
that
you
is
get
like the
into that?
that's literally one of my
Hold on,
foundational books. I read that book
hold
like
on.
30
Let me
times.
say that. What's the name of that?
How to win friends and influence people.
Yeah. See, I put that on the back burner because I was like,
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
really
no.
want to do that. Sounds
I'm
manipulative.
telling you, put this
That's
book
why
on
I
the
wrote it
front
down.
burner.
That's why I wrote it down because
Put
I'm
this
like,
book
yeah,
on
my
the
man
front
knows what
burner.
he's talking about.
I'm telling you, that one book. It'll be like
Yeah.
fireworks show. You're welcome. You owe me.
No, it's true because when you think about it, like a lot of shit about this world could be put into mathematics. And I think that's why people love it. And it's like once you realize that, you realize people are just making miscalculations, and it's like
Basically,
that's something you can show people. It's like
exactly.
that's
Because
but
the
if you
thing is, just
can't
like,
talk to them, they won't allow it.
bro, you're spot on, bro. But the thing is, just like, how diligent are you able to in class to force them to pay attention? So, like, I grew up with like, in Queens, so it was like every nationality. So I like Chinese kids in the class. I got an Indian kid in the class. We got Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. I'm Haitian. So like when we're all looking at each other's math homework, I'm like, yo, these Asian girls aren't fucking around. But I realize I'm good at math as well. So it's like you realize the whole world is math.
I just put it back down where it was. I put it back down where it was.
Right.
All right. Sorry, y'all.
No, it's okay. I was just saying you realize the whole world is math, bro.
And that's how I know God is real. Because it's actually magical when you think of it that way. It's like there's no way that is that simple. And it's like, okay, yeah, this guy is definitely God. Because it's like, well, why would there be math for something that doesn't exist? Like
Word.
It's not just like the physical things. It's the well, how many people in an environment would cause this system to work? It's like, why the fuck is that the case?
Of course.
Why
Because
is that even a thing? But it's true 100% of the time.
because think about it mathematically, right? So think about like a young ballerina, raised from like first grade to be a ballerina, and then she becomes like extremely disciplined. She's in the studio 4 days a week learning how to dance ballet. Imagine like how Misty Copeland would have become Misty Copeland. Remember, they don't like her over there, but she dances better than them, so they almost are forced to pay attention. Because remember, when you get other people around, you can say you dance better than me, but they like me more. So Misty Copeland can chill because she knows they like. Because remember, we all get to see each other dance in reality. So I realized from that perspective, it's like that's an amazing perspective. So I never like allowed my ability to dance like freely and amazingly get compromised by the stresses of going to work and making money. No way. Fuck that. Because remember, we still have parties. People dance at weddings because they enjoy dancing. So for me, it's like I made that one of my primary disciplines. Learn how to dance fucking amazingly. And what I realize is I build a very steady group of people around me that also like to dance like I like to dance. And those are very like steady people that I'll always get to know because we know we like each other's company because we dance the same way. And it's like I realize it's just that simple. And then like obviously if you can attract people to you, you can, and then resources and anything else you would need.
Give me another book for good measure.
Hello.
Check. Oh, there I am.
What a joke. I mean, these people really think that we're spinning on a ball. It's just crazy to think. Crazy to me. What a joke. I mean, these people really think that we're spinning on a ball. It's just crazy to think. Crazy to me.
Yeah, you got a point. But not many of them are prepared to engage.
How dare you say that?
How dare you? Yeah, it's just kind of slow. What's going on, guys? I know that when there's no Globers here to talk with, but I don't know. I feel like we should be saying something to the. I went and looked at the live stream. There's 21 people watching. What are they watching?
Exactly.
Nothing at this point.
Well, that's what I was just trying to explain through the text. I was in the text. How these people like just I was just around a few people, like people outside, whatever, and they don't even care. Like they don't even want to look. They don't care to look. They think that whatever whatever it is, or they think that it's a ball, and they think that that's normal. That's what it is. That's how it's going to be forever. They think that's how it is forever. Like they think it's not going to change. And I mean, I've been saying for a long time, and I'm sure a lot of people have been saying for a long time how I mean it's everywhere. It's been in the news. It's been in media. Like you name it, and people still can't catch on. It's just odd.
It's not. You know why they're not catching on is because their minds are still full. Because I mean, even though they might not mention it, they've looked up Flat Earth the best they can, and they've come to Professor Dave or Simon Den or any of these usual suspects, and that was it. That was the end of it. And so they don't know. They don't even know what's going on. That's true, but that was us a few short years ago.
But I agree with that. But I would also say like it's also an indicator for how much mental work and like calculation type of work they're willing to do. Because remember, the subject is available for study, but they didn't choose to take the time to study the subject. See, if you feel some type of way that they didn't take the time to study the subject that was available to them, it's always going to be a narrative of you trying to convince them. Well, remember, the subject is right there. The reason that we're all here is because we're all curious about the subject, curious enough to be curious about the subject and take the time and set some time aside to actually have a think about it, to figure out the right answer. Because I think it's like there's just some people that are interested in figuring out the right answer and some people that are not. And there's no way to change them from wanting to figure out the right answer to a problem. They have to change some aspect of their impulsion nature within them. But impulsion goes back to your childhood. If you're an impulsive kid, you're going to get impulsive results. And that's how they played their way through our reality. So to expect them to change now, I just think is a few and far between option.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking about that. I was trying to say that and this might be hard for some people to hear, but I'm being honest. A lot of people, not everyone is gonna be into this topic even to begin with, or they're not gonna they're gonna have other things to do or whatever. Like everyone has their own thing. So if someone is like, especially if someone is like, let's say like they have a job behind this or whatever, they're scientists or whatever, they're not going to want to look into it, or even if they do, they're not going to want to do further research into it. They're not going to want to because they already know that where it's going to lead. So what they're going to do is completely ignore it. They don't even have to go to the internet or even like those, like where you just said Simon Dan or what's the other one, Professor Dave and all that shit. I didn't see them until later on, which is like recent, not too long ago. But I don't know. I don't think that some people will look into it. Some people will catch on like we did, I guess. And a lot of people, even most people, won't. So that's just my opinion, though. Like I said, I'm being honest.
No, I think that's spot on actually, and I just think it comes down to like, like the way that person perceives you. Because at the end of the day, it's like if you're trying to exude to them like some aspect of you that's trying to say, I'm trying to give you this. Hey, listen, idiot, I'm trying to give you this. I'm trying to give you this. What you start to realize is like that like holes of energy exported out of you is actually taken away from your ability to focus on what are the things about you that you'd like to be doing, so that when you are actually doing those things that make you genuinely happy because you're doing them, what you're going to do is go back into society from that place that you just left having a blast, whatever a blast is for you. So somebody else that didn't just have a blast yesterday is always going to be a little bit more angry about life than you. But most people don't realize it was always their decision to do the things that they wanted to be doing within any given moment. But they didn't choose to do it because they were afraid. But like, I think people aren't focused on like, whatever that thing outside of you that is making you feel afraid, you have to analyze them one by one until you make sure you've solved that problem, and then you move on to the next one. Solve that problem, move on to the next one. But just rip through all of them and they'll no longer exist. Because remember, it's like the problem, every problem can be solved some way.
Yeah, well, didn't they set that up from the beginning though? Like, I mean, I can't say like can't point the finger at one specific person or whatever, but I mean, they did that to look what they're doing to look what they have a globe everywhere, especially in the classroom. I mean, that right there alone, and then everything from there on is back going is going with that theory, with that globe, and it goes completely against everything that we know and what we think and the truth, and then so it's like I don't know.
Yeah. So, would you mind if I ask you a question? So, what are the maybe top 3 things that you love to do the most?
Well, I mean, this is gonna get personal, but I mean, I like cars. That's number one.
Okay.
Music, and I would say like probably sports, baseball, whatever, basketball. But I'm
Okay.
not really into that no more. But
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, like if you know those are the 3 things that bring you the most joy, you have to start to, mathematically calculate how much time you're going to allow for those things in your life. Now, at the end of the day, there's going to be people outside that want you to do what they want you to do. But at the end of the day, the math was always your math to do, so that you got to do that thing you wanted to do and still deal with people around you that are going to give you bullshit. Because they're not going to stop giving you bullshit. They're always going to give you bullshit because that's what they want to do today. But at the end of the day, you start to just realize your ability to mathematically break down what someone wants versus what needs to be done to achieve that want starts to become really embarrassing on their end should they have not done the math. And most people that are impulsive that ask for shit, they never do the math. So remember, if you're better at math than they are, all you have to do is bring out a piece of paper and a pencil, and literally they run out the room because they don't want to do the math. But that's how they got there in the first place. They never calculated anything in their life. They tried to freestyle it as if like this shit wasn't complicated and there was shit to learn. But you can't force someone to think that way. You know what I mean? So the benefit comes to us because it can't come to them because they don't choose to study these subjects.
Well, when I first got into this, just years ago, I was at the time like I was working, regular normal job, and I was researching this, learning about it every day, and then I knew, okay, it's definitely a lie. They're lying to everybody, and just going through that whole thing of how serious and important it was, but just knowing that, but then after a while, it's like, all right, I know it, I see it. Most these people around me don't. This was like early on, so it wasn't even talked about that much or whatever. It wasn't like really out there that much. It was a lower number of people than there is now probably, but every day I would just like at work or outside I would be like, wow, like I would just notice certain things, and even still now I do, but I would just say like, oh well, this person right here thinks that we're spinning on the globe and that we did the scientists done all the math and we've been to space and all this, been to the moon. Meanwhile, I could just say one thing in my like to them or in my head, and it'll just like turn the whole world around. But like we said, or like you said, like I said, most people are not going to see it. They're not going to want to see it. And like let's say like I said, like as I mentioned, baseball. Let's say a baseball player right now, MLB player, is they're not going to like really look into it. And if they do, what is it going to do for them? You know, they go on playing baseball, making whatever every day or every year. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not gonna be like, oh, let me tell everybody now.
Half of the that's not true. Half of the Cardinals are flat earthers. They even said it on national television while the game was on. And this is what I keep telling people. People don't care. So like for instance, me, I'm not gonna be a big speaker for flat earth come this way. Because I'm not stupid enough to think that they don't know that this topic is out there. So I'm now geared towards looking for people who are looking for me because that's just better time spent. But I mean, shit, a lot of celebrities know. Every time they try to say something, they get vilified and they're like, well, fuck it then. That's really what's going on. It's not that people don't care. Most people
No, it's most people don't want to take on the workload, bro. Like that's literally all it is. They don't want to take on the workload. They've been that way their entire life. They never want to take on the workload, so they never get any work done. That's literally the differentiating factor. They don't want to carry any workload, but they still want the results of someone that's carrying the workload. Never works out for them. It couldn't. They're not willing to fucking lift anything. You think if I'm lifting heavy shit and you're not, I'm not gonna get this money and you're gonna starve. I'm the one holding it, Dick. It's in my hand. So it's like the workload is everyone's job to take care of so they get what they want, but they don't even want to take a little stab at the workload. They don't even want to acknowledge the workload to get that result. They want to live in a land of illusion. It makes them more comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. So I mean, and I think it's great that there's new people that come into it or whatever. There's new people all the time, whatever. I get that, but I mean, what you both said was right too. So, but my thing is also like, not to get off topic, but like, it's the same thing with like other professions. Like, I got a back problem now. I got hurt, and I go to get help, and they tell me they can't even help me. Like, what kind of stuff is that? Like, this had nothing to do with flat Earth, but like I said, I don't want to go off topic, but it's like I said, it's almost the same feeling I get. Like
From the
when I'm
health,
trying to,
from the health industry.
yeah, and
Yeah,
and
but
you know about that, I'm sure. Like,
oh, for sure. Like literally, like I had a friend that used to sell pharmaceuticals for Pfizer, and like I hang out with this guy like every week. So it's like he tells me what the fuck is going on because I talk to him the fuck every week. At least he's gonna tell me something. And like we were both extremely honest about our industries and like what the fuck actually is going on from our perspective, even if it may be wrong. But it's like to the best of my perception, this is what I'm seeing is going on here. And like when you start to hand people your authentic perspective, there's usually something in that they can grab for their own benefit. And like there's no way for anyone else to know what that is, but it's like that's why you have to share your authentic perspective because like it just changes the conversation completely. It's like everyone's trying to learn something.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear an echo. I don't know if that's me. I don't know why I hear an echo, but
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
nah, just watching the clowns go, thinking that we on the ball every day. Like I've been helping out for a while. I've been trying to do as much as I can, let people know without like I'm learning, not to can't just like I feel like everywhere I go, I feel I want to like tell people about it, but you just can't do it that way. But then the response you get when you even just ask a question or just say one thing, whether it's even online or even in person, even or as well. Like I feel like recording it just to show people like look at how like just dumb these people are. Like there's no other way to say it, to explain it. Like I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but I'm just calling it how I see it. It's like, and I get it because I know for me, I didn't always know about this. Like, but now that I found out, it's like, all right, like I'm trying to even help you. Yeah,
Yeah, but remember the thing about the emotion. Yeah, think about the emotion of someone feeling like someone else is telling them that they're dumb. Now, what if remember? Most people think they're smart. So once you tell them that you think they're dumb because they don't understand this, instantly they're gonna recoil and fucking try to defend their position. Remember, you already know they're holding the wrong position. But if the argument ensues anyways, then it's like we also have to take into account like which words that we use and what tone. You heard of like that Disney movie, The Sword in the Stone? It's like basically the message from that movie is like so basically the King Arthur can pull out the sword from the stone, but that movie was like it was a what's the word? It was like an archetype of like a bigger story within most people. At the end of the day, if you can find the right words in the right tone, you'll be able to pull the sword out the stone and get the result you want. So remember the words in the right tone. So at the end of the day, you'll only know if it was the right words in the right tone if you got the result you wanted from that interaction. But if you didn't get your result, it clearly was the wrong words in the wrong tone. But remember, you took the accountability for all of it to produce that result. It wasn't by accident.
Yeah, I try to make it like I say different things. I try to make it as simple as possible for people. I try to like
Well,
say
like,
it
what,
in a
like,
way
why,
where
why
it
do you?
won't make them like feel like that, you know?
But why do you feel like it's your job to show them instead of like ask about their curiosity level at the moment? Because
Well,
remember,
that's
like,
what
remember this is a complex topic, right? This is like, think about it, like if we had to put like math and like grades, you know, like you have like math 101 and then you got a 102. This would be like math 3056. And I think you're trying to get them to get there in one jump. And I'm like, you know, the Matrix movie, like nobody makes it there in one jump. I'm like, oh, that's a true statement. Nobody makes it there in one jump. So it's like I try to see like how many jumps do I have to break this down so they still can get it, but they don't run away from it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That's why I've been trying different things, seeing what works better, what doesn't, what sticks. I feel like the younger kids may be more open to it as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
More,
The hyper
compared to
receptive, but like, yeah, they're hyper receptive. But remember, they have so many outside stimuli that are hitting their brain now from so many different perspectives.
Exactly.
So now they're inundated with perspectives, and like, you know, how do you get your kid to listen to you when now they have 1,000, 10,000, 20,000 perspectives to look at? It's like to cultivate that mind is infinitely harder now. So it's like, you know, I debate if like I wouldn't even like go off grid, raise my kids off grid with no phones and only what I teach them, and then send them out into the world, betting on what like my ability to do research and produce an intelligent, competent, capable child. You know what I mean? If I kept letting society craft my child would have a hard time competing if society wasn't trying to breed the type of children I was trying to breed. There would always be an impasse there because my child couldn't have been produced by you. I must have done something different to produce something different.
Yeah, I guess that's why I feel like it's such an urgent and big and important topic. It is, but I just feel like it needs to get out there faster. But and then again,
Bro, I think everything is in
my
the
lifetime. You know.
No, I don't believe that. I actually think it's going to be in our lifetime. Like I the way I see it is like, you know, like, you know, tensions always bubble up over topics that people disagree upon. What happens is the more disagreeable people become in society, it's something that you can actually sit back and just observe. Like, how tense is it outside? You know what I mean? Like, imagine, like, because when I came to New York, it was 1982. This is when, like, crack just hit. Like, there's prostitutes on every corner. And even as a young kid, I remember I was like, oh, this shit is crazy. But, like, as I got older and, like, that didn't exist anymore, I didn't forget how crazy it was. And it's like, I see society going right back in that direction. And I'm like, you don't see this pattern that's coming? And like, I see it so clearly. So I know if people don't like learn how to get along, I was like, it's going to go right back to 1980. And I'm just going to be sitting here like, I told you, I knew it was going back in this direction.
Yeah, like that movie, what is it, 1984, something like that?
Exactly.
Or George Orwell.
Yeah, Orwell. Yo, Animal Farm is the shit, bro.
But yeah, that's why I debate, like, should I even bother with this topic anymore? Should I just let it go? Like, you know, forget about it and then just do whatever, because that's what it seems like everybody else is doing anyway. They just do whatever they want to do, especially here in America.
I think that's healthy, right? So it's like at the end of the day, it's like any topic that you get into. So think about like learning how to ride a motorcycle, right? So like I can like indulge myself in the study of that topic, but I can also just like leave the bike alone and then go back to studying something else. But it's like if the bike is pulling me away from studying something else that's complicated, I'm not really going to be paying attention because I'm paying attention to the bike in my head. See what I mean? So like life has all of these things that are pulling at us to keep us away from our focus of learning a particular subject to a point of pure understanding of that subject. Nobody wants to like have a pure understanding of the subject before they debate. See what I mean? Because like they haven't reconciled all of the points yet. So the points that other people are going to make, you already reconciled that point, why that is an inaccurate point. So then the conversation always goes in your direction because I just did more homework on the subject than you did. But that's like literally just like the you know, the expanse of the earth. That's just going on a global scale now. So everyone's exactly where they're supposed to be based on the skill sets they've acquired, how they communicate, how aggressive they are, how meek they are, how beautiful they are, how ugly they are, how skinny they are, how fat they are, how they dress, how they communicate with people. Like everyone's exactly where they're supposed to be based on their own behavior, unfortunately. But most people don't want to take account for their own behavior, so thus they can't start calculating the behaviors that they need to exude to get the results that they want. And it just keeps going, bro.
Well, do you think that's part of the brainwashing? And I agree with you.
Of course, of course. What do you mean, of course?
Or do you think it's God? Do you think it's from God? Because everyone it has their own character. Everyone's in their own body, their own avatar.
Of course. So what I think to myself is that, like, at the end of the day, I have two choices in any given day or any given moment of how I feel. I could choose to feel good and amazing and happy and positive and all of those positive emotions, or I can feel angry, depressed, anxious, like annoyed, all those negative emotions within that day, and anywhere within the spectrum. You know what I mean? It's not just 100 or 0 or 0 or 100. There's so much range between there. But remember, like, I get to choose my day. Now, someone else may be having a shitty day around me, but remember, that doesn't mean I'm having a shitty day. I was having a great day. But I know I must take account for your shitty day as well, because it's not that I'm trying to ignore you, but I'm not trying to have a shitty day. So then you start to structure your days in the way that the days are more fun and more enjoyable. And what happens is that attracts people that also like to enjoy their days. But you start to realize it's expensive to enjoy your days. So you have to make more money. And once you just come to grips with the fact that you have to make more money, the idea that will produce you more money will come. If you just hold on to the mental understanding of that's what I want, and this is the math I need to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I just feel like at what point
until you get the thing you want.
Well, here's the thing, because you said make money, because like in order to make money, you can't be talking about this stuff. Like honestly,
yeah. I understand, but remember, you're making but you're making an assumption right there. Remember, like what I said previously, the words in the right tone. There's no way to know if my tone or your tone, when communicating with a large group of people, would actually be you being able to have an agreeable conversation. None of us know. That's why politicians are competing now. They're trying to test their tone with society and see how it resonates. Now, some politicians don't need to be politicians, but at the end of the day, they're taking a crack at it. Because remember, they're still on the TV in front of you using their tone. But remember, you could have tried to elbow your way into that room too. But most people don't want to spend their life arguing with people all day. So then politicians start to take the center stage, and then
people love drama.
People love drama. But remember, they're feeding off of that drama to keep themselves employed. So we're like, remember, you had your own shit you wanted to do. If you were focused on what made you feel the best, as opposed to like what was going on outside of you, then you would always produce an amazing reality. And then when you were having so much fun, you would have been able to garner way more attention than somebody that was just fiending for someone's attention for political purposes, because you're genuinely having a good time. That's way more attractive than someone that's trying to like force their elbow into a room to make you talk about a subject you're not currently interested in. Remember, they're trying to push it on you, but you don't have to accept it. You could ignore them. You can say you're not interested in that conversation. Just did want them. Like, your time is yours, and the more you value it, they're forced to value it. Because you're not even willing to give it. You're not willing to give it so freely. You just like, you question, like, what do you want? Like, say it in a sentence. And if they can't get it out in one sentence, you don't really know what you want in the first place. Go sit over there. But like, some people aren't willing to tell kids that aren't communicating clearly, they're not communicating clearly. You know what I mean? Because it's important. Because remember, it's going to differentiate my ability to like do other things as well. Because like, if you don't have a grasp of English, it's not your job to start demanding what other people should be doing yet. Let's focus on you, senora, whatever. But it's like, most people don't focus on themselves because they don't want to. Because they're afraid of looking at themselves in the mirror and realizing they wanted something else than what they actually have in reality.
How are you able to talk for so long?
I don't know. I just have a lot of friends. We hang outside all day, bro. We just chill outside all day. Like, we get to just chill outside all day, talk all day. So for me, this is my natural voice because I sit outside all day. And the thing is, I've trained all of them to make a shit ton of money. And I realized that feels better. Wow, I get to so relax and kick my feet up in the hammock and still make money. That's better than being stressed like other people all day. And once I figured that out, I was like, well, fuck, you think I'm going to go back to being stressed? Once I know I don't have to be? No way. Why would I? For who? For who? Who would I give that authority over me? No way. I would never give it away. I would just chill and have a blast for the rest of my life because it's my life, not theirs. And I choose how I feel within any given moment.
You do realize that this is not a therapy, but a discussion for a flat earth.
I don't need therapy. I'm not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't care, but
I
this
don't
is
need
a
therapy.
discussion about flat earth.
I understand. I was trying to give you something. You either catch it or you don't.
You just tell me to fuck off.
I don't need you to fuck off. You can stay with me. We're in a server. Where are we going to go?
I agree. Are you flat earther?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, hardcore.
Really? How long are you flat earther?
I think I figured it out maybe, what was it? 2017 or so? Yeah, 2017.
I'm the
A
same
little,
class.
a little before 2017, but
Class 2017. High five.
yeah. Yeah, bada bing. I've been out here, bro. I'm doing my homework.
Don't you think that the possibility that the world is flat or globe or concave is, to me, it's equal?
Yeah, because remember, like, think about the concavity of it. Like, because remember, like, something we know because the water is flat and then it will always find its level, that something must be barring the water somewhere to keep it flat as it is. So now, because we know that, the concavity aspect of it possible. Remember, I can't dive to those depths with the resources I have now, right? So there's no way for me to know that. Now, above me, I also can't touch the sky, so I don't have to worry about that either. But remember, I can see the stars moving in the sky because I can see the stars moving in the sky and they're predictable. I can speak to other people about the predictability, the predictability about what we already both see. But I must build from the predictability aspect and go out from there. I can't start with a topic that they don't fully understand and try to get them to catch it. Because I need them to catch something that they already know is true and then build from something true to something else true, something else true, and something else true. But if I ask them something and then instantly for them it's false, for them to go from false to true is harder for them to already start at true and just stay true.
That's true, but where do you start at? Like, how do you know what they're, unless you know the person? Like, if it's just a random person, how are you gonna know what they're into or what they know and don't know already before you even ask that question? Because, like you said, once you ask them or once you say one thing about it, they're gonna be automatically, oh, he thinks he knows more than me, or they're gonna, whatever, or they don't want to look wrong, So it's like, all right, so where do you start at? If you're gonna do that type of thing, or where, even on here, whatever, and where the Globers get lost at, like when you said, and I say this all the time. I mean, this is true. Like, water is always level, right? It's always level. But what they're gonna think is, or say, is they're gonna say, oh, well, that can work on a globe too. Like, there's some things that they'll say that will work on both a flat and a globe, and that's what turns them off, and that's what gets them confused. Because they're like, oh damn, like which one, like which one do I believe, like which one? But in reality, though, water is level and flat, and then because we always measured it and it's always been tested as flat and level for hundreds of miles. That's all you have to say. But they think that,
how is that possible to measure the?
Well, they think it's a curve. They think that it's level, but it curves eventually. They think it eventually curves, but it doesn't. Like, that's what we're trying to say. That no, it doesn't. It's flat. It's level. We can see it, and it goes on for miles and miles. Where's the curvature?
You said that it is measured flat for hundreds of miles.
Yeah,
I don't think any experiment is able to to calculate that?
There's a bunch of them. There's some for like 300 miles, for 200 miles, 100 miles, 20 miles. There's a bunch of experiments and lasers and mirror tests showing that.
Who did the measurements?
I have to look at the chart. I have it up on my phone, but I think it's on.
I heard it.
I think it's
about
on Wikipedia.
But I think Ficor was just a scam to bring money out of gullible flat
Why do you
earthers.
think that? Justify.
What about pictures? The pictures that they have.
You just said that FE Core was a scam. What are you talking about?
Well, your reaction kind of proves my point because I never knew about Ficor, but I heard many people talking about it was a scam, and many people were very triggered by that.
Hearsay. Okay, so you heard people say that it's a scam, so it's a scam? Why don't you just shut up,
Well,
dude?
your reaction right now proves to me that it was a scam.
That proves to you that it was a scam. Me asking you how you know it's a scam proves to you it's a
No,
scam. You're an
voice
idiot,
tone.
dude. You shouldn't be talking in this forum.
Your voice tone tells me that.
Yeah, he's a moron. Okay, let's have him try again. What do you have for the globe, Jan? You said that they're equally possible. What do we observe? You go to the beach. You see a lake. You see an ocean. What do you observe? Do you observe concavity, convexity, or is it just flat for as far as you can determine?
I can't really describe it. It's very
Can't
weird
describe
to look at the ocean.
You can't describe it.
Have you ever seen ocean in your own eyes?
Yeah.
You have been to the ocean.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look very strange when you look at the end of it?
No.
Okay.
So you can't tell. You see the ocean, you don't know what you're looking at. You can't tell if it's curved one way, the other, flat, horizontal. You just don't know.
I just don't know. It looks very strange, but I don't know.
It looks very strange. Can you
You
describe
just said
that?
that it doesn't look strange.
Can you describe that?
I don't know. When you look at the end of the ocean, it seems like it just ends at certain point.
Is it the ocean ending?
No, I don't think so.
Right. It's just the end of your vision, basically.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, is there any indication of it curving in any way?
I don't think so.
Okay. Me neither. Is there any indication that it's level and horizontal?
It looks flat.
Yeah.
Horizontal.
Okay. So I don't see how these are equal possibilities. We have one that is observable. There's one way it's presenting itself to be. There's these other ways it doesn't present itself to be. Why would those be equally possible as the one that does present itself?
Because I don't know what's really behind my vision.
Okay. So is there any indication that it's curving in any way? It sounds like not, because you're saying could be beyond anything I could see. But as far as what you see, it's just level and flat.
You've already asked me that question and I said no. It doesn't indicate any curvature.
I got it. So they don't seem like equal possibilities. Because the other ones aren't observable, they're just in your head, basically. It's just, well, what could be beyond the world that you can actually observe. But as far as what you observe, concavity, convexity, curve, that doesn't come into it. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Whoever was talking before, if you still want to.
Heretic, how long have you been a flat earther?
Sorry, what's that?
How long have you been a flat earther?
Oh, since day one.
Since you've been born?
Yeah, I was born here on flat Earth. Yeah.
No, I mean, when was the change in your perception of the Earth that it's flat?
Change in my perception. I don't know. A few years ago.
We are all bring up to be robbers. Some of us can go through it.
Yeah.
To me, it was the same as the friend before who was speaking, Sir Vagabond in New York City, 2017.
Yeah.
Say again?
No, I just said that I was, I started to pay attention to Flutter in year 2017, just like you.
Oh yeah. I figured out everything that year. Like it was definitely like a workload to work through, but I worked through all of it. I understand everything that I need to understand now. It's just like you just get back to your comfortability state, start banging out work, or just what you want.
And well, you asked the question. Those are observations. There was observations, and they have a microwave, radio wave, laser, mirror, infrared light, and
But who are you talking about?
visible light. These are actual
Okay, but
observations.
who made the measurements?
Who made them?
You said that there are measurements that are over 100 miles.
Yes, someone with a camera actually took these photos. There's photos of them.
So he
can't
saw
deny that.
on the coast 150 miles away from the coast.
There's different ones. There's some are on the coast, some are let me see.
Well, I'm asking specifically about coast.
Which it has Barcelona to Mallorca.
Okay, that's fair.
A lake to lake, so that will be a coast.
Okay.
And these are actual, like I said, these are actual photographs that someone took, and you can check them out online. Because everything's online.
It's just a photo. Have you ever seen something so far away? I'm not asking about pictures on Google, but have you yourself ever seen something so far away?
I have myself, but also if when you use a camera and you do the same, and you're looking out with your eyes, and then you take a camera and you take a picture of it, the camera is going to be able to zoom in more because it has that it's more powerful than your eyes. So you can able to zoom in, and if you can see it after you zoom in and it's still level, then there should be curvature there. There should be, depending on where it is, or I just explained a few examples. There should be 80 feet of curvature, 100 feet, whatever. I can pull up the specific ones, but I can just, someone should post a link. I don't
Have
know why.
you yourself ever seen with your own eyes without any camera? Have you yourself ever seen something so far away?
Yeah, of course. I can go up to the mountain, local mountain, and I can look out and I can see. The problem is because I don't have if I had someone else that I knew that lives away, I can tell the distance between, but I don't. So far I've been trying to do that experiment actually myself, but I have to find someone else that is on the other side, and I can tell exactly how many miles. But everywhere you go is different because you have the atmosphere, and then you have different topography. So there might be, not everywhere you go in the world is the same thing everywhere. You have different mountains, structures, whatever, city buildings. you name it, everywhere you go is different. So depending on where you are, you can see further depending on where you are.
You know why I tend more to believe that the world is flat? Because I was at the coast of Corsica and I've seen the island of Santa Helena. And if the world was a ball with circumference of 680 something kilometers, I shouldn't be able to see it. There are no big mountains on the island. So
680 something kilometers.
1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. And I've done something like that too. I just can't remember where it was, but it was a while ago. I did the same thing. I actually looked out and I calculated how far it was, but I can't remember. Yeah, it's been a while.
I think that in the flat earth community, there's very little personal observations. Most people talk about somebody else that did some measurements, and it's the same argument that Glober makes. I don't care about that argument. I think it would be helpful for everyone here if you were talking about your own understanding of the world and your own perceptions. It would be much more helpful for someone if you said, I went up to the hill and I seen so far away that it's impossible to see on globe Earth.
I don't
But
see a
instead,
curve anywhere I
you
go.
give me an argument about the scam that was the FICOR. That they
How
measured.
was that a scam?
I don't want to poop on your party, but I think everyone understands it was a scam.
How?
Well, I can make the same measurement as they did for free. I live very close to Balaton. You only need a laser pointer, to be fair, because you can see a laser pointer 10 kilometers away.
Okay, so that makes it a scam. How?
Well, why did they raise money for that?
So they could do it?
You can do that for free. Not for free. You can do it for 50 euros. The same experiment.
Oh, so it was just a big scam for somebody to get for a bunch of engineers to get a day of work.
I can make the same experiment for the same exact amount of money that they did. I will say, I'm just trying to say that they were right or wrong. I can do that almost for free, and I can raise
Who cares if people want to
$500,000
contribute?
of
Who cares
euros.
if people want to contribute to their cause, though? That's on the people that decide to contribute. I mean,
But why
are
would
they
you
lying
continue to
about?
say this should be free?
Why should it be free? And how does that how does that make anything that they did fraudulent?
You need 2 Hungarian flat earthers and said, buy a laser pointer and just shoot it on the other side of the lake where your other friend will be. That's all you need.
So you don't like
money.
You don't like that the project was funded. And,
Yes.
Okay, and on those grounds, you're calling it a scam.
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't throw the work into question.
I don't doubt the work because it's obviously what you will see
Okay,
with laser pointer.
that sounds like the work is valid. You just don't like that there was funding for it.
Yes.
Kind of goofy.
I think it should be done for free, and I think
Well,
that
why don't
such
you go do it?
measurements should
Why
be
don't
done.
you go do it for free then?
I think that it should be done. The same experiment should be done all across the world for free by the thousands of flat earthers that they are in the world.
Have you done it for free?
Yes. Well,
Oh, you
I've done
have.
it for my own money.
Okay, where's the documentation of this?
I can only say my own experience. I did not document it.
Well, maybe there would have been a little bit more incentive to actually document it and get it out there if there had been some funding behind it. So maybe your way failed.
No, you don't understand my argument. it's a great argument against globers because when I asked globers, how can I prove for myself that the world is a globe from where I live? And they told me, go to Antarctica, you will see. And say, I'm asking them, well, how can I tell for myself from the place where I live?
Do this. Have you ever taken a
I'm
plane?
sending them to Corsica. They
Have you
can
ever
see
been
for
on a plane?
If
Have
you
you
are
ever
from
been on a
Europe, you can go to Corsica and you will see the island of San Helena from the coast.
Well, I agree with you. Yeah, go check out the Earth for yourself. See it with your own eyes.
I know that this experiment works and everyone can do it. And if there was 1,000 people like me, you can have 1,000 places where people can go and see for themselves that the world is not a globe.
Yeah.
But
Instead,
people have done that. People have done it.
Arguments from FICOR.
It's simple. It's 8 inches per mile squared. We've done the math already. We've tested it, like we just said, and there's other experiments I'm sure other people have done. And yeah, it does cost. That's why some people can't do it, haven't done it. Like I said, I've done it already myself. And like I said, have you ever been on a plane? If you ever been on a plane, automatically right there, you look down, you can see right there. That's your proof right there. You can see from that's how many miles. You can see, like, depending on how high you are, whatever, and where you are, you can see. It's too much. You can see. So where's the curvature? It's supposed to be a curvature there. If you do the 8 inches per mile square, and you've been on a plane, and you fly level on a plane from one destination to the other, that's your proof right there. So.
Well, that's exactly my point. Just from 10,000 meters above. I think that my experiment is easier because you can do it from the coast. So my point that the Flutter community got really lazy.
Looking forward to your dollar store replica of FE Core. Can't see the laser pointer edition.
Don't be too hang up on the FICOR matter. I don't care.
I'm not. I don't even use it. I don't need to.
Didn't pay money for FICOR, so I don't care.
Yeah.
To me, FICOR is like Bitcoin.
I kind of agree with you in a way where, like, I don't need that either to just go and look at a flat level body of water out at the beach or something like that. It's the globers who are coming and saying that reality is basically the opposite of what it presents itself as, so they're the ones who have to back that up. We don't have to do anything. Reality stands for itself.
Well, isn't it easier to tell someone you can go to the coast of Corsica and you can see the island of St. Helena, which you should not be able to see if the world was a globe? It's a very simple argument. You can have thousands of places where it's proven that the world can't be globe, and then go
Jan,
farther from there.
Jan, yeah, you can do that, but a lot of people who are on the opposite side, they're looking for evidence that's been documented with data, with atmospheric conditions. So all of those are included in the FE core. You're saying you can go out there with a laser pointer and do the same experiment, or not experiment, the same observations. But have you seen the equipment that they used?
They used some laser and then they look if it
Just some lasers.
across.
That's what you think?
Yes,
Just some lasers.
yes.
What about collimators?
What about what?
Collimators.
What's that?
Well, it's a device that keeps the laser collimated. So instead of it having spread, it focuses into one point. Lasers don't do that.
You should probably know what that is if you say you can replicate the test.
You mean that the
problem is you don't even know what they did.
No, my point is that you can do the same observation, but
Your problem is you think they had a pen laser, like those little ones you buy in the $2 store, and they went down to the beach and shined it at another guy on the other side of the beach.
you don't understand. My point
Yes,
is
I do
that
understand. Stop saying I don't understand. You sound like a clover.
can I explain to you why you don't understand?
Go, why? Please.
My point is that if you were on the other side of the lake, excuse me,
Yep, go.
I'm hearing myself. It's kind of annoying.
Oh, I think it's echoing in your mic, Timbo. So you're going to tell us how you're going to replicate this test that you don't know the details of? Go on, Jan.
So you just need to be on the other side of the lake, and you can see on the other side of the lake point of light. You don't need any other devices to make it more straight, the line of the light.
So you can do the
That's
same
why
thing
it's so
just
cheap,
without
and you should be able to do it for
any
basically
any of the controls or rigor. Yeah, it's the same thing.
you can see point of light across a body of water that is 20 miles away from each other.
Yeah, fair.
There you go. You can do that for free.
Well, let's see it. I'd love to see it. I mean,
Well,
I've seen that done. I would just like to see you do it, because that's your thing, right? Your thing is doing it yourself, so I don't know, it'd just be good to see a demonstration from you to go with that.
I'm not saying I will do that. I'm saying there must be Hungarian flat earthers that they can do it. They can live closer to the lake of Balaton and just do the observation.
Do you think that only one person or one group of people have done this?
Well, I heard about only one.
Well, maybe you haven't looked far enough then. Or
Maybe.
you think only one group of people have been successful in doing these observations?
Across Lake Balaton?
Well, it doesn't matter about what lake it is.
Well, I'm talking specifically about Lake Balaton.
Well, you can do it across any body of water.
That's my point. There should be thousands of these observations,
There are.
and they should be pointed on a map.
Dude,
The
you're
map
totally,
should be free
totally
for Globers to
contradicting
see.
yourself now. First of all, you say that we all got to go out and DIY it. We got to do it ourselves. Now you're saying there's no point. So many have done it. What the hell, dude? I just feel like you come in here to play games.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. You are wrong.
So, because you've only seen one group of people do this once, then that means only one group of people have done this once.
That's very weird look at this argument.
No, that's what you just said.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, tell me where I was wrong.
My point was that there is only one group that I heard of that made this observation across the lake of Balaton on the specific location.
Why does it have to be a specific location?
Well, because I would like to go to the specific location and see for
Well, why
myself.
don't you go?
There should be thousands of these observations made by even Globers. I hope
Are there
Globers will do it too.
thousands of? Are there thousands? There are lots and lots of observations of demonstrating no curvature of the Earth. Is there any demonstrations like laser tests that
There should be a map.
that have been done by Globers?
There should be a map.
That's also a question. Yeah.
Can I speak now?
I don't know. Was I able to finish or?
Well, you seem to never finish. So can I speak now?
I've said probably 20 words. That's about it.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, go for it, man.
You're using your airtime to just ask if you can speak, but okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My point is, there should be thousands of these places where you can see for yourself that the world is not a globe. And there should be a map with these specific locations marked so everyone can go there and see. And the more locations there are, the better for the flat earth cause.
Well, it's called the beach.
Exactly.
You know, 80% of the world's population live on the beach, live on the coast. So anyone can do it.
Yeah, so basically you're saying like you know how they have those like extreme like magnification viewers that they have at tourist destinations? You're saying to put one of those, but also put like maybe like a plaque that does the flat earth math for them there so they can think about it? I think that's a great idea, bro. Remember, it's like obviously the city won't let you leave that plaque there because they know. But yeah, I think because remember it's like because remember they were already looking across. Remember, you can choose where you put if you can afford to put one there, right? If you like worked out the lease and the land and like, this is what I want to put here because I love the view of the bay or the water or the bridge or the whatever, you tell them. Doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you know what they're targeting to be looking at from across the bay. And I think the best thing would be to put another one of those type of viewers on the opposite side of where they're trying to view and ask them, can you actually see that viewer that you're viewing out of all the way over there? But remember, you know the distance between those two, and those are they're irrefutable. So it's like not only are you forcing them to look at that other viewer that you're viewing out of, that we own that one as well, we're also smacking you in the head with the fucking math and like just repeatedly until you wake up. Because like, listen, I think that's the best kind of way. You got to make them literally don't run away from the math. Like we're sitting here trying to have a civilized conversation about complex issues, but if your brain can't handle a complex topic, then it's like, what are we left to work with? If you don't even want to engage in this conversation, what's going to happen is there's going to be a select few that always did their homework, did their math, and everybody else is telling them what they want, but nobody wants to sit here and work it out and actually lift the heavy shit. So at the end of the day, the people that actually are lifting the heavy shit are like, well, I'm not lifting it for you. I'm lifting it for me and my friends that are willing to lift it with me. And the people that aren't willing to lift it, they wonder why they left behind. But I'm like, but you weren't willing to lift the heavy shit. It was always going to go that. It was always going to go that way. Like society has already been formed. It's like one's internal ability or need or want to lift the heavy shit or just like solve problems. That will be self-evident instantly. Anyone you meet.
There's nobody lifting anything. That's my point.
Yeah, I do all my. I live near the coast. I do observations almost every 2 weeks. So I don't know why you say no one's doing any heavy lifting. What do you mean? Just because you haven't done anything, Jan? And
wait, me?
Doesn't mean no one else is. No, not you. I'm talking to Jan Nordvik, or whatever his name is, the troll that comes in and likes to. So.
Well, I was talking about heavy lifting. I don't know if you want a clarification from me or for someone else.
No, not from you. I was having a conversation with Jan about him. He's saying that flat earthers never do anything. We never do any observations. That's what he's saying.
Well, no. That's hard to tell, right? Because at the end of the day, the doing of the observation, most of the time I would have gone by myself. So technically, there's no way I can prove to you that I went and I did this observation. But at the end of the day, the people that actually did go do the observation, they don't feel like they did it. They know they did it. So it's like somebody that's trying to tell them like, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, well, actually, I did the observation. You haven't even done the observation yet. So that means you're conducting your opinion off of hearsay or what you think as opposed to what you know. Because you didn't physically, with your feet, walk and then do what I'm telling you to do. And then
are you talking to me or are you talking to Jan?
No. I'm just talking in general. Like, just that's what happens in people's minds. Like, they don't want to go through that painful process of actually doing the work.
We have marks in my country, in the woods. It's different colors, and you have these tracks, and just go there, and you know where you are going. I think it would be nice if flat earthers make some flat points. From this point, you can
they're all
see
flat.
island that you should not be able to see. It's a flat point.
We've already
Sure,
done all that.
but I think it's like let's be honest about the subject that we're talking about here. So clearly, this is a subject that somebody does not want you to expose because it starts to crush away at the fabric of society around you. So it's like you almost have to take conscious of the fact that there are people out here consciously fighting for this topic, or else this topic wouldn't exist, right? So it's like to be like bullish and try to just like force your topic out into society when someone has already seen you coming. It's like you're limiting your ability to create a narrative or a scenario where their perspective can actually be challenged because you were too emotional too quick instead of more logical, longer term to produce the reality that you wanted.
Mr. Vagabond, would you agree with me if I said that we are all heroes in our stories?
I believe so. Yeah, of course. If you don't become the hero, then you become the villain in your own story. You have to choose. It's either you're going to build or destroy. If you don't make that choice and stand on it, what are you standing on? Where are you standing? If you can figure out if you're building or destroying, if you're good or you're bad, or you're smart or you're dumb, like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone has to choose. And
My point is,
people on the Peter Pan, people on Peter Pan time. They don't want to make a decision, but remember, the decision, the longer you follow it, the more difficult it gets to make.
My point is it heroic to talk about flat earth on Discord?
Of course, I think so. I think at the end of the day, like anytime you have an outlet, people to have a proper discourse about perspectives and their math and your perspective and their perspective, and be listening and understanding and have a civilized conversation, that's always beneficial. Because remember, if that space didn't exist, they may not have had the conversation and may not have come to the realization. But remember, I see it as inviting somebody into your living room. At the end of the day, you're either going to decide to make this person extremely comfortable or extremely uncomfortable based on how you feel about them. So for the way that they walk into the room, like, well, how do I make this person comfortable so they can have this hard conversation? Remember, there's no way for me to know, but I can try this and try that and try that and try this and see what works out. And
So where
sometimes
else
you
are
get
you
it
going to
right.
have these? Where else are you
Exactly.
going to have?
Where else are you going to have these conversations? Exactly. Well said.
Jan? Where else are you going to have these conversations?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Is your name Jan?
Very few places, but any place there I go. I always talk about flat earth. People that are my friends or family. Some think about it's as funny. Some think about it as interesting, and I just talk. I'm not too annoying about it.
On the street, if you go up to some random person on the street and you start talking about it, are you going to get as in-depth conversation as you get on here about it? Or is it just going to be a 2-minute conversation? Is it going to be a 2-minute conversation and then they're just going to go, you're a dumb flat earther?
What was the question?
Is that how most conversations will end?
What was the question?
The question was, are you going to get these types of conversations on the street as in-depth as on Discord?
Yes. Even more so.
I think so, man. You're talking shit.
Yeah.
Anyone that I've talked about flat earth was
Jan.
very interested in the subject.
Okay,
but do you feel like it was beneficial for you to like go 0 to 100 as opposed to 0 to 1 for them? Or did you want them to just follow you instead of you convincing them to follow you? Because remember,
No, I
if you
just
go
want
zero,
to present them with the
but would you?
completely.
Yeah, let me finish my statement. Do you agree that 0 to 1 is easier than 0 to 100?
I think it's different.
But in
Yeah,
terms of, in terms of learning a subject matter, I'm saying.
Maybe it depends on the subject.
Of course, it always does. But I'm talking about the flat Earth subject. What do you think about your teachings of the flat Earth subject? If you go 0 to 1 or 0 to 100, what do you see? What do you perceive might be more successful?
0 to 100.
Okay. Perhaps. You know, if you
People
find
are very interested in the subject.
if you find
Everyone
the right
is.
person at the right time that can handle 0 to 100, you might be spot on. I agree with you. But sometimes I realize in terms of like the ratio of people that you're going to affect, the 0 to 1 and then 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3, typically more people are able to grasp onto because it doesn't take so much mental energy. But it's more work on your part. It's more work on your part. I understand that part. But at the end of the day, it's like, should you be able to put out that mental energy, you did more work for them than they needed. So they got the answer faster.
If you
I don't think so.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't think so because I think people are extremely interested in the subject because you can ask everyone and everyone believes the world is a giant ball flying through nothing.
Got it. So you just so basically you do the dump truck method. You go 0 to 100, you just hit them with all of it at the same time.
When you post completely different understanding of the world you live in, people are interested and they are talking to you not because they are mad, but because they are interested in the subject.
No, I agree. Of course, that's what hooked them into the subject into the first place. But I'm talking about the breadth of the content. So you know how there's like breadth of content and then depth of content. So for example, the breadth is the amount of content you're consuming, and the depth is how long you look into that subject matter and have a decent understanding of that particular subject matter. That's how deep you went. But how wide did you go? You understand? So people that go extremely wide in their study of other subjects are always going to be able to meet you at that subject because they already studied that subject before you. And remember, the competition is who went deeper into that subject.
Well,
so that now so that people are correcting each other. Because remember, if you're not getting to the point where you're getting corrected, you're not getting to the point where you're figuring out the right answer. Because if you feel like in life, if you've gone through life and you've never been corrected, how close did you push it to that point where you needed to be corrected so you can get the right answer? Because remember, the results is the defining factor. If you got the wrong results, you didn't push hard enough against someone that disagreed with you that already had that result in the first place. You didn't push hard enough against that door. Because remember, they're dying to tell you, but they're not trying to argue with you all day. They already know the right answer. They're trying to make sure you get the right answer next.
So you disagree with me that it's good to talk with random people about flat Earth?
No, of course. I think that's very important. You know, just like so, I think it's like the casuality of bringing up the subject as opposed to it. Because remember, it's already positioned as taboo. So if like you introduce it and like it becomes a taboo subject, you're like, ugh, I didn't even want to go down that road. So it's like you have to make it non-taboo. You have to make it just like Socratically. You have to construct your Socratic sequence so that feeling of uncomfortability or like awkwardness or craziness or conspiracy doesn't come up. Because you crafted your words properly, so they didn't even think about that. They were just thinking about the thing you asked them. That's why the math works so well, because the math is clear. It's a clear path to the answer. Math is finite, definite.
So is it good to talk with people, random people, about flat Earth or not?
Of course, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
But no one was disagreeing with you about that.
I just wonder if you think that your time talking about this subject would be better spent doing it somewhere else. Why are you doing it here?
I think this place could be a great place for people that are interested in the subject, but as it is now, I don't think so because of reasons I will not say right now.
Yeah, and I would
So what
say
do
to
you?
I would say to the gentleman as well. Like sometimes these places become our testing grounds to test out our ideas and our perspectives and how we communicate those ideas. In terms of like, are people actually receptive to it before I say it outside? Because remember, it's like if I valued the place, I would also use it as a testing ground for my genuine ideas and my genuine perspectives. And then when I go outside and I share my genuine ideas and genuine perspectives, and they resonate with other people, I'm like, oh, I'm glad I had a place to practice it. So that would be my answer to like why I speak about various topics here that are not particularly spot on to flat Earth. It's like it might have resonance within another aspect, but are you willing to share it with the group?
It's like someone said, there is no debate here. There's no debate. All the evidence points to the flat, level, stationary Earth. All they have claims. They say it's a ball. They say all the science and official papers and documents and people say that we're spinning on a ball in space, and we know that to not be true. So we're just and is it about interest? Is it about getting people interested, or is it about the truth? This is the absolute truth, and we're trying to get people to see that, not to get interested. It's not something we get interested in. I mean, that's that's up to them.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's not something to be interested. This is about the truth.
Oh yeah, I thought about that as well. Like I said to myself because it's like like I have been fortunate to be like I was born in Haiti. I had two Haitian parents. Like my grandfather was in the military. My mother's father was a business owner in Haiti, so it's like they did relatively well over there. So when we came to New York, it's like I kind of perceive it as like they're coming here to like fulfill their dreams, and they started driving the school bus. And I was like, oh, they don't want to drive school buses. I was like, oh, so like they're basically trying to instill in me the disciplines that will produce a certain result, whether I want that result or not. Now remember, if my parents love me, the result that they want from me is directly in line with the result that I want for myself. Thus, to them, my parents love me because they gave me this perspective before I had the perspective. And then once I paid attention to their perspective, I'm like, oh, they had faith that I could produce this perspective, and thus the perspective becomes easier. And that's how I say most people get what they want faster because their parents are already either casted or believed it. Think about like Indian marriages. Indian marriages typically are so successful because like basically their parents are like, I know this little fucker right here. Trust me, I know exactly what kind of girl he needs. And remember, they've been around longer than you. So like they're looking around the neighborhood, they're meeting other parents of kids, and they're like, they can tell the personalities of themselves, and they basically are gambling. The person that I have the best connection with, I'm going to introduce my son to their daughter. And typically what happens is their son and their daughter get along amazingly because the parents get along amazingly and they come from the same type of structure. So I think, things like that, where people try to like make them old fashioned and like non-traditional, I'm like, stuff like that might be extremely important to figuring out like who's who and what's what, because you had like an entire generation of observation ahead of you.
Sir Vagabond, do you have internal monologue?
Say it again?
Do you have internal monologue?
Internal monologue? I'm not sure what that is.
I think everyone does, don't they?
Oh, like to myself, you mean like as I think to myself,
they have internal
as I think to myself.
That's why they need to.
Yeah. Okay, let me explain it this way. So, I spent the majority of my career working in sales for a number of British financial publishing companies. What happened is, like, I observed, like, I made hundreds of calls a day to people all over the world to sell them whatever product we were selling. And then I worked for more higher end companies, and then I made less calls, but more complicated calls. But I started to realize how to have phone conversations that actually work. And it's not my job to make you feel warm and fuzzy. It's my job to be honest. And the more honest I am on the phone, that is perceived. Because people can perceive honesty. So when you say I'm talking too much, it's like, no, I'm just talking from a very honest perspective. And remember, like, I studied this subject as well. I'd like to talk about this subject as well. Just like you want to speak, I want to speak, and everybody else wants to speak. That's just how it goes. Now, I think the better that we learn how to balance that out so everybody gets a chance to speak is when everybody's going to have the best time here.
I'm working in sales as well, and I think it's great pleasure to say someone, excuse me, and just leave them very startled.
Startled what?
What?
Of the
You said
question, excuse me.
You said you leave people startled.
Very powerful question.
No, but let me make sure I got the question right. You said you leave people startled.
Yes.
I didn't hear a question.
Yeah, but why do you feel like you leave people startled?
Because the question, excuse me, is very powerful, and from my lips is even more powerful.
Okay, so, but what results are you getting in that moment? Are you getting people that you're meeting, or they passed within your life and they were startled, and you went left and they went right, and no interaction had happened, or like how did that interaction go for you?
Well, they started to respect me.
Okay, did you need their respect in the first place?
Yes, I hope I have respect from many people.
So you said you needed someone else's respect outside of you. What did you need their respect for in the first place? If you respected yourself properly, you would need no one else's respect. You would have had your own.
I didn't really needed it. I wanted it.
For what reason? For what purpose?
Well, I think that's what men should do to gain the respect of other men.
Yeah, but I perceive that you gain the most respect by being able to focus your energy supremely internally to produce the best product within yourself and outwardly into the world. Like if you're a flower and you're expanding and blooming into reality, whatever you produce is going to be what you're going to be respectively judged off of. So it's not about what everybody else thinks. It's what did you produce? What did you create? What could other people see? Now there's tons of pressures down on you to not produce much because they don't want you to make too much waves, and then you got to argue with the other smart people. So they're always going to try to get you to not do your work. But I think that's a losing strategy. You should always at least pay attention to the arguments that are going on. So if you want to be a little slick kid or a genius, however you perceive it, you can always interject your thought into reality at any given point, and you can make a wave that can produce you the results that you want, because you can control a wave in terms of the way that you speak to other people and crush down their inability to perceive. Because remember, if they don't have a grasp of the subject, they really can't win the conversation with you. One of you are going to run away. Now, if you have the right answer, do you have to run away? No, I already know I have the right answer. I don't have to run away. So then eventually people run away because I know I have the right answer. Now, that's the thing about the flat earth. Yes.
Do you know that you should keep your internal monologue for yourself?
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot, mate. He's not even listening to you, man.
That's
He's not an idiot at all.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen, at the end of the day, okay, well, I'll end on this point, and then I'll end on this point. What I would say at the end of the day, we're all sharing our internal dialogue with others. Some people are more open to, because they give a fuck about other people more than you perhaps give a fuck about other people. It's the reason I take the time to give out my internal dialogue. Remember, I value it. It's produced me amazing results in life. I don't have to share it. I can sit in the corner I know that. Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement, and then when I'm done, you'll understand. When I'm done, you'll understand. I'm saying that I perceive the world one type of way, of people that do their fucking work. Now, maybe you don't perceive it like I perceive it, but not my motherfucking problem. At the end of the day, I'm going to speak to people as I speak to them and discern for myself what I think.
Yourself.
But remember, if it's a monologue that I need so that I can catch someone that's actually thinking in the world, I'm grateful for that interaction.
And you're ignoring me. Because
you're an asshole, mate. That's why. Because you're a fucking rude prick, and no one wants to talk to you anymore. That's why he's ignoring you, mate.
I know that already. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm grateful for the interactions. But if I'm not being my authentic self, how would I have a conversation with someone that I might actually want to talk to? If I wasn't being myself
at all.
Why are you so concerned about our interaction in the first place?
Because I came here.
I don't even know you. You don't even know me.
I came here to talk with people.
But think about what you just said right there. You said we don't have to interact in the first place. I'm like, why were you concerned about us interacting in the first place? I was just sharing my perspective to the server, independently of you.
Well, I think it's for Discord.
Because you're a moderator. I don't understand. Because you're a moderator. Like, we're just having a chat, bro. It's like if people are getting along and chilling and having a laugh and getting along, the server's going in the right direction.
No.
If people are like cracked under a whip and like people have to talk some type of way or operate like you, the server's going in a different direction. And I'm saying, like, I don't know. Are you trying to crack a whip?
You don't want to interact with me. You want to hear your voice. That's all.
I don't actually. I don't talk that often.
Okay, well, that was fun.
Argue about flat Earth, so he has to start trolling about something else. She's one of those people that just argues for the sake of arguing or creates a drama for no reason.
He's bored. He thinks literally anywhere is a better place to talk about this subject than here, but here he is talking about it.
At the end of the day, like, the conversations that surround us are the conversations that we created. You know, if we all find ourselves mired in shitty conversations, we're probably a shitty conversationalist. That's how you end up in shitty conversations.
I agree.
I think that was directed at you, mate.
Not at all. I don't operate that way, bro. It's just I just see it as a fact of life. Whatever you bring to the table is what you're gonna get back. So it's like, I don't get emotional about it. I don't give a shit, bro. But I'm gonna keep exuding my authentic self into reality. Cause like there's zero stress on my shoulders. Why would I let someone else put stress on my shoulders? No fucking way.
Yeah.
Like, in Manhattan, on Fifth Ave, they have like the statue of Atlas. Like that's a major like hedge fund building. There's a lot of hedge funds that are in that building. So I understood, like the philosophical significance of Atlas. And I was like, oh, someone that's bearing all the weight physically. But at the end of the day, we live in a mathematical reality. So you should always crush the math first and then focus on the physical. Because like when you focus on the physical first, all the bitches want to fuck, and then your mind gets all distracted. But I'm like, no. Focus on the mental first, nail that, then focus on the physical. Because remember, your discipline and ability to crush the physical isn't going anywhere. And you can make that significant if you build it large enough.
Sir Vagabond, have you seen Game of Thrones?
Oh, of course, one of my favorites, bro. I stopped watching towards the end. It was around the time my father got sick, so I stopped watching around that time. But I think I'm I think maybe 4 seasons in, something like that.
But have you seen the seasons before that?
Which ones? The beginning seasons of Game of Thrones?
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. I saw one through 4.
Do you know when Joffrey got the pink hood?
Got the what hood?
Pink hood.
Yeah. Remember, Joffrey became king, but
he was named king. Yeah.
So, like, what do you mean by the hood? What hood part?
You have it's the place that you basically run. King hood, city hood, village hood.
Oh, okay, I understand.
This is the boundaries. Boundaries.
Yeah, I understand boundaries.
Yeah, so he told his grandfather, I am the king. And what did his grandfather reply?
You're asking me what he replied?
Yes. Do you know?
Oh, I have no memory. I have no memory of it. Like you, I can't reference scenes within Game of Thrones.
He said, no true king needs to
So,
proclaim he's a king.
Full disclosure, today, like I chose to do like absolutely nothing. So like I'm having a drink, having a smoke, chatting on the server. So it's like today's not my like mentally cognitive day of thinking too hard, is what I would try to say to you. But I enjoy talking on the server when I'm the most relaxed.
I'm the same. I will give you a high five, but you can't do that on
That's
Discord.
right, bro. Virtual.
Virtual high five? I don't.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
You
yeah.
don't,
Well,
you don't,
I
you don't
be
feel
high.
the clap.
I'd be high fiving people everywhere. Like, once I crack their head open and they learn some shit around me, they're like, "Yo, thank you." I'm like, "You're welcome, bro." Because I already know I gave you something. So,
I will
listen,
give
I'm
you a high five in the chat.
yeah, I'm high fiving people everywhere. You listen, I'm not leaving you until I drop a gem. You know, I want to see that sparkle in your eyes. You just learned something today. Like, it's the best feeling in the world, bro.
So what's going on in here then, apart from everybody giving themselves high fives? How's it going,
Hey,
guys? You all good?
Jedi, what's up, brother? How are you?
Yeah, really well, man.
Jedi.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good
Hey,
to see you as
afternoon,
well.
guys. Yeah, good to see you guys. What's been going on in here? Anything exciting?
Just hanging out, debating the world, figuring out how to talk to other people,
Jan's
you know, all
claiming
that type of stuff.
flat earthers don't do enough work.
What?
Jan claims that flat earthers don't do enough work. There should be flat earth points all over the world.
Yeah, you know, reality isn't self-evident enough. We have to go out and do the work to refute these people who are making baseless claims about it. You know how it is.
Yeah. Don't we make up enough stories to go along with our narrative as well? Is that what you mean by more work? We need to have stories about what the sun is and what the Mars is and all that type of shit. Interesting. Have you got anything to say on that, Jan? Being as though we're talking about you.
Jedi, there's a guy I want you to meet.
Oh, okay. Who's that?
He's in London somewhere now, but it's this guy named Sean Bruff. He was my first sales manager, like in like British Financial Publishing. But he's in London now somewhere. But what part of the UK are you in?
I'm just outside of London, mate. So I'm southeast of London, in the county called Kent. So London.
Kent. Oh, I know Kent. I know. Yeah, I know Kent. I know Kent. Okay. Yeah. I think if you and him just went out, just grabbed the beer, and just had a fucking chat, you would literally be laughing the entire night, brother. I can already tell.
Wait, no.
I don't know how I know this, but I just know.
That's funny, man. Sounds like a cool guy.
Yeah,
Did you
he's
say
a
he was
very
like your
cool
ex-
guy. Yeah, he's my ex sales manager. He managed a team of like 12 of us. But like when I just saw like the way the way this British guy operated in New York, like remember I grew up in the projects, but like this is my first like experience of like British culture and all that stuff. And like he was like a lad. Like this guy's cool as fuck. He likes everybody. He's the guy you want to hang out with. And like he took us all over New York City to like the most expensive places that you can imagine. Remember, as 25-year-olds, we can't afford it. He knows we can't afford it. And he takes us there, and it's like, it just gives you a perspective of the world now after that. So then, like, doing the math gets easier because you've envisioned certain aspects of the world that you genuinely wanted in the first place. So there's no, there's no, like, anger about it anymore, you know? Because at the end of the day,
I get you.
certain people are, let's be honest, certain people are not going to study the subject. Even if they did, they're going to get the wrong answer because their studies are not significant enough to figure out the right answer. And like, I hate to say that, but that's the reality of the situation from my perspective. I want to hear what you think, brother.
Did it just go quiet, or was that just me? Cut out all the time, guys.
That's okay. No, I was asking you a question. Oh,
Yeah, so I must have missed the end of the question, mate. I do apologise, then, dude.
that's
What was the
okay.
question, mate?
Basically, I was asking I guess how do you feel about like the dynamic of like how people are perceiving the world around us? You know what I mean? Because it's like the fracture that is being created, as well as like when I was hanging out with the British guys, like the way that we treat others also dictates how we move through the world and how our world is created around us. But if we're not conscious of that and we're just operating off of emotion and impulsion all the time, it's going to be impossible to create anything because you weren't even able to sit down long enough to figure out the answer to the problem that you were facing. So it's always going to be the wrong answer because you weren't able to sit down long enough. Now, some people are able to sit down long enough. Now, if you're trying to, compete with them, either you don't want to sit down long enough or you do want to sit down long enough. But if your right answer is the right answer, you should always be able to stamp your foot into the ground and pound your fist and make sure, like, if I know I've got the right answer, I'm going Bruce Lee, I'm breaking the table, bro. I'm going to make sure there's no gray area. Like, I wouldn't fucking let the one time in life I get the right answer, you think I'm going to let it slide? No. If I know I'm right, fuck what happens after that. Like, that's not my problem. I don't give a fuck where the fucking shit ends up, but I'm smashing through the table and they'd be like, yo, this motherfucker. So, like, for me, it's like, I'm just, as a man, I'm just gonna get more and more and more aggressive, more and more vicious, more and more cutting with my words until I find myself embroiled in this particular conversation. Because either I'm going to shy away from it, or I'm going to run at it. And for me, it's like, I just run at shit. I'm not shying away from it. But it's like, the society as it exists doesn't like want me to do this. So like, I have to actually do the mental math to figure out like how to financially structure this so that I don't fucking starve and I can also take care of people around me. Now, I believe it's not a complex question to answer, but there is an answer because people are doing it currently.
I find these days, especially, I say these days, over the last 5, 10, 15 years, because people have got the idea of the different types of truth that there can be. So I get it. I understand about pumping your chest and like slamming your fist down for, things that are obviously demonstrably true. But you get that with people with that subjective feelings about what truth is. And I think that's a lot of what we fight today. People's personal subjective opinions about what truth can and can't be. That's a huge problem. So I think the line between subjective and objective truth has definitely been blurred. That's the problem.
Yeah, but Jedi, let's be honest. Like what is that breaking point and differentiating factor point? So it's like when I grew up in New York, all around the projects, and like I look at Chicago, LA, the gang scene there. Miami gang scene, like, and when I do the mental math for all of these things that I've seen, what I realize is that at the end of the day, either they understand the subject or they don't. But if you see like the level of disagreement is always at the level of death. That's the breaking point. Will I kill you for my position, or am I willing to stand on my position and kill you, even if I'm wrong? Because remember, don't think there aren't people that are wrong as fuck that will kill you to make their vision the vision, even if they're wrong.
There's nobody that wants to kill me, and I don't think anyone ever will.
But I'm saying, like, let's imagine that someone that's trying to push a position upon you that you vehemently disagree with. At the end of the day, you have to pay attention. You have to prepare for them as well. Because there's always going to be someone a little bigger than you, a little fucking more connected than you, that has more resources than you, that are trying to tell you what to do. But at the end of the day, it's always about your mental capacity. Your mental capacity can produce any result that it wants. Should it be able to sit down and do the mental math and work?
So.
You don't think so? You don't believe it? You don't believe it comes down to one's individual? You don't believe it comes down to one's individual ability to do math?
I think it's because
quickly.
I'm 6'7".
Okay, no, I understand. But like, wait, let me ask you a question. Like, you don't believe life comes down to one's individual ability to do math quickly within the current moment, and the mathematical calculations of what they're facing in that particular moment? You think they are just lost in the wind, or they can't figure out what they should be doing. Because who's calculating what's getting done? Remember, decisions are being made at the end of the day. Whether those decisions are affecting you positively or negatively, that's up to people to watch. But what results are you what results are you getting? If you're getting shitty results, you made a shitty choice. If you're getting amazing results, you made an amazing choice. If you get shitty results and you can't figure out like why you're getting shitty results, and then you get mad at the people that are getting good results, you're salty because you haven't figured out results to change within your perspective or working within and with the world that will produce the results that you would want it in the first place, that are sustainable. Because remember, you can do it for a short period of time, but if you're faking it, you're going to run out of energy because that's not you. You're trying to snatch and grab. It's a losing strategy as well.
It might be profound what you just said, but you were
Say
talking
again?
for so long that I don't know what you were saying. Really.
That's okay. So you're not interested in paying attention to what I say. Got it. Gotcha, Chief.
I am interested, but you told me for so
Wait. That's not. You can't do both. So if you're interested, you would have caught it. But if you were not interested, you wouldn't have caught it. It's one or the other. It cannot be both. But do you agree? But do you agree it cannot be both?
Yes.
Okay. So if you didn't catch it, you were not interested in catching it. Thus, you didn't catch it. Doesn't mean I didn't say something. That doesn't mean I didn't say anything poignant. But that doesn't mean I didn't. But that doesn't mean I didn't say anything poignant. If you didn't catch it, because maybe somebody else caught it for them. Cool. I don't know. Maybe. But like, if you're trying to steamroll as if like if nobody catches the way that you perceive the world, then they don't perceive anything. That's a foolish position to take. It's always a losing position. Because all anybody has done is start to crush to you what you actually perceive in front of others, and then like that position becomes extremely uncomfortable to hold.
My name is Jan Advorník, not a strawman. I'm sorry.
I didn't raise a straw man. I was breaking down reality for you, but like I said,
I'll tell you what, let's do this. Jan, you said earlier, or so I've been told, that flat earthers need to work harder. What do you mean by that?
Well, that they are lazy.
Yeah. So, in what way are we lazy?
All you do is talk. You don't do any work.
So if we're trying to figure, okay, yeah, Jedi, would you mind?
2 seconds, mate.
Sorry. I apologize.
No, you're fine, mate. You're fine. So we just sit in here all the time and just talk?
Yes.
But that's not true, is it? I mean, when you come in here, you hear people talking, but that doesn't mean that those people that aren't in the server, for example, aren't at work. And then maybe they've already gone out and done the research and done some work and are in here talking about the work that they've done. Kind of a bit, I don't know, fucking insulting, I reckon, for you to turn around and say all you do is talk. I mean, you've been in here long enough. Surely you should have heard the conversations where we discuss what we've done. Right?
Oh, I'm not talking about you. You do a lot of work. I'm talking about other flat earthers.
I was talking about people within the server. I said within the server. So not just me, people within the server. It's just a bit of an easy thing to say that you flat earthers don't do any work. I guarantee you that the majority of globe earthers don't even know the radius of the earth, let alone tested for it, and are not working, they're just repeating something they've already been told. Wouldn't you agree?
I think so.
Yeah. So I would go with people are lazy and generally go by it. But I'd put it to you that flat earthers are a little bit less than lazy because at least they've questioned the narrative in which they were set and have gone out to test it, which involves work. Wouldn't you agree?
Wouldn't you agree that there are very, very little amount of money between flat earthers because they are all poor?
What's the money got to? Sorry, what's the fucking money got to do with it? We're talking about work. Are we going to go by hourly?
Jedi, if I may take this perspective, if you would allow me to, please, if you please would allow me to, please, if you would allow me to, I'm trying to this perspective.
Just 1 second, real quick.
Okay.
Earlier he said that FE Core was a scam because it was funded. Now he says we don't have enough money. Anyway, go ahead, Vagabond.
Yeah, so you were saying basically like why do flat earthers have no money, right? Is that the question you're asking? Okay. Well, let me finish, please. Let me finish. If you think for a second that at the end of the day, all we have is the brain that is between our ears, when the divergence of all of the different people starts to happen, what's going to happen is the flat earthers that are actually smart at math and actually know how to think into the future are going to be able to garner way more resources than the dumb kids. So, like, if you're I guarantee. Because the thing is, through their mind, they can move way faster than you because they already crushed the hard subjects you can't even conquer. They can dial it down. Remember, I perceive. I may be wrong. Let me finish my statement. I may be wrong, but what I perceive is at the end of the day, they're taking the time out of their day to try to explain this topic to you because they. I know, but you're not letting me finish my statement. I'm saying to you that I perceive they're taking time out of their requisite day to teach you a complex subject they already know you don't know the answer to, but still have to deal with your cockiness along the way. They're doing God's work. They already know the right answer. They can take that right answer to the bank. I'm telling you, they can take that right answer to the bank because they have a different perspective of the world than you do. So the fact that they're even here, you should be grateful.
I have great original question. You never heard this question before.
Hit me with it.
Wouldn't you pay good amount of money for me to challenge Elon Musk to fight MMA fight?
To try who to fight in him? To challenge who to fight in an MMA fight?
For a round.
Wait, to challenge who to fight in an MMA fight?
Don't you think it's pretty funny?
Wait, so is it funny? Well, let's go through it slowly to figure it out if it's funny, because you proposed it was funny. You said
hilarious.
I know, but let's go through it slowly to make sure it's funny. Because remember, I'm slow. I don't understand shit. Whatever. So at the end of the day, you said that. Isn't it funny that somebody else is something of an MMA fight? like I don't understand.
I'm talking about me fighting.
You're gonna get into an MMA fight? Are you an MMA fighter?
And every time I hit him with my hook,
you're skipping the questions. You're skipping the questions.
How are you?
Are you an MMA fighter?
Bitch.
Do you fight?
No.
So then you don't even fight. You don't even train. And you're trying to hold the perspective of an MMA fighter.
And he's older than me. I'm taller.
Yeah, but why do you even care about that realm? You're not in that realm. Step up into the realm of an MMA fighter and then give your opinion of that perspective.
Don't you think
you're not even an MMA fighter?
Beat up Elon Musk in an MMA fight.
But I'm trying to say,
Joe Rogan will be the judge.
If someone doesn't stand in the perspective and they speak about the perspective, it's called hearsay because you don't actually live in that perspective. Hearsay is not as valuable as reality.
Well, I can beat up Elon Musk in reality.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't even know you, bro. Like, I realize in life. Listen, hear me out, bro. I realize in life when people try to hold a perspective that they don't actually hold, when they show up into the fight, they actually fold in that moment because they actually haven't practiced these disciplines. So they're actually trying to fake their way through reality. That's a supreme mistake to make in time. Because at the end of the day, you might find yourself in the position where you actually have to defend what you say you know. And either you know it or you don't know it. Now, if you always know it, really nothing to worry about because you never told a lie.
So
the people that lie always get found out because All someone has to do is say, "Yo, bro, let's throw the gloves on. Let's throw the gloves on real quick."
He's not a liar. He's a snake.
Not real quick. I will get him in third round, so you can.
But if someone says throw the gloves on and you've never boxed, you're gonna get embarrassed. You're gonna get uncomfortable. You're gonna get salty. You're gonna get salty. I already know you are. I already know you are. You're gonna get salty. I've seen this so many times before. And I'm just like, why are you getting salty? You didn't practice boxing. You just like to know how to box because you pictured in your brain losing position, bro.
I will prove to you that I will beat up Elon Musk in a fight, in an MMA fight with Joe Rogan judging.
Okay, well, break it down for me. Like, I'm curious. How are you gonna pull that off with no training?
I will prove to the world that the world is flat and not a ball.
Okay,
Beating
got it.
Elon Musk in an MMA fight.
So basically, you're gonna break into the MMA world just to get enough exposure so that you can throw on the big screen that the Earth is flat.
No, I just want to beat up Elon Musk. That's all I want.
I'm not sure I understand. I didn't understand. You want to be that? What a Musk? I didn't catch that part.
Elon Musk.
So much work.
You want to be Elon Musk? You want to be Elon Musk? Do you? You know you're in a flat Earth. You know you're in a flat Earth server, right? Like, I don't.
Elon Musk.
Oh, my friend, you need to put your feet back onto the dirt that's under your feet, back on solid ground.
I will beat up.
You're living in the clouds somewhere. Like, we can't even find you anymore. You were so hard to lock down. Yo, put your feet back on the dirt, my friend, on the dirt that's under your feet. Your head is somewhere in the clouds. Pay attention to the map that's in front of you and don't try to skip it. If you skip it, you get fucked. And if you skip it and you get fucked, that was your decision to make. But don't get salty at other people because they didn't skip the map that you skipped.
It seems to me that you don't believe that I will be able to beat up Elon Musk in MMA fight, and I will prove you wrong.
I have no clue. I have no clue. Elon Musk doesn't strike me as an MMA fighter. But why is that even a subject of discussion within your brain? Why did you bring?
Beat him up.
So your ability to share intellect with other people on the server, on this server, was that you wanted to talk about? Well, let me make sure I got this right. Don't worry, I can catch enough. So basically, your perception of intellect was to tell people on this server that you can beat up Elon Musk in an MMA fight, and you wanted us to do what? Agree with you? Disagree with you?
Agree with me.
Do we even know you?
Does it
No,
matter?
we don't even know you. So like, it's a useless conversation. I'm telling you, it's a useless conversation, and you wasted everybody's time.
Excuse me?
I'm saying it was a useless conversation because we can't see you, we can't meet you. How would we know how you'd fare against Elon Musk in MMA? I do MMA. Am I bringing up MMA here? No. What for?
I never did MMA before.
So then why are you talking about it? You don't even do MMA.
Because I want to beat up Elon Musk in an MMA fight.
But he might fucking mop. Matter of fact, just the way you talk, my money's on Elon, bro.
Why
my money's
are
on
you?
Elon will mop you. My money's on Elon.
Are you crazy?
Guaranteed. Money on Elon.
Just to point out, guys, sorry, NYC, sorry to interrupt your monologue for the last 10 minutes, mate. But just to point out what has happened, when challenged by me about 10 minutes ago about flat earthers being lazy, the first thing this man did was, yeah, I want to beat up Elon Musk. He didn't want to talk about it too much. He just wanted to talk about beating up Elon.
That's the work, man.
But let's remind ourselves. Elon Musk is where Elon Musk is. Elon Musk is where Elon Musk is, and you are where you are. That is the reality, my friend. Like, let's come to grips with reality real quick.
Bro,
Elon Musk is where Elon Musk is at, and you are where you're at.
Don't take anything what this guy says serious.
I promise you, nothing is affecting me. I'm just trying to say, like, I'm just trying to hit him with a couple of gems real quick, so he fucking catches them. But whatever, he does what he does.
I will beat up Elon Musk in an MMA fight.
I believe in you.
Oh yeah, are you threatening Elon Musk? Is that what you're doing? You're threatening Elon Musk? You want to go fight him?
It's easy. I will do it like NASA did it. I will just make and I put Elon Musk hate on someone else.
You don't have enough discipline, brother. Personally, like someone lacking your level of discipline, he'll just the spirit within him is going to crush you. I promise you.
My spirit will talk to you, and you will do it for me.
I wonder if the Earth is flat. I wonder if the Earth is a ball. I wonder if talking about Elon Musk and M&A has got anything to do with it. I'll get back to you with an answer on that. So, Jan, being as you say that flat earthers don't do any work and we haven't got a lot of money, and then you said that you can't trust the FE core, quote unquote, test, there you go, I say test, because it was funded, you kind of realise that you've put yourself in a contradictory position. You hold two viewpoints that are contradictory to the other. Do you understand that?
I never said anything like you just portrayed to me to said.
Okay, so what Heretic came in and said with regards to your comments about FE Core, can't trust them, they were funded, and then your comments earlier about flat earthers being lazy, we ain't got any money, two contradictory positions. You're going to take one of those back? Which one was incorrect?
No, if I was the one who was running the Ficor scam, I will make 10 times more. That's my problem with you.
Oh, okay, so you're just a wanker. Sorry,
Yes.
buddy, I forgot you're just a wanker. Forgot.
If you have to scam people, at least go big. Like government.
I don't think, hold on. I don't think anybody's scamming people. You just made the assertion that people are scamming people because they're flat earthers and they got funding apparently. Because they had to buy the fucking 50 grand laser. People can pull money out of their backsides according to you. So, what's your fucking point? Have you even got one? Could you back it up if I asked you to? Or are you just a wanker?
Oh, I'm providing you with content.
Where's your laser?
You're providing us with content, which is the shit kind of content where flat earthers get about 5 minutes each to kind of berate you for a bit, and we take it in turns and laugh about it in the back chat. Yeah, you're our bitch at the moment. We're using you for that fucking purpose. Yeah, no one's listening to. Yeah, no one's listening. So, could you back that claim up then?
Yes.
Good.
I will back
Could you
that
do
up.
that now?
And that by the end of this month, Miggy's
My
YouTube
friend-
channel will have
My friend,
105 viewers.
may I ask where you're from?
You can.
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Czech Republic.
Where? Czech Republic? Okay, got it. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm from Haiti, by the way.
Are you black?
Yeah, people from Haiti are typically black. I'm black.
You don't sound black at all, man. I am sorry.
Doesn't matter how it should sound. It's my ability to get my work done. Like,
Oh God, you're such a racist.
Yeah,
look, like I was supposed to sound some type of way for him.
Yeah,
like yo, listen, this is not the first time I've heard this,
out
bro.
of the corner again.
Like I'm supposed to sound some way for this motherfucker's ear, bro.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what I mean?
out of
Like,
the corner again.
that's literally what they're thinking. To their ear, to their perception of me in their ear, I'm supposed to sound how they expect.
Yan is out of the corner again.
That's why it's like, I'm backstroking through this shit. I'm backstroking because I'm like, what do you think? I can't fucking challenge people on points that I genuinely believe and I've genuinely done my homework on. No, I can shred on those topics.
You just got him off the point, though.
Yeah, bro.
Which wasn't what we were trying to do.
Sorry, apologies, my bad. Like,
I mean, it's just Yan, so whatever.
sorry, it's bubbling up. Like my tolerance for morons is dissipating. Now I get QE now.
So you're not
QE.
Bro, talking to Yan is like talking to a wall. Who gives a shit?
Guys, I'm telling you. Give me 1 month, and Miggy will have 100 live viewers on his live shows.
Okay, good. Okay, he's gone. Yan, show's over.
Fuck for that. Right, who else? Who else? Somebody in the server called 3 Dimensions has just popped in. Check, see if you got any roles. 3 Dimensional, sorry, I do apologise for that. Couldn't read the full entirety of your name. 3 Dimensional Waterball. What a great name. So welcome to the server, 3 Dimensional Waterball. You've got gold and voice verified, but no Earth determining roles. Surely we've met before and I know you. Yeah, I recognise 3 Dimensional Waterball, I swear. But you haven't got any Earth determining roles, buddy, so give us a shout at some point and let us know what you think about the Earth. Person with my favourite name has jumped in the server, so what week did your van die? Good evening to you, sir. Hope you're doing well. Right, well, I guess I'm going to have to read through the list of people that are in the fucking server then. So without reading 24/7 live stream, because that's obviously the live stream and not an actual person. Wavmix is in the house. Good to see you, Wavmix. I hope you're doing well. 3 Dimensional Waterball, as I've just said, you're in the server. Hopefully give us a shout at some point. Aric, 87, good to see you, buddy. You said hi earlier. Andy, hold my beer. Good to see you, mate. I hope you're doing well there. Effie Batman, Flat Earth someone else. Flat Earth someone else. God Rockin' Heretic, who's now deafened himself. You can fuck off. J Star Kel, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Miggy Mayhem is in the house, probably at work. Good to see you, mate. Michael's here. Good to see you, Michael. Mike Power, he's deafened, so if talking to myself. Morvis is in the house. Sir Vagabond NYC. We've heard these dulcet tones for a while. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Storm Fire.
Chilling out, bro.
Yeah, good stuff, man. T-Dubs is in the house. Hope you're doing well, T-Dub. Watch Europa. What week did Van die and you progress? Good to see you all, guys. If there's anybody watching on YouTube at the moment, we've got a full panel. If you'd like to hit the Discord link provided by Nightbot, you can come and join the server and have a discussion with us lively people regarding the shape of the Earth. If you've got proof of it, then you can come and give it. If you think that the Earth is flat and you've got proof of it, then you can come and give it too. But hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server because we've got a full panel that would love to speak to you. So whether you're a flat earther or ball earther, join the link, come and join the server. Like I said, full panel, got to be over 20 people in there. 25, maybe 30, who knows? Or me if I counted. I'm not going to count. $25 people in the server, there you go.
Mic check.
No, definitely can't hear a word you're saying, whoever that was, Dave Inkle.
My robot. I'll shut up.
No, I'm fucking with you. No, I'm fucking with you, Dave. I'm just fucking with you. Hear you loud and clear, good buddy.
Hey, Jedi, I got quick music trivia. I'm going to give you a couple lines from a song so you can get the right song. I think you don't know. You ready?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I've failed, but we'll see.
He was a hairy-handed gent who ran amok in Kent. Lately, he's been overheard in Mayfair. What song is that from?
Oh, I don't know, mate, and I really should do, shouldn't I? Fuck's sake. Go on, what is it?
Nobody else knows. Warren Zevon, Werewolves of London. Who? Werewolves of London.
Brilliant stuff.
I just heard you say you were in Kent. Made me think of that song. Back to
Yeah, I
Flat
did
Earth.
wonder why. Yeah, spot on, man. Well done. Hope you're keeping well, though, Dave. Always good to hear, boys.
You ever see any hairy-headed Kents running around in Kent?
You'd be surprised what we have running around in Kent, mate. Yeah.
For everybody that has not, for everyone that's talked about that, was a Warren Zevon song from the '80s, I think. Showing my age.
Oh, okay.
Oh, howdy.
What's up, mate? How you doing?
Not bad, not bad. This one, what were the lyrics again? Sorry.
Dave, sing it again.
It was a hairy-headed gent who ran amok in Kent. Lately, he's been overheard in Mayfair. You better stay away from him. He'll rip your lungs out, Jim. I'd like to meet his tailor. And the chorus is, "Ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo." That's enough for me.
No, we appreciate that, Dave, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a classic.
That brings the question, though, Jedi. Have you yourself ever ran amok in Kent? Probably have.
Mate, I've lived in Kent for 46 years. I would like to confess that I run amok daily. Yeah, every single day for 46 years I've run amok in Kent, mate. Absolutely.
I just want to say well done. I just want to say well done. I'm just, you know,
Sorry, go ahead.
Jedi, well done for running amok in Kent. Like, I'm glad someone's still going outside.
Thanks, man. Thank you. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't constantly running amok. That's for sure.
Well, not to bring him up, that last guy brought 0 to the table, didn't he? He actually subtracted somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So you're not wrong, Dave. The longer he spoke, the stupider I got.
Well, let's see, the Dead Air Dave effect is in full force. Any new people here?
Hello there.
Who said hello?
The Stickier Moss. How are you?
What's going on? Is the Earth a spinning ball?
Is it a spinning ball?
Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Or is it a celestial object?
I'm asking you if you think it's a spinning ball.
I think it's a celestial object.
That's in the vacuum of space?
I think space could be a vacuum. What do you think it is?
Do you know when anybody ever measured the curvature of the ball?
Do I know when the curvature was measured?
Yeah.
That's really hard because, I mean, how do you measure curvature on something that's not perfectly spherical and a celestial object? How do you do that? Tell me how to do it, and then I'll tell you when it was done.
Okay. You and a buddy go out to a lake, say like a 10-mile stretch of a lake. One of you on one side, one on the other, and you use a laser or whatever you want to use.
Okay. What is not affected by distortion?
How about a mirror for reflected sunlight? Would that work?
So a mirror reflecting light, the mirror would be distortion, for one. And then everything in between the object, which is the photon that is light, that distorts it, ricochets off of it, is affected by it. That would be affected by the light. So it alters your perception.
Who wants to jump in here? I'm driving and I'm probably going to talk about
reality. And I understand you perceive that the world is flat, but that doesn't mean it is.
So there's no way to measure the curvature. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct. It would be very difficult. You could measure it reliably for some distance at a certain place. And then you can measure all the dimples and knots that is the Earth. And maybe you'll get to something, but we haven't even discovered all of the ocean, and you want us to run around with a tape measure?
Well, I might point out too that you begged the question in the first instance.
Begged what question?
Well, you begged the question. You assumed your premise in the first instance by saying that how would I be able to measure the curvature of the celestial object? Well, you haven't proven that it's a celestial object to begin with.
What's a celestial object?
On the heliocentric paradigm, it's a body of mass either in a central location or orbiting a central location within the vacuum of outer space.
Okay.
A system amongst other systems.
Sun's also a celestial object. So is the moon.
That's a claim, but what's the evidence?
No, the evidence is in the definition of what a celestial object is.
That would be literally circular reasoning or begging the question.
But it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I can see where you're coming from, and I'll agree with that. So yeah, I do fall into that belief, and I have my reasons for it, but I'm here just to figure out what you guys are doing. Do you guys just believe the Earth is flat because it looks like it, kind of?
Well, wouldn't that be akin to saying, "Well, I believe it rains"?
Yeah, but if it rains sometimes and you say it's always raining, that doesn't make any sense, does it? I can show you a ship with its hull missing and the mast sticking out, but that doesn't mean the Earth is either way, does it? Or do you need to see the picture?
that
Do
would
you need
also
to
be
see a
flat.
picture of the theodolite attached to the horizon and actually seeing dip? It just depends
Sorry.
on the conditions of the atmosphere. Does that make sense? Refraction, distortion. These things are very complicated. In fact, the way that we perceive 3 dimensions is pretty complicated. We lift the horizon up with our brain.
So are you saying that air distortion couldn't happen on a motionless plane?
Distortion happens with everything, man. It's happening with my voice as I talk to you.
Right. So is refraction? What kind of refraction are you talking about?
Manipulation of light based on interactive, I don't know, elements. But there's more things that can interact with light than just an element. You know, like there's a lot of things that can interact with light. Temperature.
So would that be refraction, or would that just be simply distortion?
Yes.
Hey, don't forget you're speaking to a satellite engineer who, by the sounds of it, doesn't seem to have had much drink in him, so he sounds pretty coherent for the most part. Right, Sticky Mouse?
That's so good. I got fans in here, man. What do you got?
Didn't they find moss in space? What is up with that?
Oh man, that would be living on a dream, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you got fans, dude. You need to have some evidence of Earth's curvature. That's what you need to have. Not ideas.
You need to have evidence that you're not my groupie.
Groupie? You come here. I don't go there. Who's the groupie?
Where do I go?
Who's the groupie?
Who's the groupie? If I gave you that detail, you
Who's the
show
groupie?
up, wouldn't you?
Who's the groupie?
I was referring to you. You weren't paying attention.
Yeah, you're coming here. I'm not going over there where you're at. You're coming here.
You liked and subscribed. That's all
You're
I'm
the
saying.
groupie, aren't you?
No, dude, I do. I've already told you I love coming in here and fucking with you guys.
No, you don't have any evidence, so you're pretty much as just busted up. You're pretty busted up.
You didn't listen to me before, but if you'll listen to me now, I'll talk. These are points you've heard before, probably.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you're gonna talk to me about something that's pretty hard to figure out, right? Well, we could do it a couple of ways. Okay. There's
the only way that it can be done is you providing the evidence. That's it. That's the only way. All we need is evidence.
If the globe is so hard to figure it out, Sticky or Moss, how'd you figure it out?
Isn't that an interesting question? How much time are you gonna give me before I get interrupted?
Doesn't sound like you got the answer.
Oh, I got the answer. It takes time though, and I always get interrupted midway through.
Well, you're spending it doing this instead of giving us the answer.
Say it, and I don't really need more than a few minutes.
Yeah, you're spending your time doing this instead of giving the answer. Doesn't look like there's.
Yeah, because these are quips. Quips is all you guys have the attention span for.
That it?
No, I mean,
okay, like Mickey said, no evidence.
Explain why the stars rotate in opposite direction south of the equator. Is it because
what's weird?
Upside down, or is it Jesus? Tell me it's Jesus.
Yeah, relax, dude. The reason why he's saying it's a celestial sphere because he thinks the Earth is floating around in space somewhere. But to be a celestial sphere, to qualify for it to be that, it needs to be something that he sees out there. So how can he see something out there if he's on it? That's a conundrum.
How can you see stars? You look up. You guys refuse to look up because
Earth a star?
Nothing above the horizon exists. It's correct.
Right, Sticky Moss, Earth a star. Do you look up and see the Earth in the sky? Do you?
I mean, you can see a reflection of the Earth and the moon.
And listen, guys, I need to clip that shit.
This guy's been on Vibes, the Cosmos channel.
You need to clip that. Thanks, Ruby.
Clip what you guys say in response. What is that?
How can you respond to such absurdities, bro? Honestly.
Okay. So how does a shade get on the moon?
Shade.
Yeah, it's a shade. It's the shade from the Earth being in between the sun and the moon. Explain. And stop laughing. That doesn't make any sense. Just laughing is not a good response.
That's a claim. We
claimed,
asked you for measurements of
reflection.
Earth curvature, and now you're making a claim about something else. You're begging the question of the curvature that we asked you to show in the first place, and now you're applying it to something that happens on the moon.
You're missing a huge part in our conversation. You said why? Why?
You're
And
missing
why?
You're missing
Why?
big your hardware satellite engineer.
What's up?
You're missing big evidence. You're not bringing forth the evidence.
Give it to me, dude. What happens when the moon eclipses? What happens? What is a crescent moon? How does it become a
You're
crescent?
skipping steps. You need to find out first what we're standing on right now before you even get to that point.
Yeah, I get it. Like the Earth looks flat, so I believe it is. Maybe.
It's just an observation, man.
Yeah,
That
there's a bunch of evidence.
Not mine. I think it looks very round. I was already introduced as a satellite engineer. Of course, I think it's round. That's all I do day to day. Is
That's all you
telemetry data.
All you do is think about it being round, right?
No, dude.
You don't
I
provide any
take
evidence.
predictions. I put them through my tracking software, and then guess what? Two-line ephemeris runs through perfectly fine with the globe model.
I thought you were a field engineer that just turned wrenches all day.
I turn wrenches. I build things.
Now you're a software engineer.
I do everything, man. I do implementation. I do service work where I fly out to like God knows Guam and fucking fix shit, dude. Sometimes it's a
I
wrench.
think you do shit, bro.
An analyzer. Sometimes it's an oscilloscope. Act like you know what these things are.
Yeah, but how does that
I
provide?
think you do whatever your medication picks for you in the morning.
I didn't catch that. Too many people.
Too many. It's just me. Go ahead, obvious.
I was saying, I think you do what your medication picks for you in the morning.
Meditation fix in the morning.
Medication.
Okay. So now I take medication.
Yeah, because you seem to be pulling something new out your ass every day.
I'd like to know where the Earth looks round. Where does it look round to you?
With my telemetry data, so we can all look at Satellite Finder and see that there's curvature in the altitudes, all the same altitudes in the Clark orbit, and these are geostationary systems that span across the world, and you can use a very cheap antenna system and see their carrier beacon with a simple spectrum analyzer that you can download. Or you don't have to download it. You can buy one. Or you don't have to buy one. You can make it, but that'll take a lot more effort to make your own software-based spectrum analyzer.
Yeah,
But let's look at everything but right? Is how this works. Let's look at everything but surface curvature. Everything. We can
Right.
talk
Yeah.
all kinds that are distracting and red herrings, other than the surface curvature in which we're standing on.
So therefore, it looks flat. Therefore, it is. And let's fuck. You know,
Wait, you said it looks. You said that it looks curved, though. You said it looks like a globe.
Everything eating time. It can bend time, but not light.
Bend time. What are you talking about?
That's your claim, buddy. You just keep stacking claims on top of one another and proving none of them.
No. See, we
It doesn't fucking bend time, sticky.
by having something less effective like
That's what it's doing. I need to get back to work.
Lower. I want to say this being time plays a left right.
Affected by gravity, moving faster. We use
So what follows?
to
Yeah.
be able to synchronize.
Yeah, blah, blah, synchronization.
Binary is or no? Okay, there's
Do you have surface curvature to show us, or are you just going to try to talk about literally anything but that?
So what follows, fam? What follows? It looks flat, so it must be flat, or it looks flat, so it must be curving.
That's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. Someone shot a laser farther than they should have, Not excessively far, but farther than they should have. Therefore, the Earth is flat, and you guys started watching all these crazy podcasts with people wearing foil on their heads.
So what reason?
Tell me I'm wrong.
What reason does one have to think it's not what they observe it to be?
Okay, so I gave you the whole tracking telemetry thing. That's a little complex. How about let's explain, stars in the sky, how they rotate one and the other south of the equator? You guys
So how do you
think Polaris
that
is
into
real
Earth
and
being-
Southern Cross doesn't
So
exist?
how do you extrapolate that into Earth being a sphere?
Okay, a sextant. People have been using those to navigate south of the equator for a very long time. Southwest is the Southern Cross, and it's one of the more commonly used ones. Okay, and the fact that all the stars are reliable and don't fit a model that matches a flat plane, it just doesn't make sense. What is it, magic?
The fact that you have to point
We
to
can
models,
use things like
conceptualizations, and the stars, which
is
are in
also-
exactly the wrong direction. They're in exactly the opposite direction from the curvature that you're trying to prove, shows that there really isn't any curvature.
Based on what data? Show it.
No, based
I'll look it up for real.
Based on the lack of curvature data that you provide every single time that we ask you for it, because we ask you for it and then you start pointing in literally the wrong direction, the sky. The curvature was in the other direction. Try that again.
Okay, so you're going to keep your nose on the ground, or are you going to try again?
So I'm going
Because
to
I
try to
just
keep
explained
your
to you
nose
how
on the
cool-
ground until either you realize there's no surface curvature or you find it for us, one or the other.
Okay, so do I need to show you a mask underneath the seabed,
No, dude,
or
I just told
do
you
I
what you
need
got to
to
show us. No.
you
I just told
a
you what you got to
theodolite on the
surface
horizon?
curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Should I say it again?
It depends on how light is altered in the area that you're receiving the light.
So this is yet
if you're
another
receiving the light,
This is yet another excuse not to show surface curvature of the Earth.
no, I can show it for a fact. You can look it
Okay,
up
let's do
for
that.
a fact. And the fact is, you never, ever accept that as nothing but CGI. What are you going to do? What are you going to do if I show you?
You haven't given me
Oh,
anything
who is
not
that
to
guy?
accept. Dude, you haven't given me anything not to accept. All you've done so far is make excuses not to give me anything like that.
Okay, so if I show you something, everyone's going to leave this chat?
Yeah, show me some verifiable surface curvature of the Earth.
I will leave
Okay,
right now if
and
you do
how,
that.
how do you want it verifiable? That's my question.
Well, that's up to you to figure out because it's your claim, so you better know how to verify it. If you have to ask a flat earther how you're going to go about verifying that, I don't think it's going to work out very good.
No. See, you can't just hold. You can't withhold the requirement.
You need me.
Verifiable mean to you, Stick here? What does the word verifiable mean to you?
Repeatable.
Repeatable. So give us a repeatable demonstration of Earth curvature. That's all.
Maybe we got some Jeopardy music.
It should be simple. I'm trying to tell you earlier. You should be able to show the 66-foot drop in elevation over 10 miles
Promise.
body of water.
He's got so much info on it that he doesn't know what to put up. That's what's happening.
Well, he seems to immediately get distracted every time he reaches for one of these surface curvature measurements. He immediately starts talking about exactly the wrong stuff, things that are in the sky, things that are in the exact opposite direction from the ground that he's trying to prove his claim of.
You know, I've tried really hard to find Earth curvature online, anywhere, and everything is like CGI or it's just not there.
Well, obviously it's not there, else Stickier Moss would have just shown it to us already. See, that's how we know it's not there, Sticky Moss.
I gotta
You come
look
in
up what
here,
I've seen
say
in
it's
the
there,
past.
and then instead of showing it to us, you do what you've done instead. That's how we know it's not there.
You know it's not there because I've taken
Because every
Probably
time
30
some clown
seconds
like
at this
you
point.
says it's there, you come in and do what you did instead of
Every
showing it.
time, like a clown like you, here's what I have to say. You always try and find another person.
You haven't started saying anything yet, Stick. You've been in here about 4 times now, and you haven't said a single thing yet. We're still waiting.
Man, I've been in here way more than that.
Well, however many times, it just gets worse.
So I'll show something right now.
Something.
He admitted it can't be measured. He conceded. Can't be measured.
I like this comment earlier. It's very difficult to figure out it's a globe, yet the main citation from the globe side is a fucking asshole in the desert with sticks and shadows.
That's super funny. Yeah, it's very difficult to figure out that it's a globe. So, how did you figure it out then, Stick Your Moss?
Hey, look at my picture and stop talking shit.
Okay, let's take a look.
And let me know if you want another one.
Oh, ships being obscured from the bomb. This is your evidence that the Earth is curving.
Okay, I could actually show you evidence of a theodolite on there, but of course you would say that. Of course, when Mark Sargent went on to this little debate thing, and he was just all like,
"Okay, you're going off on a tangent. You're going off on a tangent. You're going off on a tangent. Shut up. You posted something that was supposed to demonstrate surface curvature to us. Let's talk about that. You're trying to get away from that already, so I guess you don't stand by your observation.
I didn't just post
We're going to talk about it.
You're not even going to look at them. What did I post?
No, you're already trying to change the topic off of what you posted. So I guess you don't stand by what you posted. So can bottom up...
Let's go.
Can something appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface?
And your point
is curvature required for that apparent bottom up vanishing effect?
I would assume yes. But I mean, light
so you give us assumptions. Okay, you give us assumptions. You give us observations that you have to just
I can give you telemetry data. You want telemetry data? That's something I understand. It's very complex for me to explain.
Yeah, once again, you're trying to change the topic off of what you just posted for us. So I guess you're not very confident about what you posted. So do you have a measurement of the surface curvature over that body of water that you assume those boats are vanishing bottom up over?
I can just assume the average.
Okay, he's just assuming shit. No wonder he doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, the Earth is not a perfect spheroid. So
it's not any kind of spheroid so far as you've been able to demonstrate.
You have this really heightened expectation, don't you?
No, just normal expectations. You have really low standards.
Give me the equivalent of your normal expectations, and I'll be the asshole.
It's called measurement. It's called measurement. You say that there's surface curvature of an ocean or a lake, just measure it. Don't just point something and go, that's got to be the curvature. We want to see the measurement of the curvature.
Well,
I assume that must be vanishing bottom up due to curvature. Did you test that? Did you verify it? No, of course not. You just gave us an assumption.
Right. Can I ask
you?
What
did you verify, brother?
Shut up for a minute. Shut up. Oh, I want to ask you a question. Are those objects being obstructed from view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
You tell me, brother. You're looking at the picture just like I did.
No, this is your evidence. You are the burden to explain it.
No, what I provided was pictures.
These are your claims. Now you have to provide the technical details behind them. Do you know them? You obviously fucking don't, but we know that.
Okay, so here we go.
Here we go, pointing and declaring again. That the best you can do for globe proof?
Figure 1 illustrates a situation contains the deviation of both an extract and an approximate solution, the triangle formed by X. R plus constant is R is a right triangle, which means that the Pythagorean theorem
you know a lot about this, don't you?
To produce an exact solution and in addition a simple approximation for constant. It is also assuming R forward x and
Gimme.
using a linear approximation for square root in Appendix A, which is what I sent you.
What's
I
this
give
assuming?
examples of computations in MathCAD. R is the radius of Earth, 3,963.2 miles. I gave you guys the link. You guys looked at the link conclusion. The contractor had stated that the curvature of the Earth causes the level to deviate horizon by 1/8 of an inch, 1/25,000th of an inch for 100 feet. The horizon distance.
Fucking hell, man. How lost are you?
R is the thing you were supposed to prove. You just told us you assumed it. Is that all you got? Assumption of R? Or do we have measurements to support it?
Is on the link that I sent you.
Yeah,
isn't that crazy?
Sent us, it says R is assumed. Well, that doesn't help because we didn't need assumptions of R. We need measurements that support it.
Yes, those are measurements, dude. What was I talking about?
But bro, assumptions are measurements.
You blew it. No, my assumption was to go to this link. I sent you the holy fucking grail of links. The math is here, dude. And I'm sorry if you can't understand the simple math.
No.
Okay?
It's not math that we have trouble with. It's what it's based upon. Do you have any measurements to support those?
What's wrong about the math here? Because it's
nothing. The math is internally coherent. That's how we can test the globe claim and find that it's not true reality.
Test it.
Right?
Test
the
bullshit.
We have. It's not a globe. It's flat. That's why we're
yeah,
here.
exactly. The math works. It's consistent with itself. What we're asking you for is not the math.
In the atmosphere in order to prove your claim.
I got to mute you. Yeah, the math is consistent with itself. What we're asking you for are the measurements of the Earth that math is based on. Do you got it?
Measurements of the entire Earth? You're going to get an average.
No, dude. Did I say the entire Earth?
Say again.
Did I say the entire Earth?
Yes. Of the Earth. Okay. That is the Earth. The entirety of...
No, I didn't. I didn't say the entire Earth.
Earth. So what do you mean by that?
I said measurements of the Earth that support the math that you're giving us.
Yes, that was to the ship.
Oh my God. He's drunk again.
Wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys look at this or no? Because you're telling me I'm wrong about an article that I'm actively looking at. So who's going in?
I said your article admits that R is assumed, right? We're looking for measurements that substantiate it, not just somebody's assumptions of it. I didn't say anything was wrong. I used exactly what you posted against your own argument.
How did you do that? Because you guys
doing what I just said I did. Are you not following?
No, not at all. And no one else here is, or they would interject because I want to hear someone else follow you better than you can. Because I don't.
Okay, yeah, he needs an interpreter.
Remember, I'm here and listening.
Do you think you're the first glober to come in here?
I'm following the language and I understand it all. Explain this simply, because obviously you don't understand.
Okay, yeah, somebody has to speak retard so that they can translate between us.
Yeah.
All right, anybody able to do that?
Speak retard.
Right, stick here. Do you think you're the first glober to come in here that's pointed at a ship on the horizon that's got its bottom obscured and claimed that's Earth curvature? And that's proof of Earth curvature?
You know,
it's just a begging the question fallacy. We're asking you, okay, if that's Earth curvature that's obscuring the bottom of the boat, we need you to provide measurements of the Earth to demonstrate that. And again, verifiable measurements. So
explain why I would have to. No, explain why I would have to. We already brought
this to pointing at shit and saying, look,
can't even get me below.
That's happening because of this isn't proof of anything. That's just you asserting stuff based on your preconceived notions of how you want the world to be.
Explain how it doesn't, brother. Don't berate me. Explain how it doesn't.
Yeah, because you can't show that it's being blocked from view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per the globe claim. As per the claim.
Okay, so it does, so therefore it doesn't.
Not a hill of water. So there.
This is why it was originally pointed out to you, or it was originally asked of you. Do you think that objects being blocked from bottom up is exclusive to curvature, or is exclusively caused by Earth curvature? And you answered,
I don't believe,
yes, more or less.
No, it didn't.
Which we can demonstrate to you that it's not. It's an optical effect. We can demonstrate that at a scale where there is no curvature possible,
now
you get the same optical effect.
Optical effect. Okay,
Therefore,
so
you can't just point at the bigger scale at a boat being obscured from the bottom up and say, "Oh, look, that's curvature." No, it's not.
It's an optical effect.
It could be, but you can't just assert, yeah, it's absolutely, definitely curvature. If the effect can be replicated, there's no room for doubt that curvature is not causing the effect. So
correct. So there's
I don't think you're listening, bro. I think you just want to waffle over people. You don't want to listen to anything.
I'm listening to you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, well then recite back what I've explained to you. If you understand it, tell it back to the panel. And we can get on a baseline with each other.
Like I've been trying to preach to you guys for the last 15 minutes. Like I don't understand why that's so.
So it's an optical effect. So the images of obscured boats that you've given us is an optical effect.
Get some liquid helium, get some liquid oxygen, and put it together. Send it up there.
Look here, the images you've given us of boats being obscured at the bottom is an optical effect. Is that what you're saying?
Just as the Black Swan, yeah.
So why are you asserting it's curvature then?
Because, all right, so for the Black Swan, one rig is sitting lower.
No, we're not talking about the Black Swan. We're talking about what you presented as supposed evidence of the curvature. And now you've claimed that it's an optical effect, so how can it possibly be curvature? Right, never mind.
If you're talking about the oil rig,
with this guy.
Yeah, if you're talking about the oil rigs, then you do not understand the argument.
Argument is the further one away is further in the ocean.
No, it is not. It is not